Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Hello, welcome to the late night edition of High on Politics. Yes, to answer the first question of the evening, this will probably mean that, yeah, I'm going to be on all night. So, yeah, this is new. I have only done this a few times, and this is the start, Robin. I am doing a late night show tonight. Why not? I had to miss yesterday. I'll go through what was going on. It was, some stuff with the situation is what I'll call it for now. Got to go learn how to do like the pump removal. Well, they have to do the pump removal, but it's a whole thing. And it took up the majority of my night. And then I had a friend stop by, surprise, like unannounced kind of thing. So it turned into a, hey, I'm going to take a little, streaming hiatus for the night. And usually I take Thursdays off now. I kind of haven't officially done that yet, but this is the reason why for situations like this. So yes, this is going to be a late night. We're going to have some fun. I'm looking forward to getting to some of the topics that I missed yesterday. I had a whole show lined up. So I did see, there was one factor, I'm going to be honest, and he's on right now. Angry Ginger, you know what? I really respect the man and, don't want to, do the crossing of streams, if so to speak, What up, Pinkerbell? How's it going? Robin, how you doing? Edge, how you doing? Appreciate you guys stopping in and having a good old time with me. But yeah, I was just about to say, the Angry Ginger, he was on last night, and he was, when I checked out the stream, and I was going to also sound off in chat, I decided just to kind of keep to myself and, keep you guys kind of pep-free, keep you guys wanting. But Mr. Ginger was covering exactly what I was going to cover, so he did a good job, though, with the Cat Abu Ghazaleh stuff, and I got to watch a little bit of it, but I'm going to cover the follow-up, and I'll probably do a quick watch of her addressing the whole situation. It is ridiculous. Like, just my overall take is pretty simple. Wow, they're going to slam her to the ground and commit literal felonious assault, and then they're going to be like, you committed a federal crime. You hurt our vehicle. You impeded our vehicle. Like, come on. Like the stream on the way in, y'all. Yeah. I appreciate I appreciate when you guys do that. You know it. I really do. Thank you for supporting the stream, and any time that you guys do hit that like button, it helps the stream out a lot. So I can't explain the YouTube algorithm, but hey, you know what? Here we are. So, of all the things that I missed yesterday, the Cat Abu Ghazaleh stuff was definitely interesting, but there's a prominent MAGA comedian that, I don't know how he's going to bring back his centrist audience, who now is seeing the light. He's just like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I can't blindly support Donald Trump. And it's going to be interesting because the majority of his audience now is MAGA, and he did it to himself through COVID. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to do a proper tease. I am going to save who it is for the segment. So stick around, and I will we'll be covering that in a little bit here. Not going to do the full hour of my BS. Won't subject you guys to that, but I will go through the last 2 days. I haven't seen the video until today. That throw really could have badly injured her. The one where she bounced off her hip, yeah. I'm telling you right now, I'm surprised that she like got up as quickly as she did. I did make the joke where I was just like, man, if she can do that on skates, she would be a kick-ass hockey player. But yeah, she got roughed up twice. No, 3 times, but twice she got like the guy. It was like a wrestling move, like doing like a full-on clothesline, and then he like followed through with it. He like slammed her down. And she's tiny. I've met her. She's tiny. She's like 5'1". There's no reason to do that. Also, so they kept showing this video, and I wanted to go see what the right wing was saying about this. Leave it to CBS News, by the way. Holy shit, they had the most right wing coverage on out of everybody covering it on Fox. Nope. CBS outdid them by a long shot. They were saying how like she's like when they talk about left-wing terrorists, how she fits that bill. They went deep into like how she's a communist. It was insane. And this was like the local news in my area. It was CBS News Chicago. And I did look it up. I was like, oh, they're one of the main affiliates. So yeah, Barry Weiss definitely has her claws in that one. So yeah, she's lucky she didn't fracture her hip. She really is. I've taken enough injuries like specifically to that side. There's a reason that you see us wearing all that padding. Is actually the pants, they're made specifically to protect that. Don't always do it though. I had a little addition in my hockey pants where like it kind of was like a extra sternum that kind of gave me a little bit more it's like a roll cage for your body, or like for your lower body. It was useful. Saved me from a few things. You know what it didn't save me from? Getting the most common injury was like getting bruised ribs, because you'd always be fighting for the puck and then it would just like come up and hit you. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry, stomach. But yeah, she addressed it though twice, where she addressed what happened and the lawsuit itself, but then she addressed her counter lawsuit and what they're planning on doing. I know that she has already made a pretty decent amount of money off this too. So I don't know, man. I think this one's gonna backfire. If they didn't want to give her attention and like make the Illinois 9 sympathize for her, they just fucked up, because now she has been on every local outlet, which finally, I'll be honest. I'm glad that she's been getting national bookings, but not seeing her on my local news has been really, really problematic, because they've been covering Daniel Biss, who I've been using the term milquetoast a lot lately. Well, he kind of fits that mold. But honestly, if he were to win, he's not the worst milquetoast candidate. Because, yeah, he's more DSA adjacent. I think that he even might have said that he is DSA. But I know that he's a super progressive dude. Now, the only way I can really describe him, though, is like he has Gavin Newsom vibes, you know? Like he's just kind of, eh. Maybe it's the way he looks, because he literally looks like you cast like the mayor of Gotham City. It's just like, hey, we need you to be mayor of, Gotham City. He's like, I can do Lombard. How about that? He has done a good job though. Like as far as like being the mayor of a town, Lombard is nice. Like Lombard is one of those towns where every time I'm there, I'm like, nice place. But anyway, Terrain Zionist Barry Weiss did that. Yes, she did. I'm telling you, man, the coverage is noticeably more right wing, and when you're out doing Fox News, like it didn't even take like a week. I thought they were gonna do like maybe a soft coasting into that because they didn't want to make it too obvious to people, but here we are. There's a Walter Masterson video of him going to that Portland protest, and he meets our boy. Yeah, that shouts from the corner. That has his own little curfew and his wife warning lots of what? He does what now? Okay, Sylvie, do me a favor and send me that video if you can. And I'm assuming that if Walter's posting this, then he had to have censored everything, right? Like, it's all pre-censored. I cannot have a situation like we had with that wheelchair lady. Like, I'm sorry. That traumatized me for multiple reasons. It was just like, okay, her, it wasn't exactly, great. But also just, man, way to fuck up a live stream. He's holding up medical pictures. Oh my god, I'm self-imagined. Send me the clip. Oh, I mean, I've literally... Are we talking like anatomy? Just like anatomy of the body? Because I can tell it, like, I know more, unfortunately, about, like, the colorectal area. And also, yes, I do know, like, just the internals. Like, did you... This is where I always got that... I should have gotten this reminder, and, like, I should have retained this, but I didn't. Your stomach's, like, up here, man. Like, every time you're just like, my tummy hurts. It's like, no, your tummy hurts. Yeah, that was... when I made that little announcement in the doctor's office. Yes, doing too much Sean Connery. But yeah, my mother-in-law was just like, I didn't know that either. I'm like, I don't feel that bad. All right. Yeah, so they're clinical. Yeah, but I was about to say, so like, yeah, I had to learn what certain things were, like, a hysterectomy and stuff like that, and then they're just explaining it, and it's just like, Yeah, I'm sitting there like, I'm learning. Posted. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Trolling Portland agent. Oh, he's literally... Huh. I wonder... All right, that one might ride the fine line of, like, would YouTube, like, go after this one because it is technically an image of something that's banned on YouTube, but this is on YouTube, and the thumbnail's pretty clear. You know what? I might forego, the usual cautions. Ow. But the second that I just said that, I'm like, maybe not. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. What do you guys oh. Does he explain the importance of foreskin fight against autism? They keep doubling down on the Tylenol thing, which I thought with the lawsuit that Tylenol is being quiet about. That's one thing that I have to say they should be terrified about, that is that Tylenol has not put out any press releases outside of just like, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I have a feeling that the law, like, is going to come down hard on RFK Jr. and a bunch of people in the Justice Department. Like, to the point where it's a slam dunk case. So... Because there's no reason that they don't put out, like, press release after press release just saying, no. And they keep saying, like, there's definitive proof now. Oh, boy. I keep hearing this, like, hammering, just nailing that coffin shut. Goes around asking if they know where the clit is. God damn it. All right. Screw it. Since this is here, let's see if this is not monetized, though. Hold on. Oh, no, it's monetized. All right, screw it. We're going right into the fun today. Thank you, Sylvie. I have a lot set. This is not video roulette night either. I actually have a lot set up, so this is a impromptu visit to Walter Masterson.
Was your wives wouldn't leave you as often. Have you ever seen a vagina? I thought maybe he'd help you find the clitoris.
Yeah, they don't know what that is.
He knows where the clitoris is.
Not a clue.
Jay is the clit commander.
Portland at the ice facility, and I thought maybe I should show them
I am the commander of
a
clit.
picture of a vagina. Maybe tell them where the clitoris is.
Dude, when they put out the press release, it's the fucking the monkey's face.
Maybe that's what's wrong with ice. So this is the clitoris right here. I thought maybe if you guys knew where the clitoris was, your wives wouldn't leave you as often, and maybe if you were sexually satisfied, you
This
wouldn't
looks
be ripping
AI.
families apart. Have you ever seen a vagina?
The prompt
I
is
thought
so
maybe
AI.
help you find the clitoris. Before you go anywhere, I want you to look at this picture of a vagina. It's the clitoris.
Hey, lady, how you
it's
doing?
right here.
When I was recording you, he was just looking at me and he literally took a picture and smirked at me. Ugh.
Yeah. I'm showing where the clitoris might be. This is the clitoris. It actually exists. It's not a liberal hoax. I can come give a presentation to any of your officers. I thought maybe if these ICE agents, if I could tell them where the clitoris was, maybe their wives would stop leaving them.
Did you hear about the honeypot thing where you got a bunch of women going on dates with ICE agents just to take pictures of their faces and then like they're not doxing, but they're definitely getting to that point where it's just like, hey, this is X dude and this is his name and his profession.
Very active facility. Oh, hey, vagina.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. Come on out.
All right, when's he get to our
Guys,
boy?
Don't be scared of the clitoris. I'll admit, I was scared myself. I fumbled in the dark a few times, but you get through it. That's the clitoris. It's the clitoris. Don't be scared. There's a lot going on with the vagina. You don't need to know everything. Look at this. This is the clitoris. The G-spot, that comes later. That's sort of a finesse move.
Yesterday, I got
That's sort of a
to
finesse
see
move.
some of the families that are after their
Dude.
parents have been taken, and they
Walter
come into this
rules.
courthouse hoping to see somebody. They don't get to see them. The kids come out crying. They come in with the cute little braids, ponytails, all dressed up nice with their aunties, uncles, grandmas, fathers. It does, come in. They come out crying. Walk out, give them hugs, let them know they're safe. So my mission now is every time ICE comes out, you like making kids cry? What happens if your kids get taken from you? What are you gonna do? Are you not gonna be upset? And it gets them every time. They stop and stare at you. And they have to have their friends pull them all the way back. It's triggering for them, so I'm gonna keep using that from now on.
Yeah.
Give them a hug.
Yeah.
Yep.
Heaven forbid that happens to your kids, huh?
This country was not founded on tyranny. It was founded to fight
Not
the
a bad
tyranny.
tactic.
Having these kind of actions on our streets is really demoralizing as an American citizen. This is a free country. People do have due process and rights, regardless if they're American citizen or not. They still have the freedom of being a human being, and that's the problem here, is that they're not being treated like human beings. They're being treated like other than. And that's others, and that's not okay.
Hey.
I was born in
Okay, so has anybody found an answer for why the inflatables have
this
stopped?
country. I'm an American citizen, but they can come out here,
I'm still
stop me, and
kinda
ask
wondering
me
about
for my
that.
papers. The last time I remember a country walking around asking for people for papers, we fought a war that had to be fought.
Yeah.
Let's take citizenship in America out of the equation and just realize that human beings deserve love and respect just as much as you, me, the next person.
Yeah. See, you got pro-ICE people showing up here at night.
All the time, all the time, throughout the day. There's always one or two out here.
Oh, that's lovely.
Sometimes just
They started classifying them as fire hazards for like homeless stuff.
across the street with signs
Huh.
that say, "We love you, we love what you're doing."
Yeah, I did see that the tents had to go.
Oh, the stands show up? Wow.
I love your dress. Where is it from?
Thank you. It's from Hollywood Vintage. I think it's an old theater dress.
That's fantastic.
Hey, what up, Bloodstone?
Yes, we love you, yes.
Whoa, my. Look
Yes,
at
our
him.
dog Lola does the same thing. She just demands hugs and pets. She like wraps around you too, and she's like, no, I love you. No, yes.
Wait, is that Walter's dog?
Yeah. We don't deserve them.
I was out here every day
Oh.
last week. This is my first day
Yeah.
this week, but
Just
Oh
lets
no, it's her
people know
dog.
that they're not
That's a
alone.
cute dog.
it's really important just to show up.
And they want us isolated. They want
They
us.
want us isolated.
They
So-
want us to feel like we're alone and we're surrounded by MAGA at all times.
Yes, and so
No, that is actually, you know what? That I was just talking about that with my buddy today, where he was talking. He's like not apolitical, but he's left wing, but doesn't really follow politics because he's your average dude who has a job that demands a lot from him, and he just doesn't really have time. So he even says, like, I don't want to waste what little time I have, watching that. He's like, but I try. He's like, I try to keep up. And he's like, I'm not completely unaware of what ICE is doing and all this kind of stuff. But he finally did say, he was like, I feel like they are just trying to make us do exactly that. And I kind of convinced him where I was like, hey man, can you just at least try to get more updates throughout the morning, or I'm like, try to pay attention in a way that you don't go crazy. But
I feel like I come here and find.
I'm trying not to harp on people and be like, you must read the news, you must pay attention. All right, here we go. So we know when Tommy Boy is there. Oh, this was the Samba night. We actually watched this.
It gets spicy at night. Show me around. Give me the tour. That's the Chuds over. The Chuds are over there. The stands, the bootlickers.
We have one more down here. His name is Toby, but he's banned from the area, so he has to stay down there.
DHS is up there.
Yes, they all make fun of him like it's a fucking high school. Yeah, there's this guy named Tommy. He got banned, so he's over there. You should really go talk to him.
DHS, for those who don't know, means
That's
don't have
funny.
sex.
Looks like there wasn't any sort of ban. It's just that people stopped wearing them because they're becoming targets for chemicals and munitions.
Line up and then push outwards with DHS and ICE agents. And when they do that, they love to be aggressive. They love to shoot pepper balls down from up there. They love to tear gas.
Mace people.
I personally have never seen a protester act outwardly violent towards them.
I don't know how you can be violent, like given that there's gates and like.
Well,
you'd have to scale the wall.
I can tell you right now that the biggest fuck up that ICE they said that it was the Department of Homeland Security that actually did this one, where they it's now the famous footage of the leader the leader of DHS pulling the pin and throwing it at the people. That was in a ritzy white area and now they're paying attention. Now you have a lot of Illinois and Chicago residents that are like, oh, these guys do not give a shit and they will just tear gas our kids. And again, it's a whole complexion problem.
Walls.
Right.
That finally got them on board.
ICE agents shove over old people.
It does. It's so fucking annoying. When I heard Irving Park, I was just like, wait, like the neighborhood? It's like, oh, fucking.
Blind people.
It's like, do you realize?
Maybe 3-4 days ago, a car was.
And then you hear that there was a school, and then there was a Halloween parade that got, and there were a bunch of kids that got
right
peppered.
there, just honking.
So
they tear gas the
good
entire
job.
block.
We've had elderly people from the neighborhood come up and say that their asthma has worsened like 10 times because of how much they gas. Just everyone has been affected. There's actually a preschool that used to be here. They just relocated all of their stuff because it got so contaminated that they couldn't continue because it's obviously little children that are supposed to be there. So
I'm so worried about tomorrow, this weekend in general. What's going on tomorrow?
The preschool had to move.
Yeah.
Oh, Halloween. Oh, Christ. Oh. Oh, it's Halloween show tomorrow, guys.
That are regulars have had.
You already saw my Halloween costume. I'm gonna wear that.
Because of the tear gas.
Period, 2 weeks late, miscarriages, all of that.
Over here we have a little bit of
because your eyes are still developing and you don't know what's happening. Oh yeah.
Medic supplies.
Lungs too. No, there's long-term conditions that come from this.
Saline for eyes, that sort of thing. There's also
makes goodie bags to calm my
provided
nerves.
Food, just donations.
Yeah, I need to
help people out that are down
back
here.
up and get ready for.
I was gonna I was showing the ICE agents, but I thought the chuds over there.
They've never seen it before. A few of them earlier, they had a circle asking themselves, what does it mean to be a woman?
If you walk past them, they'll start talking about trans people.
Yeah, they'll say.
They'll transvestigate. Yeah. Have you seen a vagina, sir? Have you seen one like a clitoris and stuff like that? No, it's anatomy. It's education. Listen, I mean, You guys,
Go away. Go away. Go away.
you guys are.
You're reminding me of something that my husband or any guy hasn't touched in over 25 years. Go away.
You're doing like support ICE stuff, right?
What's that have to do with the clitoris, dude?
What?
What's that have to do with
just
the
finding
vagina?
the clitoris.
But what's that have to
I
do with
thought I
ice?
could.
I love how uncomfortable they are.
What's that have to do with ice, though?
People that are going and ripping
Wow, this is
families
telling.
apart don't seem sexually satisfied to me.
You're making me uncomfortable with this picture of women's anatomy. I'm supposed to be scared of periods.
This is hilarious.
I'm pretty sure I know what a freaking vagina is, and I'm pretty sure the gentlemen on the roof know what a damn vagina is. They don't need to be educated by you.
Ask them.
Directional.
No. She did that like as a real person and not a character. Excuse me. My God, she literally Vicky Guerrero'd. Excuse me, I know what a vagina is, and so do they. They get plenty of pussy.
Where to put that directional stick?
Ask them if they know what the clitoris is.
Actually.
Picture of a vagina. If I want to see one, I'll hold the mirror against mine.
I asked them, have you guys know where the clitoris is? We wanted you to know where
Okay, they're giving you so much material. I love it.
is. This is a vagina.
Does anyone want to show him your vagina?
The clitoris is right here.
Really wants to know what a vagina looks like.
And we thought if you were a little bit more sexually satisfied, you wouldn't be ripping families apart.
So is that a...
This is, I mean, there's a NoFX song about that. I mean, it actually is a different topic as far as like who needed to get laid and what it would stop, but
What?
Is that a woman?
just the same thing where they were saying that if you just got laid more, maybe you'll...
Wait, you want to do the...
Actually, Visora, shout out Visora for having a good take on this one where I think she said it on the roundtable thing where it's like it should be like healthcare and it should be like considered like mental health care.
What is
That was a good take.
woman thing? So wait, you want to put...
Tell me what a woman is.
A woman is a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. But
She wants to get plowed by ice. Ew.
let's take your definition with
Woman
an
was
adult,
created by God.
an adult human female. An adult human female. Can we agree on that? A woman is an adult human.
Okay.
That's your...
He's like, "Okay, where are you going with this, Mr. Thinker Man?"
Yeah, so wait. Okay, so an adult human female. No. What's an adult? No, but an adult? What's an adult?
Why are we talking about this? You didn't answer my question.
No. What's an adult?
These are the folks who need education. I mean,
I just said, what is a woman? A woman is a biological state.
They seem to be pushing back pretty hard.
That is
oh, dude, I gotta put my
Have a vagina.
a biological state of being. All females have a vagina.
Conception till death, they all have a vagina.
So yeah, let's just exclude intersex people. So then, what's an adult?
How many intersex people are there really?
It's as many as there are redheads.
Really? I don't think that's true, but hey, good guess.
What's an adult? Oh yeah, but in South Korea, an adult is 19. So you know,
You realize they do that in Muslim countries as well?
just to answer your question,
Considered an adult.
just your answer to your point, you cannot define an adult without using a social construct.
Are you
There we go.
being an adult? Are you acting like an adult?
There you go.
70 million people
I'm
are
sorry,
homosexual in the world.
Are you in support of ICE or protesting ICE?
She's a right-wing grifter.
Oh, okay. I love when they wear the "Don't Tread on Me" hat to support federal troops coming into cities.
That's funny.
It is literally like
Enforce the law, Debbie. Enforce the law.
it's the "Don't tread on me." Your whole thing is states' rights. I just had to comment
Yeah,
on that
the
fact.
Gadsden flag symbolizes resistance to federal intervention and personal liberty. It is widely associated with small governments.
Very funny.
Aaron Lewis, he's a good singer.
Oh, it's her. Oh, wow, whoa! It's weird to actually see her. Did she hire is he personal security,
Aaron Lewis, he's
or is he just another like dipshit?
awesome singer.
No, it says "Don't tread on me."
Aaron Lewis.
It's an Aaron Lewis hat.
It's the Gadsden flag. You have the Gadsden
It's Aaron Lewis. It's like, yeah, Aaron Lewis is a dumbass.
flag.
It's been a while since I have read some history, and it's been a while since I've been fact-checked.
Support of federal troops coming into cities. I cannot believe you cannot see the irony.
been a
Oh my
while.
God! Look at the.
It sucks that that song's actually not that. I used to like that song a lot more before I learned that that guy was a major dipshit.
Antifa thugs. Look at, oh my God, just just look at the violent Antifa thugs right here. So I'm with the violent Antifa, George Soros-backed thugs, and just, nothing but violent.
Down there is Tommy Boy, and he can't go.
Oh my God, they keep bringing him up. He is really kind of a local thing, eh?
Oh, he's the right-wing guy that's banned?
Yes.
Oh,
He's
man.
Fucking, I love it.
He's banned. Yes, this is okay. All right. Oh, I just got really excited for this.
Red. So you're the
I know this guy.
You're the guy that's banned?
I'm the guy that's got to go to court, yeah.
What happened?
What happened?
All right.
High on cotton use?
You can now say gay retard at work under Trump. I mean, you're going to lose all of your rights. Federal troops are going to come.
It's like the TGIF
into your
crossover
city,
episode. It
but
is.
you can say gay
Oh my.
retard at work.
Oh my God. Who's at the door? Did I do that?
Those boots aren't going to lick themselves, I tell you. Let's go. This is a picture of a...
Those boots aren't going to lick themselves.
That's a woman's reproductive system. No man
This is
can
a
ever become a woman.
clitoris. I want to show you where the clitoris is. Do you know where the clitoris
my wife
is?
knows. I know exactly where it's at.
Okay. Okay.
I'm like you probably never had a woman in your life. Beta cuck.
There you go. So this
Beta
is
cuck boy.
this is clitoris. Okay. What's your body count?
Oh, I don't have a body count.
You don't have a body count?
I got a wife.
What's her body count?
Me.
Oh wow! Look, Antifa, they're being violent.
And like 80 other protesters.
Oh yeah, Antifa is violent. You can't gaslight, bro. I've been attacked.
Oh man, I do really. I don't know. I like this fan fiction that we created where like nightly she was just like, "Do not come home until 9 o'clock." 9 o'clock there, Tommy. Do not come home any earlier. I swear to God. I got arrested though. They're not gonna let me protest. Just go to the end where the storage is. You broke a story there. Why not just stay there? Tommy, I need you to stay out.
Why are you the one that's banned and not them then?
Because Antifa police, that's why. Antifa police.
A few moments later. He's so much better than my husband who doesn't. He doesn't know where the clit is.
Those are Antifa police.
You mean
Meanwhile.
Cop Tifa? Cop Tifa. You know what? The police are Cop Tifa, and we need to abolish them. Yes, thank you so much. I'm glad we could find Cop Tifa. Yeah, you know what? We need to abolish Cop Tifa.
Do you know why he has to stay down here?
Because he's got to fight.
He has a court order
Wait.
against him.
Wait. For
assault.
what? Ooh, I gotta quote Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Ooh, self-burn. That's rare.
He knocked 3 people out, so now he has to say 200 feet.
Wait, bro, do you wanna? It's a picture of a vagina and a clitoris right here.
Walter.
Clitoris and a clitoris.
Oh shit. You were calling me hot in your comment section. You like 5th grade boys?
Nobody
I
ever
didn't say you're
calls you
hot.
hot, that's for sure.
Yeah, so they have been sexually harassing me online. I'm the girl who got maced, if y'all have ever seen that video.
So I was trying to show them a picture of a vagina.
Yeah, they don't know what that is.
He knows where the clitoris is.
Not a clue. Not
Okay, so if we got his wife out here, she would say hard no.
Oh no, she's working right now. She's paying the bills while he's out.
Yeah, he was fired. Yeah, he was fired from his job. At least that's something that he has repeated often. All right. Gotta say, Sylvie came in with a pretty good start of the evening there. Was not intending to watch the entire video, but because of how often we have been covering that exact stretch, you know, it's weird to cover that so often to where if I do see it, I'm gonna have that moment where it's like, oh wow. Oh wow, I know this. Hey, I'm gonna go over here and like they got the train track here. Whoa, wow. It's just like fucking tourists. Oh man. Is his wife like having a Canadian girlfriend? I don't get that reference. I don't want to do the thing where it's like explain, but if it's a short explanation, I wouldn't mind one. Alrighty. What's going on? What's going on? Uh-oh. Yes. I have to get my wife a cold water. Yo, Holden. Yo, hello, Pep Talks. Hey, Holden, if I know you by another name, we're having that weird thing where YouTube switched up the names, so do not be ashamed. We have had to have a few people come out and correct. But, I think I actually know you by Holden, don't I? Common insult trope that they have a girlfriend, but they live in Canada. Oh, yeah, they learned that when they're like a kid. Yeah, that's like summer camp shit. It's like, yeah, I have a girlfriend. She goes to another school. You've never met her. There have been the few times where it's just like, and then they do have the girlfriend. You're like, oh, I'll be fucked. Well, all right, be a little more cautious with that in the future. Oh man, no, seeing Tommy Boy. All right. Number one, he's eating up all this exposure, but he doesn't really understand that he's probably more famous in these types of circles. Oh man, he probably does have like more hate watchers at this point. Because his numbers aren't bad, unfortunately. I did do the curious thing where I was like, all right, let's go on X and see how many live viewers he had. He had 9K. He said he was very proud of himself with that one. But yeah, those vertical I mean, let's be real. When I do vertical man on the street videos, I'm cracking about 5 myself. So hey man. I'm not used to this doing this like so late. Like I keep looking at the clock and I'm just like, oh, I should be wrapping up soon. Or it's like, nope. Going for a while here tonight. We are more than likely going to do the full 4 hours. So if you guys are down to hang, let's have a good time. Also, if you guys have not already hit that like button, please do. Helps out the stream. Gets me out into the algorithm, makes it awesome. Really do appreciate it. And if you haven't already subscribed to the channel and you're having fun, please do that. And if you guys are new here, the cancer fund is, I should put wife's cancer fund. But yeah, we're at that point where, oh my god, okay, I do need to say, got a new wave of bills. There was some confusion, and then there was also, holy shit, like looking at the itemization, I thought it was bad before. No, round 2, way worse, and thank you, Donald Trump, for like, while we are going through treatment, and well, she's going through treatment, I am just, there for the ride. Yeah, he makes it so you can't escape this. It's going to be on your credit forever, and they can go after you for it, which is just fucking awesome. So, and you know what? To anybody out there that's going through this shit, if you want to reach out and just kind of vent, and if you don't necessarily want to do it on stream here, you can always reach out in Discord. I am here to hear some of that, because I almost should do like a support group of people that are just going through medical stuff. Hey, here's my bank balance after paying. Oh, dude, thank you. Well, $2 does a lot here. $2 gets the pup his due for stream. So thank you for paying my pup's nightly commission. He's gonna be very happy. If you don't know, he's Stan. Probably a more spoiled dog than Kaya, and as you can see, no questionable shock collar. Yes, I did it. Look. And one more. Yo, he's so cute. Today, I saw him do something that he has not done in a long time. So he went and just emptied out his entire toy box and started like throwing them around looking for one specific toy. He has not done that in a long time. So it was really, really good to see. Sending good energy, bro. I really appreciate that. All right, so here's the thing. Wife just shot down a request for a cold water, so I'm gonna go grab her a water. I'm gonna just chair stream this for a second. I'll be right back. Behave. Oh boy. That was cute. She was watching upstairs, so I walk in and I just turn to the TV and they're standing. I just see him going like this. Staring at the camera. Do you think he knows? No. Does he know? He might have an idea. Because that would explain why every time I go to take a picture of him, he does this. Like, nope. Nope. I don't want you taking that picture. Actually, my cat. That's the worst with that. Oh, dude, really? Thank you. Thank you for the $2, New Zealand. Damn chair. Never thought about it like that. You made some good points. Oh, God. Sylvie, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that.
$5. Damn, chair. Never thought about it like that. You made some good points.
Well, I mean, if this is how it's going to be. Holy crap. All right, well, here's... I am so lucky that I did not give him his nightly meal, because I have a feeling this will be it. Which, that's perfectly fine by him. He loves these things. You see how he actually does that, where he'll like bite it and then he'll like kind of give him the moment to chew. Doesn't usually do that. Yeah. You should see him eat cheese. Which, you know, with the Ethan Klein's dog thing, I looked into it and I have made the executive decision to not do that anymore. Because yeah, the sodium level in cheese is really bad. Don't blame me, I voted for the prosecutor, not the criminal. Yeah, I mean... Yes. Jan Morgan, welcome to stream. If you are new here, especially, welcome. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, we are of the same persuasion, I guess. Listen, I'm very open about me being more DSA, and I was DSA before it was cool. Which... Oh, God, do we have to do that now, guys? Like, hey, wait a minute, you guys just got here. Nah, let's not give in to our impulses to do that. God, it's one of the worst impulses. Doing gatekeeping just because you're like, you know what? No, I was here first. I was part of the fan club. I had the first 2 albums. You guys jumped on the radio play, and all of a sudden this band gets big. I can't. You can tell that I actually had that a few times. So it's just like, no, name. Oh my God, when they were like, name one song, I'm like, okay. I didn't do that to like women, but I did that to like dudes that were wearing concert shirts, or I'd just be like, oh yeah? Especially if it was one of the newer ones. As I said, man, when I was in my 20s, I was a dick. That's why I tried to give people room to grow. Also, actually, just realized I forgot to message someone back. Yeah, I'll do that later. All right, cool. But I did get sent a story here. Ah. 18.7 million in efforts to stop Mamdani. I hope you guys got out and... Oh, what am I doing? I hope you guys got out and voted, if you could. I don't think any of us could. Now that I'm looking at chat, I'm like, okay, is anybody here from New York? I know Bloodstone's New York adjacent, but did you vote? I think you said you early voted, right? I remember correctly. Oh, yeah, here. Or wait, is it not voting day? No, it's not voting day. I meant early voting. You know what? Things have been confusing, and for some reason, I thought today was Tuesday. Oh, things are starting to blend together. Are you going to do live coverage on the 4th? I'm going to try, as long as they don't lock it down. With this space? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, if they already have the permissions and stuff like that, I'll make sure that I RSVP this time. Although, I think I RSVP'd last time. You early voted. I will get my sticker in the mail soon, hopefully. Oh, nice. So, wait, they send you, like, a receipt and a sticker? That's actually kind of cool. Huh. Yeah, we don't do that here. You don't get a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do. Because, technically, you do have to turn in your ballot. So, like, the way early voting works here is you'll get your ballot, and then you can take it to, like, the post office or Village Hall. But, yeah, then they stamp it and give you your sticker. So... I think that's for most precincts in Illinois, though. I need to find... You know what? I'm going to study up on that a little bit before the elections. Because I don't know if it's completely different in, like, Chicago than it is in the rest of the state. Yeah, I get my I voted sticker in the mail. That's interesting. I have every I voted sticker from, like, when I could start voting. I put them all... This is kind of embarrassing to admit. So I have a very nice Optimus Prime, technically movable. It's a mobile statue, but it's also a big action figure because he does fully transform. But on the base that talks, I have put every I voted sticker on there. I'll take a picture and post it in Discord. It's Optimus Prime is the protector of my democracy, or like the memories of me contributing to my democracy. Which, God, I don't want to say, can you imagine, knock on wood. But fuck, they want us to. They want us to live in a time where we will just be like, you remember voting? I remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. The fact that I can turn into Pepperidge Farm. Like, anytime that I have an old reference, that's Pepperidge Farm, and I like it. I like the reference. All right, so billionaire donors led by Michael Bloomberg. Go figure. Contributed 18.7 to Andrew Cuomo. So it's going to the super PAC? Huh. So this is technically money that he'll get to keep, right? Because if it's super PAC money, I thought that they get to just keep that money and then allocate it as they want. And that's where, you know, the Green Party PAC, led by one Jill Stein, has always seen stagnation. I can't stand Jill Stein. Okay, well, that was honestly, who sent that to me? Doesn't say. Okay, that's weird. Usually there's a name to this. Well, to anonymous contributor to the show, I appreciate that, but I don't think it's a big deal. Although, you know what? I also don't want to do the thing where it's like Zoran has, like, he's already won. Because there was one statistic that kind of bothered me that showed that a lot of the early voting was like, you know, Gen X and boomers. That's not a great sign, but I don't know. That could also just be them poisoning the well as far as like the reporting on this, because they want people to kind of either... Well, hold on. Because wouldn't that dissuade the wrong people? Because theoretically, if this, like, let's play the PSYOP angle to this, right? Because this happened during the presidential election. And everybody kind of speculated that, you know, with Kamala, where she wasn't as, you know, forthcoming with the 50-50, you know, polls, because they were trying to excite their viewers or like their base, but they also then play the game of we need every one of you to vote, so it kind of confused a bunch of people. Pulling for a late Sliwa search. I swear to God, if that happens, that would be the greatest upset, but also be absolutely hilarious. Not for New York, though. Does anybody know, like, do you think he's actually going to be able to do, like, I think he'll be able to do the buses. I'm not too sure about the grocery stores. And I'm just doing the thing where I kind of think like my dad for a second, because my pops, that's all he knows about Zoran Mondani is, like, the two things that he's heard in the news, where he's just like, I heard he's trying to give them, like, free buses and, you know, free grocery stores. He's like, I want to get free groceries. Does that mean I have to move to New York? I'm like, Dad, that's not how it works. I'm like, no, you don't get it. It's putting grocery stores in already, you know, like, well-known food desert areas, and they're subsidized by the government, so you can get cheaper products. It's still going to be, you know, run like a grocery store. And he just couldn't, like, wrap his head around that, which it always annoys me when somebody who really understands numbers in business, like, they can't account for, like, certain government subsidies, but the second you start applying it to, like, you know, doing a tax write-off, then he's right there. So I'm not sure if it's quite as, like, if it's disingenuous, or it's like his way of just being like, I don't want to argue. Go with the with B on that one. He's very much that way, where it's just like, no drama. My dad does this thing where, like, we start, like, arguing. He's like, no drama. It's okay. Reminds me of his he does a pretty killer Richard Nixon impression. But people have to work there. Zoran is a job creator. Well, yeah, it's Zorhan or I just got it. I just saw your mistype, which, oh my God, I just thought of that Adam Sandler movie for the first time with all this. That movie sucked. Don't mess with the Zohan. How have I not? I'm sure that somebody's made that, and I just, like, in one ear, out the other with that shit. Can we count on your vote for Trump? Well, no, because apparently he can't count on your vote for him, because he even just came out and admitted he was just like, there's no avenue. Well, too bad. You know what's kind of funny? I think that he got an MRI and admitted it, which was kind of funny, that he is admitting that he's definitely getting checked for some cognitive impairment. I think that he's coming to terms with the fact that he's not going to make it that long. Like, everybody said this about Biden, but for fucking... This is one thing I'll say about Biden's administration. At least they played the whole, like, you know, they pretended the president was, like, a monolith. So they were like, okay, we cannot let any of this out. Trump, to his detriment, a lot of times, just can't shut the fuck up. So, like, you'll see where he'll start talking about his doctors, or like, he'll go off script, and everybody is just like, wheel it back, dude, wheel it back. And then you'll also, one of my favorite clips recently is just watching the press secretary just be like, no. She knew she was gonna have to deal with it. But yeah, not exactly the troll you think it is when you aren't exactly informed up on your side of the news. Like, that's kind of sad to me when a lot of these MAGA guys come in. They're just so happy that Trump's in there, and all they know is just, like, baseline fucking, like, you know, 6th grade brained troll behavior. They just know how to think with just, oh, I'm an angry person, so I'm gonna go show how angry I am and get other people angry. Come on, man, get a better hobby. I'm in that place tonight. Actually, you know what? Ginger ale is good. Have a good night, brother. The deportations will continue. Well, I mean, they are continuing, but you do realize that they're getting in trouble for trying to deport legal citizens. They're getting in trouble for strong-arm tactics. Dude, if you are enjoying this, cool. Number one, says a lot about you. It really does, because it kind of, like, reflects as, like, you're not a real patriot. Like, I like how Walter covered this one, where it's like the don't step on Snek, like, you know, don't tread on me, was literally to show, like, you know, big government coming in and doing exactly what they're doing. But, some Kiwi lady and her 2 kids were locked up for 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, dude. They just locked up a dude for a meme for over a month. And that guy's suing hard. Oh my God. So I saw Kyle did that story yesterday. I actually have it still pulled up from when I wanted to cover it. But yeah, I got the update while I was at the chemo appointment. Again, because I don't know how smart this is, but in a room full of old people, they do have just the news going on, and I could see where the hospital's like, well, CBS is, you know, neutral, local news. It's like, like, if you know type of thing. So every old person in there is pretty happy, and then they did the story on Kat, and I saw the spin, so I just kind of quietly made a little comment to my wife, and you could kind of tell that the person, like, next to me, this old dude, he was not too happy to have, you know, a lived out young dude in his chemo ward, which yeah, because we want to fucking be there. Also, you know, what happened, like, you know how our parents used to just be like, don't stare, it's impolite to stare. These motherfuckers apparently never got that memo. A bunch of these people who, like, I'm guessing 70s, 80s years old, they're looking at me and my wife, right? And they're just doing the thing where they're staring for too long, where I could feel their eyes on me, and I hated it. I absolutely hate that shit, and ugh, it sucks. But you know what? It is kind of also funny, because you can tell that, like, the nurses are so sick of these people's shit, and they're just prepared to deal with some old shitty people. So it's like a breath of relief to you know, have someone actually be nice and patient, and they essentially have become, like, so friendly with my wife that you can tell that they come to her almost like for a reprieve. Probably can't see anything. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, and there's a twist. They're just staring, but they don't actually say. Oh, you know, it's funny because I didn't think about that, and oh, I feel kind of bad if it's true. Oh, there's one specific guy. Oh no, because I'm telling you, man, I was like so close to just being like. Well, actually, I wish I could have done that. You can't see me. John Cena joke. There we go. What's up? You need more treats, or are you treated out? What's up? What's up with them big eyes? Look at this guy. Look at this guy. When he comes up to you, how can you just ignore him? Actually, damn near impossible with him. Because he'll do the thing, like he'll come up and just like put his head like right against you and then just keep pushing. It's just like, okay. Okay, I know you're there. Oh, man. I just saw that AG wrapped up. Hell yeah, I hope he had a good show. Oh, he probably hopped off a little bit ago, didn't he? Well, either way, I was dead serious where I was saying that I didn't really want to interfere, and I saw that he was live on this space again tonight, and I was just like, oh, crap, because I was going to go live at 8, but I waited until 8:40, so, you know, we could chill, have a good old time. God, I've been watching way too much Bob Ross. I've been also doing the impression, but I'm catching myself like that, right there, like, we'll have a good old time. You know, we're not going to sweat it. We don't make mistakes here. We just make happy accidents, okay? We're just going to keep dabbing that on, and we're going to make bold moves. We make bold moves here on Pep Talks, okay? We also just, we let ourselves have fun, and we let our imaginations run wild. Remember, the painting is your world. You can create whatever you want there. Bob Ross is legit one of the most inspirational human beings ever, and he, like, everybody should be required to watch him and Mr. Rogers. It's just like, it should be human training. Love me a good serendipity. So, is it bad that, again, this is no joke, my wife has watched, like, I think that her watching my stream right now is the first time that she's not been watching Bob Ross in like the past 6 days. And I asked her, I'm like, do you want something else on? She's like, no. She's like, I'm perfectly fine with this. And when we were talking and kind of like, we were poking fun a little bit, because it's hard to really actually poke fun at Bob Ross. Except for, I will bring this up. It's, pay attention to his nail. Like, here. Yeah, I'm gonna Google Bob Ross's pinky nail, and you guys can formulate your own opinion. But I happen to know exactly what's going on there. Check this out. I love how that's the first thing that comes up when you even put the P there. We need a better picture. We need a better picture. We need a better picture. What the fuck is that? Not sure, but yeah. Okay. Well, this one already says what they think it is, so I don't want to do that. But that really is the best picture. Okay, fuck it. Google's not Google. Do that thing. Sorry, I've been having trouble when I pull up pictures like this. For some reason, it'll block it out on my stream, so I'm thinking that they're doing like a copyright thing, like even with images, where they're just like, nope, can't have that. All right, so this is Bob Ross's pinky nail. Not sure about you guys, but we call that a yes. Always Coca-Cola. But, and this is going to be a little bit of a harder thing to sell because of the way that Bob Ross looks. Like, if you just showed me Bob Ross and I never saw any of his content, I would be like, Well, duh. I mean, look at the guy. Like he's a skinny dude with a perm, a beard, a gold chain necklace, and some bell bottoms. And you're telling me that you're surprised by a nail like that? Okay. But it's not as fun as you would think. There's a good explanation that he himself covered on The Joy of Painting. His long nail is actually, it's for artists because of the way that the, oh my god, what? The easel, not the easel. Oh my god, I fucking paint. The thing with the paint on it. Oh my god, palette. His giant palette. So he uses that to stabilize. Thank you. I got it. I was just like, listen, we have brain farts here on Pep Talks. But yes, it's there to stabilize like the rest of his hand, and yeah, it's as simple as that. When I found out the official explanation, I was like, oh. And then I kind of thought about it too. I was just like, oh, wait a minute, because I do have that problem. Anytime that I've held one of those things, these two fingers start falling asleep. I call it switch fingers, because like when you are playing, like here, look at this. So when you're playing the Switch, right? Especially if you're like laying down, dude, like there's nothing worse than when you're in a boss battle. Like I remember specifically when I was playing Tears of the Kingdom, I was in the middle of a pretty serious boss battle with one of the, oh my god, I am having massive brain farts tonight. The centaur looking guys, the lichens, I think is what they're called. No, not lichens, but either way. Yes, fingers fall asleep all the time. So that's why I like the Switch 2. That kind of solved that, but really didn't. Once that happened, when I was playing Switch 2, I was like, oh, damn it. Claw hand. Oh, is that actually what's called, claw hand? I could see that. I'm being serious for a second. I used to I use my pinky finger to stabilize a lot of things, so I have a claw hand. Oh, okay, cool. That makes a lot of sense now. The thing is, I'm wondering, like on the Switch, if I had that, would it help? Probably not. Can we all just come to the universal agreement that the original Switch and even the Switch OLED was way too fucking small? Like, I understand you're making it, like, you're making a children's console, but let's be fucking real. No, you're not. 3.7 million people are playing Pokemon right now. You think that... Really? Come on. Kirby Air Riders, though. I'm really looking forward to Kirby Air Riders. God. Which I'm probably going to have to wait a long time to even get. Damn it. Thank you 2025 for just being so awesome. Mom Donnie said the wealthy are spending more to stop him from winning than they would have taxed it. Yeah. Either you support the people or you support the donor class. I hope that people are showing up for Mom Donnie. I really do. I played COD Mobile from Season 1 after my PC broke. I love mobile games now. Really? Is it actually good on mobile? Like, I shooters on mobile were always, like, really bad. I remember when they ported Doom, I just don't like the joystick and, like, you know, the button combo. And I had for a moment there, for the iPhone 7, one of those Logitech things that, like, would, you know, turn your iPhone 7 into a gaming device, kind of a la PSP. Actually, the PSP is still way ahead of its time. I still play my Vita. Like, although it's mostly the cross-play function. But I love how they released another like portable system for the PS5, and I was just like, you do know that this one works still, right? You can get controllers that work with your phone now, so it's pretty easy. Oh, I didn't know that. Huh? Pepperidge Farm doesn't remember. Pepperidge Farm is learning things. Oh, I already forgot, and I shit myself. I made a brain fart and an actual fart. You know what they say at a certain age, you can't trust a fart. Well, can't trust either. Grandpa Pep's coming out with future advice. Sad part is, I probably will end up giving that advice. Touchscreen is better because with control, I push the sights. Touchscreen drags like a KB and mouse. Oh, really? Really? Listen, I'll be completely, like, this is gonna be an unpopular opinion. I personally have gotten out of first-person shooters. I'm just not a fan anymore. I used to play a lot of Overwatch. We were recently talking about it because I like to play Junkrat and I don't know. Overwatch 2 just lost me. I tried to get back into it and I just can't. I don't know, man. Sometimes you just get out of things and I have to start accepting that. I just hope that's not happening with comic books. I'm being very careful. So I'm going to get serious here just for a second, but this is where I'm worried that I might be falling into a bit of a depression, is I'm not enjoying my comics and, like, the things that I usually do with, like, the amount of joy, but I also think that my brain has kind of shifted. Our Pep is growing up. Stop it. I don't like that, dude. I don't know, man. I got bullied a lot for that shit, like, growing up, and then saw it normalized, saw pop culture, like, latch onto that stuff. You know, once everybody knew who Thanos was, that was a trip for me, where I was just like, what the if you had told me this in high school, I would have legit just been like, what world are you living in that they're gonna put Thanos in a movie? And it turned out to be great. I do love, like, the original, like, up to Endgame, like the original phase, that phase of Marvel was a masterpiece. I'm glad that they did something where you could technically place it, like, if it ended at Endgame for you, fine. I'm not one of those people that's like, you gotta check out all the... It's like, no, you really don't. There's, like, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, I will say that. At least finish that for yourself. Guardians 3 is great. But, yeah. We all phase out of FPS after a certain age. It happens to all of us. Really? I guess that's kind of making me feel okay. Because, like, I can't wait for... I hate to admit this, but I can't wait for Grand Theft Auto. I really can't. Dude, you know it's bad when they had that announcement, and that's one of the first times that I had, like, a real wife moment where it was, like, kind of like a stereotypical meme where I was just like, GTA 6, and she's just like, oh, so you're not gonna be, like, doing anything but that for a couple months, right? I'm like, ooh. Well, I mean, yeah. So, I'm hoping that I don't go into that, but I'll realistically be playing it like an adult, you know, on a Saturday or a Sunday when I have some time to myself. Or maybe, just maybe, I'll be one of those guys where it's just like, hey guys, you guys want to play some GTA 6? I'm 45 and I have been playing games since they were on cassettes. Still playing BR and FPS games. See, I am really big into, you know, RPGs. I love just, guys, I like especially old RPGs, like sitting down and replaying Final Fantasy 7 and 8, the classic editions. that was so much fun. And then Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars is one of the best FPS games to come out or FPS, sorry, JRPG games. Got me saying FPS. Highly recommended, by the way, if you guys like JRPGs and have not played it. It is so fucking good. But we got Disgaea, I think 10 finally coming out, which I didn't even know they got past like 7. I was like, wait, we're on 10? I used to keep up with that series. Obviously, I do not. Oh, man. But yeah, I gotta still play Final Fantasy Rebirth. I never even touched that. Because I played Remake and Intermission, and I want, like, once I found out that all your stuff carries over from your save file from Remake, I was like, no, I'm going to 100% this game. So, I at least did that, so I'm ready for when my save file picks up. I'm going to have, I'm pretty tanky right now, so I have every weapons variant, and I also am only missing one of the master materias, and that's the XP up materia for Yuffie. Sorry, got super nerdy there. We can get back to the politics now, so at the risk of getting too in depth there. Oh, wait a minute, this is the old video. Crap. Hold on. Where is just realized that this fucking dude. All right, either she took this down or yeah. Okay, so her response video is gone. Did her lawyers talk to her about that? Huh. Either way. Okay, so we'll play this one. We'll at least get the full context of this. I did get the text message. Here, let me read that. This came from her campaign. It's Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. I have learned that Donald Trump's Department of Justice has charged six people, including myself, with federal crimes for exercising our First Amendment rights near ICE's Broadview Processing Center. This is a political prosecution and gross attempt at silencing dissent, a right protected under the First Amendment. Here's the truth. As I and others exercised our First Amendment rights, ICE has hit, dragged, thrown, shot with pepper balls, and tear gassed hundreds of protesters, including myself. This case is yet another attempt by the Trump administration to criminalize protest and punish those who dare speak up. Because Chicago doesn't back down, that's true. Because Chicago doesn't back down from bullies in masks who tear gas our neighbors, this administration is resorting to weaponizing the federal legal system to scare us into silence. They know they are wrong, they know that they are inhumane, and they know that history will not be on their side. We cannot diminish ourselves in the face of these tactics. It's time to unite and show up for humanity, for our rights, and for everyone terrorized by Trump's lawless secret police. The legal fight will be extraordinarily expensive, which that was the whole point of this, by the way. And I need you on my team. Just $1 from our supporters would go a long way to ensuring we have the resources we need to defeat the First Amendment. If you guys want me to share that link, I will share it in the Discord. And yeah, you guys would be able to contribute to her campaign, which I am all for.
My name is Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and the Department of Justice is charging 6 people, including myself, with federal crimes for exercising our First Amendment rights near ICE's Broadview Processing Center. This is a political prosecution and a gross attempt to silence dissent. a right protected under the First Amendment. This case is a major push by the Trump administration to criminalize protest and punish anyone who speaks out against them. That's why I'm going to fight these unjust charges, but I need your help to do it. As I and others have exercised our First Amendment rights, ICE has hit, dragged, thrown, shot with pepper balls, and tear gassed hundreds of protesters. Simply because
That sweater's very, like, I don't know, sci-fi-esque. It looks like something that they'd be wearing under, you know, some uniform.
had the gall to say that masked men coming into our communities, abducting our neighbors, and terrorizing us cannot be our new normal. And because Chicago doesn't back down from bullies in masks who tear gas our neighborhoods, this administration has resorted to weaponizing the federal justice system to scare us into silence. But we're not going to be silent. The Trump administration wants you to be afraid of speaking out against it and its anti-democratic power grabs. And there are plenty of reasons to be afraid right now, but we have to overcome that fear. This case targets our rights to protest, speak freely, and associate with anyone who disagrees with the government.
Does she address the charges?
And while we have seen the
Because they are ridiculous.
unhinged and unlawful tactics this administration has used against the American public, it's important to remember they're doing this because they are scared. They are wrong. And they know they are on the wrong side of history. We cannot diminish ourselves in the face of these attacks. That's why
They are literally banking on us just getting tired of this and just being like, I can't do this. I kind of mentioned this at the beginning of the show, but I know a lot of people that are tuning out of the news because they're doing it for mental health reasons, which is not bad, but the fact that they are completely tuning out and they are kind of reacting with like, wait, he's doing what now? And I just keep saying, I'm like, guys, if they're losing you on this, then we're fucked. Like, if you are centrist and you're tuning the fuck out and you're burying your head, that's exactly what they want.
we have to unite and stand up for humanity, our rights, and everyone terrorized by
I mean,
Trump's
at this
law-
point, is it because I kind of said this where I was like, is it going to take these people coming into your lily white neighborhoods, you know, where your kids are having soccer practice, and just because they happen to be on a fucking soccer team with somebody with the last name Gonzalez, that they like all of a sudden you're getting peppered with tear gas, and then it's a problem.
Secret police. You'll be hearing regular
I want to be able to tune out.
updates
Yeah, it'd be nice.
directly
Do you know how many times I've said that if I could just do the content pivot to like comics or something like that, like how good that would be for my mental health?
from me about this case and how we
But it also, I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I would never be able to fully tune out. Even when I've tried, I always come back, like, to just paying attention to politics. I don't even last a day.
can use our constitutional
I can't remember the last time that I've gone a full 24 hours without looking at my phone or looking at a political news story and giving it some thought.
rights to resist authoritarianism.
Maybe that's not
And
healthy.
As scary as all of this is, I have spent my career fighting America's backslide into fascism. I'm not going to stop now, and I hope you won't either.
No, I mean, okay. I'm gonna address this though. I have a little issue that she's not bringing up the charges because it doesn't not help her. Listing the charges, like, it shows how ridiculous it is, and then even kind of showing the videos. But I do understand that, like, with what CBS is running, it does actually make it look like the, protesters were scratched, because CBS, here, I'm going to try and find this. CBS, Chicago. Here we go.
Indictments and arrests.
This is the exact one. Here we go. No, it's not. This is ABC 7. Damn it. No, I want the CBS one. ABC 7 is still too fair. 1 month ago.
House candidate Kat Abu-Ghazal.
What is with this woman's face? What is happening here? Guys? Yeah.
has been federally indicted along with 5 others for allegedly blocking vehicles outside an Illinois ICE center during a protest against immigration enforcement.
The Department of Justice is charging 6 people, including
She needs to fire her nose surgeon.
myself, with federal crimes for exercising our First Amendment rights near ICE's Broadview Processing Center. This is a political prosecution and a gross attempt to silence dissent.
The indictment claims Abu Ghazaleh and the group conspired to impede a federal agent by force and intimidation, forcing him to
A 5'1" girl.
slowly drive
I'm sorry,
to
man.
avoid injury. The 26-year-old progressive running to replace retiring Representative Jan Schakowsky in Illinois denounces it as a Trump-era power grab to quiet protests against ICE tactics like tear gas and pepper balls. None of the 6 have been arrested but plan to self-surrender on November 5th. The Broadview facility has sparked repeated clashes, leading to a federal judge's order limiting law enforcement's use of force and local restrictions on protest hours. House candidate.
Please hold. She reminds me of the Ferris Bueller, like the way that she had the upspeak at the beginning. Where is the CBS clip? It's almost like they were embarrassed by their effing coverage of it. That's WGN, and I can't use that. Thanks. Thank you so much for, being open and honest with everybody enough to where you're trying to block anybody from using the footage.
Hey, so do you remember this video? You might remember that one, but you might not have even seen this one.
Yep. Yep. Literally picked her up, like from the ground. Yes, again, big scary cat.
That's the same person. That's Kat Abugazela being thrown to the ground on 2 separate.
I'm so glad that everybody has a hard time saying her name, but I am right.
Occasions by ICE. But it's not the only 2 times that ICE has thrown this specific person to the ground.
This is actually the 3rd time that ICE has thrown me to the ground. I have been at this facility for the last 3 weeks every Friday morning, and I'll be back this Friday. It's probably the most violent occasion of throwing me to the ground.
Kat Abugazela is running for Congressional District 9 in Illinois, but it's not the fact that she's running for Congress that I want to talk about. It's the fact of how she's been treated in front of the public by ICE. I refuse to call them federal agents.
That is the Jolly Good Ginger,
By the way, I keep
indeed.
hearing people refer to them as
Fan of the man.
federal agents, as if they're a...
God, I hate to admit this, but I've been a fan of this dude since he started making videos and posting them on Facebook.
legitimate police force. I will only refer to them as domestic terrorists because this is state-sponsored terrorism. I don't care
Absolutely.
if it's legal. It's terrorism.
Yeah.
And what I want to talk
I'm glad
about...
that he's seeing him riled up like this really does kind of show, like, okay, guys, like,
is how ICE is treating
finally just
not
everybody's
just the people
calling
they
this what it
kidnap,
is.
not just
that
the
he had a problem with that. It's just he was a little more careful with that
they
language.
terrorize, but the people that are protesting ICE. On 3 separate occasions, Kat has been thrown to the ground by ICE for nothing more than practicing her First Amendment right to protest them. And now a video has been released by her in which we learn that there's a federal indictment against her.
The Department of Justice is charging 6 people, including myself, with federal crimes for exercising our First Amendment rights near ICE's Broadview Processing Center.
The government is federally indicting her for practicing her First Amendment right. This is fucking serious, and I need you to lock in. I need people to realize that Donald Trump and the federal government has gone beyond just threats. Remember during the campaign when he said he's going to go after the enemy within, and a lot of people treated it like it was just an empty threat? That's just Donald Trump talking. Well, now he's actively targeting us. Hey, but Jolly, who is us? Us. We are the people who exercise our First Amendment rights in defiance of people being kidnapped. Us, the people who exercise our First Amendment right in defiance of our neighbors neighbors being stripped out
I was watching this on Facebook earlier. Hey.
houses. Us, people who practice our First Amendment right in defiance of people being stripped out of workplaces, school pickup lines, by masked men who refuse to identify themselves. That's who he's going after. Us. Anybody should be in defiance of any
extra carbonated
of that. The Constitution says we can practice our freedom of speech and expression to be in defiance of that. But the Trump administration has said you cannot protest. And that is where democracy ends and fascism begins. So lock in.
The Democratic Party is in on the whole operation.
I spent 13 years in this government.
I mean, they're definitely in cahoots. Listen, we're going to be watching something about a MAGA comedian that turns on MAGA. He actually makes a good point about how, like, if you go behind the scenes in any capacity in politics, like, so this is what did it for me. I had a job coming up on the 1-year anniversary. I'll likely, I'm doing some finishing touches on looking into what I can and can't say. But so far, so good, that I will be able to let you guys know exactly what I did. But because of my old job, I had a situation where I had to work with a lot of politicians and specifically like the politicians' staff. So I saw a lot of crossover where you would see these guys talking. So specifically, how can I do this with being vague? There was a conference where there was a prominent Democrat and a very prominent Republican, where at this conference, they did a televised piece that was your typical, you know, this guy sucks, he wants more taxes, this guy, blah, 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 blah. But after that, they came into like our side of things, and you saw these guys yucking it up, clinking glasses, and just having a good old time with each other. And just, I don't know, man. Being able to watch them go from like the performance on stage, like I've been a wrestling fan my entire life, like my entire thinking life. And yeah, it's weird how I can just spot the kayfabe and just be like, and I know this isn't exactly like, whoa, pro wrestling and politics, because like literally this comedian says the same thing. But I've been thinking this for years. Specifically when I saw that, I was like, oh, this is like seeing Triple H, you know, hug Kevin Nash. That was, again, that was something. My stupid young wrestling fan brain was just like, what do you mean they're not? They're supposed to be enemies. That was when kayfabe was essentially broken for me.
I spent 13 years in military intelligence. I understand.
It's the same shit, but that's why they hate democratic socialists, is because democratic socialists do stem from grassroots. They literally come from, you know, having a situation that kind of, I hate using this term radicalized, but it does. It radicalizes you into politics because, like, you have a family member that died from lack of health care. You have something that wakes you up to the injustices of our system, and then you start doing just even your baseline homework and going, oh my God, the system is rigged against us. And then you do see the right wing where it's like, this is where, unfortunately, I will still caucus with the Democrats because I live in a state that I'm not really afforded the ability to not do this. This is why I like democratic socialism, because it works within the confines of something that I have to work with. But that's where you are seeing a influx of popularity of people that now see it, where they're just like, because they've always anecdotally said, we want a person like us. We love the Joe the plumber. This is why we love Trump. He talks like us. It's like, he says the F word. Just be real. He says fuck. And that's what all it took was a guy that was like, hey, you know what? Fuck this guy and fuck you.
How the government operates. So let's take a peek behind the curtain. But first, do me a favor, like
and subscribe. Hell
video,
yeah.
leave a comment, good or bad.
Leave
Hell, leave 3 comments if you want to. And when I'm finished, if my insight is something that you haven't thought of before.
That being, that being said, they will produce celebrity DSA leaders who will do their best to co-opt the movement's goals. Co-opting the movement's goals is not necessarily a bad thing as long as they actually provide So this is where I'm also like, having a politician be a politician is not exactly surprising. So like, see if Zoran started doing something that was kind of like, okay. As long as he's not like as long as he's not John Fetterman. John Fetterman is the masterclass and just like, oh my God, we thought Kirsten Sinema was bad.
Subscribe button so you can come back for more. All right, let's look at how ICE is operating. Before we talk about the federal indictment again.
The biggest thing that we cannot fall into is what they're doing with like Graham Plantner, where it's just we constantly fall for this shit. So we stop supporting certain candidates because of one disagreement or something.
Against Kat Abu-Ghazala. Let's just look at what ICE has been up to. There's videos of the
ICE brutalizes mom who couldn't remember her social security number.
Shooting protesters with their
Wait a minute. Not being able to remember numbers, and we're going to be, oh boy.
ball guns.
Holy shit. Yeah, this guy. Can I also say we watched an interview with this dude where I was like, oh, he's...
You saw his back? That's
all
literally
there.
just indiscriminate shooting. We've seen them shoot pastors in the head.
Again, thank you for the optics, guys.
Now that's a pastor. That's a Christian.
And did you see what the right did when they were faced with that video evidence? So they're like, that was a guy in a Halloween costume.
The reason ICE is in neighborhoods to begin with kidnapping people is because Christian nationalists want to kick people out of the country they stole. And they're willing to shoot other Christians to make that possible. So please keep that in mind as we discuss this. But nonetheless, we've seen them shoot plenty of protesters. It's not just those two videos. Those are just the ones I highlighted. They don't care who you are. We've seen them kidnap U.S. citizens. They don't care about your citizenship.
See, my dog's well trained.
Or your legal status. I am pretty sure that when ICE was formed up until now, they weren't even allowed to
Here come the shot collar comments.
fuck with U.S. citizens. Suddenly, they have just carte blanche to do what they want. We've seen them grab women by the throat in courthouses and shove them to the ground.
Ooh, I know exactly where they're at.
These guys have gotten bolder and bolder and bolder. They started out wearing 5'11 jeans and t-shirts and whatever vests they had at home. And then, of course, masks. Now they're wearing military uniforms thanks to the big ugly bill making
Empathy would be scary to these conservatives 'tis the
them a
season.
higher paid military than most militaries on the planet.
Yep.
Ask yourself this. Why does ICE need a budget that's bigger than any military on the planet? Ever wondered that?
Nope.
Spoiler alert, they are Donald Trump's private army. I have a whole video on that. You can go watch it. But the point is, they've gotten more and more bold because they are his private army. They've got uniforms now. We just heard recently that they've purchased guided missiles. Please ask yourself why ICE needs guided missiles. They say it ain't true, but I'm not buying it. And now we're starting to see protesters be targeted. Did you see the video of the FBI agents that showed up at the home of a protester?
Although, if a protester actually gets shot.
Who previously protested
Good
at
luck,
an ICE
buddy.
facility? Roll the clip.
We came out here to ask you questions regarding a protest that happened on the 11th of June. We've been just basically going around asking questions for a few people that were brought up and your name was brought up. So
Okay.
let's see if you had a couple minutes to answer some questions regarding the protest that happened.
Yeah, who are you with?
I'm with the FBI.
Yeah, first of all, I would have told him to fuck off, not answering any questions. But
Here's my lawyer.
now we go from FBI
I have my lawyer's card for specific reasons like that.
jump to people's door to see.
When I've done that when I've gotten pulled over. They're like, do you want to say do you have anything to say? It's just like, lawyer.
And Kat
Here.
Abu-Ghazala, who's been tossed to the ground violently on 3 separate occasions
Especially if they can't tell me why I've been pulled over.
by ICE, who is nothing more than a peaceful protester and just so happens to be a congressional
My name was brought up.
candidate. Now we see her being federally indicted.
Yeah, you know this guy?
And let's read the federal
It's like, are you wearing a Charizard onesie?
indictment. Here's her actual charge.
Can you imagine?
One is for conspiracy, which is just bullshit.
God.
When the government starts charging peaceful
In the
protest
middle of my thing
with
tomorrow.
conspiracy, that
Wait,
just means you organized a protest. That's not conspiracy. That's constitutionally protected activities. Her second charge is impeding a vehicle. In other words, the vehicle that ICE agents used to kidnap regular everyday people wasn't able to drive as fast into the facility.
Sitting here just doing, yo, hey, bro, like, that's crazy. We're about to do the 420.
FBI, open up! Oh, fuck me! Where they were protesting because they were in the way. Who? What a crime. Where the fuck is that illegal? How the fuck is that a charge? These are made up charges. You know it. I know.
Sylvie, there are lawyers that will work with you in these cases. It's kind of pro bono-ish. It's one of these things where they'll try and get settlement money and do it in your name.
Hell, the Republicans know it.
And it's not Morgan and fucking Morgan, okay?
The people that brought the charges know it. But what I'm afraid is that too many people don't know this is where we're heading.
I'm not paying lawyers that are on retainer, just saying.
Charging Kat Abugazela with federal indictment.
Just say you're a sovereign citizen. Yeah, because that works.
Knocking on door.
The Magna Carta.
Peaceful protesters by FBI. Threatening people with arrest. If you haven't seen the videos going around the internet, I've seen at least 20 different videos of ICE agents threatening ordinary citizens that don't stop filming. Or if they get too close. Or if they don't get out of their way, threatening them with arrest. That they're going to arrest them for impeding a federal investigation. For impeding a federal arrest.
You can record all you want to, as long as you don't interfere. Lady,
I am not interfering, sir.
This is an important time to remember.
Yeah, your justification, or like what you're calling impeding, is not actually that. Do you want to have a lawyer here?
Mind you that these guys are nothing more than
Casey Tronig, as I forgot that was called Casey Tronig.
Proud Boys and Oath Keepers who probably got pardoned by Trump's administration, who signed up to do this job because they hate black and...
Whoa, guys. They're carrying me. I'm just like, whoa.
brown people. They receive no training by the military, but they wear military uniforms. They receive no training by the police.
That is insane. And also stolen valor.
But they wear police tags on their uniform. They don't operate under the same rules as law enforcement. They don't operate under the same rules as the military. They just do what they want. They don't show warrants. They don't identify
that's my contribution.
They wear masks. They are
transformative.
They're literally just thugs in uniform with no training and no qualifications. In fact, they have minimal qualifications.
Yeah, they have like none. Dude, have you seen how bad how legitimately bad you have to be to not qualify?
And they're overpaid. So I want you to think about something for me.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to charge Kat for stopping a vehicle.
Although, again, that ain't going to matter when you have a bunch of lawsuits individually on these assholes.
But when go back to January 6th and people were literally stopping a free and fair election from being certified, those people got...
Trust me. What they're doing now with the blatant breaking the law, this is pushing the Supreme Court into a hard position because they're going to have to be like, oh, right, civil liberties. Ugh, crap.
Pardon, no charges. They're saying that protesters who are getting in
that is the new
way of
leftist
Asmongold federal duties will be arrested and charged federally. But people who stopped
but not stinky.
Free and fair
I was about to say, yes.
from being certified have
no roaches in this house.
You say that if protesters stand in front of a gate, it's okay to shoot them with pepper balls. It's okay to slam them to the ground. But stopping a free and fair election on January 6th from being certified...
I did find a mouse, though. I have to find that little fucker.
That's cool. Just a couple weeks ago, in Portland, a comedian by the name of Robbie Roadsteamer was forcefully dragged into a prison without explanation, arrested, and charged with bullshit charges. The charges were for not obeying an officer.
Demolition!
Leave him alone. What are you doing? He's talking? He's just talking.
But on January 6th, they didn't obey.
I have roaches in my apartment. They won't go away. They're in the walls. Get the baits. I swear those baits work.
They stopped
I had an apartment that had a really bad roach problem.
Free and fair election.
And after that, I'm telling you,
That's
no more
cool.
problem in my apartment.
I understand that in our two-party system, there's been a lot of political hyperbole. There's been a lot of politically charged language. There's been a lot of political theater over the years. So when you hear me or people like me...
That does suck, though. I remember the first time that I found one, I lifted my fucking oven grate. I was like, oh, come the fuck on.
You are vehemently
mad.
anti-Trump, vehemently anti-MAGA. You might think that
a whole
our
box of
words
baits.
are just political theater, that our words are just political hyperbole, or that our words are just politically charged. I assure you...
I found those things work.
I assure you that...
Because we had a laundry room, right? So I kind of had this feeling that they were... And this is kind of like if you know anything about bugs in general. They will go to like a water source. So I had this feeling because we had the washing unit, but then we had one of those like mudroom sinks, but the mudroom sink never quite looked right, so I never used the damn thing. Yeah, sure shit. The thing had a leak, and that's where they found like most of them.
That what I'm saying has nothing.
They did end up hiring an exterminator. That sucked though. They had to bomb our apartment, and that was the first time I had ever dealt with that. Dude, I had to like get all of my comic books out, and at that point, I mean, it was only like 7 or 8 boxes, but those fuckers are heavy. Walking down 3 stories with those.
Nothing to do with politics and everything to do.
Yeah, we didn't have an elevator either.
Do with humanity.
We were in one of the older buildings. That sucked so bad because you knew that like the apartment like looked just like ours. They just had renovations. They had an elevator.
Once we allow the federal government to freely and clearly target people exercising their First Amendment rights, it's a wrap. I'm sorry. It's done. Once we allow that, it's done. 1/3 of this country is applauding as Donald Trump signs an executive order saying you can't burn a flag, a constitutionally protected activity. 1/3
You got him at Walgreens.
of this country is applauding that James Comey.
Yeah, that's the one thing that sucks about living in a city is like I could just be walking anywhere.
Got indicted.
I remember my one buddy, we went to his apartment after a concert, and he just was like, take your shoes off and put them in a bag. I was like, what? He's like, take your shoes off and put them in a bag. He gave me a little shopping bag, put my shoes in. Then he like sprayed this stuff. It doesn't ruin shoes, by the way. So for any of my sneaker heads out there, it was perfectly fine. And then we left him in the hallway because he was just like, yeah, dude, I don't bring my shoes into my apartment. I'm like, that's actually really smart. And he said specifically because our shoes pick up roach eggs and you just don't know.
1/3 of this country is applauding that Jimmy Kimmel got.
He also said specifically is like, if you have a dumpster outside of your apartment, you're likely stepping on roach eggs.
Fired. 1/3 of this country is on their feet, feverishly clapping their hands and smiling and yelping as fascism takes a foothold on the mantle of freedom while shredding the Constitution and waving the American flag. Seeing people like Kat Abugazela and other protesters being targeted and charged, seeing the Democratic Party become the new scapegoat of everything MAGA, seeing the president talk about making the Democratic Party terrorists, Antifa being targeted as a terrorist organization when it's not even an organization, seeing all this happen should alarm everyone to the core of their being.
Yep.
I don't know if everybody else is just not seeing what I'm...
No, they're not, because they're not reporting on it honestly in the mainstream media, which it is still the place that most of these people are getting their stupid news.
Seeing? But what I
like the older people, the ones that should care about this, or you, like I said, the problem is you have so many people that did fall for the MAGA shit where they just got sick of the news, so they stopped watching.
Seeing is systematic suppression of any resistance, systematic suppression of any voice of dissent, systematic suppression of every constitutional right you have.
Yep.
It's either get in line and do the king's bidding or be thrown in the dungeon.
Which I keep reminding people that the president works for us. We the people. For the people, by the people. That's where, like, we can remind these assholes, that's the no kings. It's like, when did you guys forget that?
That's the part we're at.
Well, you're not the real. It's like, nope, that's your subjective fucking opinion.
And if you think that's fucking hyperbole, you're not paying attention. Mm-hmm. They want you to comply in advance. They want anticipatory obedience. Mm-hmm. They want you to be afraid to protest. They want you to be afraid to post on social media. They want you to be afraid to speak your mind. They want you to be afraid to say no. They want you to be afraid to tell us who Charlie Kirk really was. They want you to be afraid to call Trump the fascist Nazi that he is. They want you to be afraid to call Stephen Miller the fascist Nazi that he is. They want
I know that AG already kind of covered this, so sorry for anybody that we're gonna watch some repeat content, but I want to react to the CENK and Stephen Miller's wife bit.
Afraid of calling Stephen Bannon the fascist Nazi that he is. They want you to be afraid. They want you to shut up. They want you to be silent, and they want you to obey. And it's high fucking time that we get serious about our resistance to what they want, because I will not comply. I stand with Kat Abugazela. I stand with Robbie Roadsteamer. I stand with every protester across this country. I stand with the resistance. I stand with democracy, and I stand with assurance. I stand with confidence that we will win.
Well, yeah, absolutely, because again, the thing that you're not saying, and this needs to, I'm not sure if this is just better for his video. Wait. What? Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Tara Palmieri Show. I just had
She
a
looks
shocking
I
live
usually
interview with
would
a
not do
congressional
this, but she looks creepily like one of my ex-girlfriends.
candidate, Kat Abighazaleh. She walked out mid-conversation.
Ooh, scandalous. Yeah. Welcome back to Zip Hap Talks. We have now come into the little bit of the scandal, so you know what? The German needed to make a bit of an appearance. Yeah.
I know. It's crazy.
Dude, oh my god. Before we watch this, this happened today. I had my, I saw my therapist, right? And, I did a thing where I did a little bit, because I said, yeah, I kind of feel like I'm becoming nihilistic, and I was being dead serious. Where I'm like, yeah, I'm afraid that I'm getting that way. But then immediately I was just like, yeah, I'm so nihilistic that I actually like channeled it into like a character for my stream, where I was just like, he's a very nihilistic German. Yeah, he likes to laugh at the misfortune of others, but I only do it with tee-hee laughs. And dude, it was such a win to make my therapist laugh.
If you're online, you probably know her. She's 26 years old and she built a really big following with her sharp, funny videos. She worked at Media Matters and Mother Jones, and she had...
God damn it, that's where I recognize her from. It wasn't from Media Matters, it was from Mother Jones.
You know, these segments like, I watched Tucker Carlson, so you don't have to. It's a style that made her a progressive star.
Yeah.
Now she's running for Congress in Illinois' 9th district. She's one of a pretty large pack of candidates. There are about 13, but she was second in the race, and she's rising, especially because this week she was in the headlines.
Daniel Biss.
She was indicted for her role in a protest outside of an ICE facility. The charges are serious. Conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, and forcibly impeding, intimidating, or interfering with a federal enforcement officer while engaged in official duties. The indictment alleges that she and others surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on the hood and windows, and etched the word pig on the side.
Tara, what are you doing? I thought that you were technically on the left.
I wanted to give her a chance to tell her side of the story. So I asked very basic questions. How she's feeling.
Oh my god, dude. This actually kind of explains why I had the issue that I
What
had.
happened that day?
Yo, okay, based on like what's happening here, I might be a little more honest about some stuff that's
What
been
the
happening behind the
charges mean for her
scenes.
campaign, and whether this could affect her ability to serve in Congress.
I don't have to visit a therapist. I just use AI. I hope you're kidding.
It's pretty straightforward journalism.
AI cannot do.
But halfway through the conversation,
That-
she abruptly ended the interview and walked off. It was shocking.
Okay, Tara, let's hope there's no quick cuts here because I want to know exactly what you said, though.
And telling.
Let's
If
see.
we kept going, I would have asked her more about how this is being seen as an infringement on free speech and the administration going after its political enemies. I also wanted to talk to her about her campaign, why she's running, what she hopes to change.
That's literally what okay, I can say this. So I was told that when emailing her, I was kind of given instructions on how to word things, which was already a little weird.
But of course, I had to ask her about the breaking news.
And I just did say, I was like, hey, I'm a constituent, blah, blah, blah. I want to have you on my show to ask you just basic questions about your campaign.
Journalist. Now, she did tell me in advance
So-
that she couldn't go deep into
There's the scandalous Pep Talks Inside Baseball.
it because it's an ongoing legal.
Oh my God, guys! Pep Talks he broke the internet by stating and making us aware that campaigns, get this, they're kind of hard to coordinate with.
matter, but she could have just said that. I can't comment on this directly, but I can say and what she wants to say.
Well, that's a lawyer,
I have dealt with this
right? Like that's a lawyer telling her shut the fuck up.
so many
Which also explains why I think there's a missing
times as a
video from the internet, because I was going to go play that first, and then it was the dreaded This video has been removed.
But no questions are off limits, especially not for people seeking higher office.
Yeah, that's true.
I have to say, her reaction gave me deja vu. It brought me back to that Katie Porter moment from just a few weeks ago. She is the former congresswoman from Orange County who wants to be governor of California. And then she just walks out on a local news reporter asking basic accountability questions. If you've been following the Tara Palmieri Show or the Red Letter at tarapalmieri.com, where you can get all of my exclusive reporting, you know that I don't play for either side. I am a truly independent journalist.
Oh my fucking God, when will she show the
corporate
clip? Hey.
overlords, and it may not always be.
The thing is, I don't want to fast forward this. I haven't done a pre-watch, so if I fast forward and lose context, then that's on me.
Fashionable.
So sorry if forgive me if you're a little bored with this.
Being independent.
Yes, I mean,
it is essential. I just ask the questions that matter. So watch what happened, decide for yourself, and let me know in the comments.
Crap.
Was this a bad judgment?
Oh, dude, I have like a really bad tingle. Okay, I know long hair looks fun and all, and to anybody of my long hair folk in chat, you understand my plight. Ow! Oh, fuck. Nice pause face.
Or a politician avoiding accountability.
You ever get that one that's like just like, it's
let's
roll on that one spot.
Live? Yeah,
we're live.
We are live. Well, Kat, welcome. This is Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and I hope I said your name correctly.
You nailed it first try.
Woo, yay. And welcome to the Tara Palmieri Show on YouTube. And
it feels redundantly front-loaded as a way to preempt you and prompt you for what's coming to adjust your view. That's... Sylvie, that's not fair because that's how everybody preempts stuff. That's how I preempt stuff. That's how most people would do this, especially if something like this happened where she does walk off. Like, no, I appreciate the explanation. No, this is Sylvie. I'm literally a canvasser for her, and I'm trying to be objective here, okay?
And the Red Letter on Substack.
Because there are parts of her campaign that do bother me. I don't like some of the vagaries that she or the vagueness that she has. I don't appreciate how she started this campaign by focusing on constituents and really, trying to talk to us. But then, while I appreciate her doing the Broadview protests and getting her name out there, there's also other parts of her campaign that are lacking here, and this is where Daniel Biss is picking up the slack, where she's kind of falling off on it.
Kat is running for Congress in Illinois.
It's the way it's done that bothers me. Well, okay, if Tara Palmieri's way of doing that bothers you, I hope that Taylor Lorenz, the way she does it, also bothers you. It's literally the same thing.
And you've probably seen her on her social media accounts. She's blown up. She's a social media star. But most recently, you've had a lot of drama, you could say. I'm sure you're in a state of shock, but how are you feeling ever since you found out that
Tara Palmieri's 2 years younger than me?
You've been charged with 2 counts of conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer.
All right, that's fair.
And assaulting or impeding an officer while engaged in official duties. And then the charges also mention property.
Also, going back to when we did watch the video, I did not like how she didn't say what the charges were.
Damage and obstruction.
Let's be real.
How are you feeling right now? What's going on through your head?
Yeah, I can tell you that when I started this year, first off, I didn't even think I'd be running for Congress, but I definitely didn't think I'd be federally indicted. I've covered the right for a long time. You talked about my social media accounts. The reason those are big in the first place is because of my reporting.
I'll be honest, real quick to just give my 2 cents, and I won't interrupt too much, but yeah, I appreciate more when a video gives you minimal front loading and then gives you the rest of it at the back end of, like, say something like this. But they're also playing into a YouTube thing where, and this is kind of shitty, even as a creator, more often than not, the analytics will tell you that people do not make it to the end of your video. That's why it's so, rare because it's so rare. That's why people are like, thank you so much for watching to the end. You are the real, the real VIPs, which again, everybody that's here that sticks through all of my stream, you guys really are.
Right.
Just a complete aside.
And so I'm not
complete,
surprised at what we're seeing. It's exactly what I and my colleagues have warned Democratic leaders about for years. And part of the reason that we're here in the first place is those warnings not being heeded. But it is surreal to be the person on the indictment, especially because my name is really long.
What do you think about those charges, though? They seem really serious.
Yeah,
Conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer.
I mean, the way that they're framing it, but again, if you're looking at what she did, oh my God, she committed vehicular damage that didn't actually break the vehicle.
Assaulting or impeding that officer.
So it's a vandalism charge, which is usually a misdemeanor.
Those are pretty.
Impeding a federal officer, again, get me one judge that looks at that and sees the rest of these people and is just like, well, I mean, did the cops or did the ICE agents get to where they were going? It's like, yes. Well, then they weren't really impeded.
Pretty big charges.
The charge.
All right, maybe I'm not the best lawyer.
I think they're actually like slightly different, but no matter what the charges are in the indictment,
No. Kat, you can't just go around saying I've been indicted. Like, is this what the Trump thing was? Is this how Trump handled it? Because I had this thought when I was watching the CBS coverage where I'm like, she should kind of handle it like, I did everything right and they indicted me.
Plan on pleading not guilty. And this is a political prosecution, plain and simple. It's an effort to criminalize free speech, an effort to criminalize free association, and an effort to criminalize the very act of protest. And so we're going to be pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come out in court. And I fully.
Well, the nice part is this does actually open the DOJ and the way that they're handling this, because the DOJ is probably going to be the what's not plaintiff?
Plan on winning.
Plaintiff. Plaintiff.
Yeah, just to be clear, the indictment alleges that you and others, quote, surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on its hood and windows, etched pig on the side, and
all right, now Tara's kind of coming off as a little bootlicky.
Impeded movement. Did you etch the word pig on the side of an officer's car?
I'm not speaking to the specifics of anything that's in the indictment right now, but like I said, I do plan on pleading not.
That's fair.
Guilty, and the evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning.
Okay. Well, let's watch the video of what happened that day that they are. But when you see that, what do you think right now?
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said, I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Just really quickly, I did want to ask you about just the fact that conspiracy to impede an officer is up to 6 years in prison, forcibly impeding and intimidating.
That's not a good look.
An officer.
That was not a good look.
There's up to 8
Wait a minute, really?
years.
Oh shit, dude. Dude, you're doing an interview circuit, and Jesus Christ, that was not that hard. She showed the fucking video. I understand if you need to repeat, I can't comment on anything with the investigation, or I can't comment because my lawyers have asked me not to. I mean, just be honest about that shit. But damn, dude, just be like, no, okay, this is
that that could
how long does she actually
your ability to serve in Congress? Are you concerned about that?
Breaking down the crowd. I mean, because now she gets to frame this. Dude, that was.
Did she just
move
sign
there,
off?
Cotton? That's a bold move.
Did she just leave the?
As I said at the beginning of the show, we make bold moves here. We're in the school of Bob Ross. We don't call them mistakes. We just call them happy little accidents.
I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened. Okay. Well, she left because I asked her questions about what happened that day. All right. Well,
I'll be honest. There was nothing out of pocket there.
Will continue with.
I could see where she was annoyed because she could perceive it that way. But if you're running for office, maybe don't just nope the fuck out.
The conversation.
God damn it. She's gonna do. If this is how it is, I'm actually genuinely scared for the fucking primary.
On my own, I guess this is very bizarre.
Damn it.
Yeah. So I guess this
is disappointing.
Fuck. This is. I've never had that happen before. Apologies. But yeah, so basically,
hold on.
The
I want to go back to right
be,
before she
14
abruptly
years.
ends
This
the.
could hinder her ability to serve.
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said,
Yeah.
I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. I've never had that.
That was, I gotta say, not a good look. That was awful. That was fucking awful. Cat's side of the story? I don't need Cat's side of the story with that one. Like, this was, she didn't do an edit of the interview there. I didn't see any cuts, anything. No, she abruptly ended it, man.
Happened before, apologies.
That was just weird and not good. No, honestly. Holy shit, dude. Like, how is she going to deal with anybody on the, again, not even opposition? How is she going to fucking primary?
But yeah,
What
so
the fuck?
basically the charges, it could be, 14 years. This could hinder her ability to serve in Congress.
Wow.
It could make it more difficult.
All right, guys, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play the segment right before she walks out. No, actually.
People might not vote for her, but
again, no, I am because like I want to make sure that there wasn't any like weird edit there.
That they are allowed.
She already looks annoyed.
But when you see that, what do you think right now?
If they previously agreed to not talk about the charges, that's my first excuse. Fuck that. You don't get to like do this thing where you're going on every other news program and then going on your own channel talking about how you got indicted and then act like you can't be asked about that. It's one of the biggest things in the news with your name. Like what? I'm sorry. I call bullshit on that.
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said,
yeah.
I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning. Thank you.
It's literally because she played the fucking video.
So much for having me.
What the fuck? No.
Yeah.
And you can tell that her screen is down, so she didn't see her walk off. She's got her
Just really quickly, I did want to ask
sin.
you about just the fact that like conspiracy
Free
to impede
speech
an officer is up
free.
to 6 years in prison, forcibly impeding and intimidating
Which is why I want her explanation.
an officer.
The thing is, Sylvie, you were talking about front loading. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh's all of her social media videos, like the one that we watched before, you want to talk about front loaded? She didn't even talk about the charges. She didn't bring up that video. No, she's doing this where it's like she controls the narrative and that's where she's comfortable. Like, nah, man, I'm calling this out.
Up to
That's bullshit.
8 years.
And as a constituent, this worries the fuck out of me. Like, I support her campaign. I have canvassed for her. I have literally fucking signed up to go door to door for her in the next few weeks. What am I?
Is that like that could
that sucks. I might be canvassing for fucking you know what? I'm sorry, guys. I might be going for Mike Simmons now. I don't know, man. I don't know. That turned me off. Personally, that turned me the fuck off. I'm not comfortable with her not being able to answer a simple question about something that was in the fucking news.
Actually hinder your ability to serve in Congress. Are you concerned about that?
We deserve an explanation from her. This was a great time to do that, Sylvie. Sylvie, this is my issue, is sometimes you do this thing. You did it with Taylor Lorenz and you do it with Hassan. You give too much of a benefit of the doubt to the person you agree with instead of just being like, nah, you know what? That was shitty. I'd expect you to do the same to me. And I'm not talking about glazing me just because you watch me.
Did she just sign off?
No, that was a bad fucking look, man. Especially on Tara Palmieri's show, where she's actually one of the larger content creators. There's a good chance they could actually be on CNN together.
Did you just leave the chat? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened.
Like, why is she not talking about it? Because her lawyers probably said, we cannot have you going out there talking about a case that is not slam dunk because there is video evidence that does not necessarily support your view or your side of this. Unfortunately, they took some good video of you banging on a fucking hood and impeding an officer, which is apparently the fucking charge.
Okay. Well, she left because I asked her questions about what happened that day.
That was...
All right. Well, I will continue with
I'm sorry. This is rough.
the conversation on my own.
I'm also mad. I'm mad at that we're not getting the info from her and no real explanation why, which is why I say we deserve one. We deserve one, but it's on her and the onus is on her to do so, which she was offered here. She was asking her the questions directly that I would have asked.
I guess this is very
I can pretty much guarantee I'm not getting an interview with her now.
bizarre. Yeah. So
which is actually a direct campaign. She's breaking her campaign promise. The only candidate who's been targeted by the far right. Yeah, sure. But the only candidate who will meet with any district resident to discuss any issue. Interesting. Now, she didn't say publicly, so I will do this privately if I have to, but I will ask these questions privately.
So I guess this...
now, will she make me sign an NDA?
This is... I've never had that happen before. Apologies.
That was wild and immature, and wow. That actually kind of showed me just how, unqualified she is for these types of positions if she can't handle a little podcast interview.
But yeah, so...
asking her a tough question about something that she has literally been the face of in the news. Dude, she made national news with this.
Basically, the charges, it could be, 14 years. This could hinder her ability to serve in Congress. It could make it more difficult.
Crap.
Some people might not vote for her, but at the same time, she's probably raised a ton of money.
No, she's raised a ton of money, but as I said, that doesn't translate to the actual constituency here. Everybody in my fucking life does not know who she is. And we live in the same fucking area. They are all part of the Illinois 9th. So that's a problem in itself. And if I can't sell my fucking friends on voting for her, that's a problem.
Of it.
It made her look very childish, in my opinion. It really did.
In the race.
My guess is it's a fear response. She's afraid of maybe going to jail. She panicked because she can't talk about it, and she just quit. Then she shouldn't have gone on. She shouldn't have gone on because I guarantee that listen. Inside baseball here, and this is probably I've already said that likely I'm not going to get the interview now. But you know what? I have experience with her campaign directly and the media side of her campaign. I can tell you right now, this kind of comes across like she wants to have very, very controlled environments and people that 100% agree with her and glaze her, because I'm telling you, I had to list out what I wanted to ask her, and a lot of it was kind of tough questions because I am a fucking constituent of who she is trying to get to vote for her.
Primary, a very crowded primary of 13 more people who are...
I have to say, that really bugs me when you're trying to be like, hey, you should really vote for me. Hey, I really appreciate the way that you have supported my campaign, the way that you've even offered to canvass for me. And this is literally the thanks that I get as a constituent, is that performance. I don't care if she comes on this show. I really don't. But That shit is bullshit.
Running to
just hand it to fucking Daniel Biss already, dude.
In this congressional district. And she was in second, 13%, and the person above her was an 18%. And so, you know, this could possibly help her, maybe hinder her, but I've got to think at this time.
I'm gonna think that with this was a massive shift in my perception personally.
I'm with so many people fed up with.
And you know what? I'm speaking my mind as a fucking constituent of the Illinois 9th.
ICE and
I mean, at least AOC engages with people on social media sometimes if they have questions.
You know, what was going on in this country, that it may help, you know.
Damn it.
She's already raised $1 million.
You know what? Here, give me 1 second. I'm going to put the dog on the screen. I really got to pee, and I don't want to hurt my bladder, and I don't want to miss any of this. So stare at my sleeping doggy for just 1 moment. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
$1 million, and she's in a safe blue seat.
All right. Yeah, your opinion and word mean a lot more than anyone else here, unless others here are in that district, because you'd be affected by any enacted policy. Yeah, that's my, yeah. You have a
seat. And unlike a lot of other members of Congress.
I appreciate that, Sylvie, because it's true. I'm literally the target for this. And again, I'm DSA. How in the fuck? Like, you can't just, like, she can't just be the DSA candidate and then just on the merit of her being DSA and being pretty, like, she is based, but that doesn't mean she's right to be running for the position that she's running for, because it doesn't seem like she's going to be able to fight for anything for me. She's just going to back down the second that they challenge her on any of her positions.
Right.
Like, god damn it, that really bugs me the way she handled that.
Yes,
was she going to nope out of a fucking vote?
Or people who are hoping, you know, other members of Congress were in the gerontocracy class.
Holy shit, dude.
She has she was lucky because the incumbent, Jankowski, I believe her name is, she has decided to step down at 81 years old. So it's not like she is up against an incumbent. Sorry, her name is Jan Schakowsky. That is the incumbent.
Oh, Stan is looking very good. He hasn't lost any weight like my dog was going through this earlier.
And she has decided
he's
step aside.
He has a little depression issue going on though. I posted the earlier form of that, but
for the next generation.
He's been eating, but how do I say this? Like, he eats all his food, but it takes a long time for him to do it. Because now that the other dog's not here, he doesn't have to worry about her eating the food. So now he's
cats.
I think he's still depressed though. It sucks watching a dog go through losing like their partner dog essentially. Because that was his partner in crime, man.
Biggest challenger would be the mayor.
Yes, Mayor Daniel Biss. He's a base dude. I'm gonna reach out to his campaign.
So
I already have, like, I can say that I have the opportunity to interview Mike Simmons coming up here, and he's gonna
Any questions?
He's been more than willing to come on the show. Like the dude, he's a good dude, but it was weird where he is definitely contacting his media inquiries personally.
You guys, I don't understand why she left the chat. I thought I was asking some pretty...
Yeah, they were not hard-hitting questions. They were not tinged with right-wing framing. I mean, I was prepared for that, but honestly, Tara was just asking her what I would have asked her in this position. I would have shown her the video and just been like, hey, like, this is pretty, like, it is serious. It is. Because the way that the Jolly Good Ginger just framed it did her a lot of, like, he did her a solid. Because he made it into more of a free speech issue. But, which it is. Let's not make any mistake there. But god damn it, dude. Like, seeing her under pressure like that, that really bugged me.
Basic question.
I hope that she can save herself from this, because that was bad.
And I don't know. It doesn't really bode well.
She could have pivoted to her campaign and then left that with more grace. Yep.
Personally, for
No, she literally noped out of the conversation. Like, if a friend did that to me, I would just be like, what the fuck, dude?
if she wants to be a member of Congress.
Thank you. No. Yeah, that's crazy.
Can't really handle some questions.
Are the Jolly Good Ginger and Angry Ginger related? I'm sure he gets that a lot.
I think probably would have been
Dr. Pepper was my uncle.
better just to talk through it. But, you know, if she can't take a few questions about what happened from me.
Yep.
How is
Who's she gonna literally? How is she gonna like get anywhere?
she going to handle representing?
Yeah, the Illinois 9th. Me. I am literally part of who she will be representing in Congress. I will reiterate this over and over and over because, again, right here, look at that. The only candidate who will meet with any district member and answer questions. You put that on your fucking campaign slogan, you better be willing to do it. And that doesn't just mean me. That means in these positions, you want to represent me, you start now. You have to be my representative right now and show me why I should fucking vote for you. God damn it.
You know, an entire district. And so I
Usually
think
state representatives care about their people. Well, that is Mike Simmons. He has been a state representative for the past 4 fucking years. He's done nothing but good work and he has nothing but good votes. And he is an LGBTQ representative in my state.
this is kind of a problem that we're seeing. It's like the Katie Porter thing where she wouldn't answer questions.
Actually, met both him and his partner. Really nice people.
I think sometimes when people become so popular on social media and they have their entire platform to themselves.
Those were basic questions.
And they don't have.
They were. Those were super basic questions. Those were basic enough questions that like anybody in our locality would ask that of her, especially after watching the news. She's been all over Chicago media. Why in the fuck did she think that this would not...
to
if I was her campaign manager, I would have been pissed.
You know,
I would have been so pissed at her where it's just like, you just fucked up your entire campaign. You don't understand that you had everybody on your side and she wasn't even asking that hard a question. Because that also shows me that, like, does she have streamer like a streamer brain? This is why I don't want to run for office, is because I know I'm a little fucking mentally unstable.
Respond to questions. They just speak directly to their audience, unfiltered, without having someone who speaks for others and challenges.
Yeah, again, you want to speak for me, Kat.
Or even just...
You want to speak for pep talks, apparently.
Ask simple questions about how they were feeling. I thought that was pretty straightforward. You know, they can shut down. And I just don't think that's a really good sign for leadership. But alas, she has got a lot of fans. And
how can she? Yeah, no, this is all fair, man. And honestly, if she doesn't take this criticism, for example, like Katie Wilson, you mean Katie Porter? But I'm gonna just say, like, yeah, this showed me that if this is how it's gonna be, and she doesn't like have a good answer for this, like, I'm hoping that she does release a YouTube video, but based on this performance, guys, I'm gonna just give you my take. I don't think I can vote for her. I don't. I don't. She needs to convince me otherwise.
And it's in maybe
And honestly, I will be like with my platform. I will make sure that it's like, no, I'm supporting the candidates that I do think can win.
this time,
That's not this, and this sucks. This is so fucking disheartening.
This is just the way it is in politics. People just don't.
Damn it!
Have to.
Why did I have to get this one?
Politicians don't think they have to
Why?
talk to
Why did it have to be my representative?
Press.
Why couldn't I be like you folks over here and just like not care?
They don't think they have to
Or just like be like, oh, well, you know what? This is just more media drama.
take questions from people.
She said thank you and skated. That's disappointing. She just behaved like a politician. You were fair.
I know.
She didn't just behave like a politician. She behaved like a kid.
She does get elected.
She behaved like a streamer who doesn't want to fucking get questions asked.
She'll be in a town hall one day.
And she didn't articulate that it was because she had to protect herself legally or anything. She just did the thing where she's just like, oh, Tara, you're being bad faith. Bye.
People will ask her something she doesn't want. Will she walk out?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, will she walk out of the primaries if she's challenged by, like, again, like Mike?
I don't know. She's 26 years old.
Yeah.
My impression is she's got a lot to learn.
Yeah.
And hopefully she doesn't take lessons from people like Katie Porter, who basically tanked their campaign by acting like this.
No, and that's I was worried about that with Katie Porter too. I liked Katie Porter, but after seeing that kind of, even though that shithead was wearing a cross necklace and she was being, you know, a little bit of a dickhead to her.
So
you have to be able to handle these positions.
That someone just said it's the Trump playbook.
No, that wasn't the Trump playbook.
Yeah, you could say that. It's changed the game, like in this social media age where fame is what is the calling card to being a member of Congress.
That really.
Fame is what it takes to become a politician.
I mean, how is she like? She didn't even support. Like, she didn't even try to like, kind of say, like, hey, this is what my campaign is about, or any of it. Man, like, no. Bloodstone, I just read your comment again. That's a great thing that she could have done. Well, she could have just done the politician thing and pivoted to her campaign and what she's accomplished for me.
And you become famous.
Honestly, she's at the point where she's like has to realize she's not just running against Republicans. Like, this happens in Indiana. I'm telling you, she did this early into the fucking primary season. Like, our primaries are in March. What is she doing? She has 13 points. Daniel Biss is up 18 points. I'm happy that she's gaining traction, but when you do this thing where you're like, ooh, look, we gained double digits, but you're ignoring the fact that the other guy is so far ahead, fucking Christ.
On social media, which she's already become.
This is going to make waves in right-wing media. Yes, it is. This is going to be huge. They're going to use this against her, and honestly, Daniel Biss is going to end up using it against her. He's going to be like, she's a nice girl. I've met her at the protests. It's kind of the same thing that she's done with Daniel, though, to be completely fair, because she has done the same, like, well, he's a politician, and I think that I can honestly offer a better perspective because I'm the most grassroots candidate. But then again, Daniel Biss has run for governor, failed, but he ran as an independent. He has been a damn good mayor of Lombard, which Lombard had some issues.
And so that, I guess, gives you a sense that of entitlement as well. But it's too bad that it happened like that.
If you don't eat, I wasn't expecting to cover some fucking drama tonight with Kat. This is wild.
Okay, well, thank you for everyone who tuned in for that very short live. Next time, hopefully our next guest will not jump after a few basic questions. Not a great sign for Kat and her future, but
Yeah, I'm with her.
you know what?
I'm sorry, guys. Again, I don't want to disappoint you as my audience, but I can't watch that and in good conscience be like, yeah, that's who I'm very comfortable, representing me in Congress, especially in these times.
What?
Like, great. I'll join her for the protests and I will definitely help her. But no, I like your take, though. If she wants to represent me, she has to start today.
This this is just the way it is.
No, and this is why I was worried about her carpet bagging from fucking being from Texas.
I'm also surprised.
No, a Chicagoan would just be like, all right, no. Listen, my fucking lawyer said no. He said no. Do you understand? No, I cannot answer any of these questions about the pending case. What I can answer is what I'm here for, and that is the people of Illinois. I am here to represent the people in the Illinois 9th. The Illinois 9th is a mixture from the lake all the way to the cornfields. I want to represent every single one of them, even if they're MAGA right now. I want to be here for all of them, even if they don't want me to be. If someone in MAGA just lost their food stamps, I want to get them back for them. I want to fucking... See, this is why I can't be a politician. I want to fucking bring in the energy of the 2016 cops. Ooh, just split.
Surprised too, because she says that she was a journalist.
Kat is great, but she's thinking way too big. She's trying to be president, like at the expense of Chicagoans. Absolutely.
I mean, she was obviously
for mayor,
liberal, progressive commentator.
Vote for me.
Who created
more dispensaries. Listen, I want medical tax exemptions.
A show called I Watch Tucker Carlson So You Don't Have to.
Yeah, she literally, that was how I knew her. Yeah.
And not exactly an unbiased journalist.
No.
But I thought, she'd be able to also handle some questions.
No, I'm sorry, guys. Like, and I mean it. If she doesn't, I'm literally stammering and stumbling here because I want to say that she can save herself, but I'm not sure she can. I'm not sure if she can rebound from this one. I'm not sure if I can now do the pivot. Like, dude, I'm keeping this here, but holy shit, man.
Herself. Although again, I don't think it was that difficult.
I'll do this one though.
What happened if she didn't want to talk?
You guys are interested in checking out a campaign from from somebody that's tried to be on the show? Here you go. You can scan that QR code right now for Mike Simmons. Check him out.
You could just say, yeah, I can't talk about that right now.
He's pretty far behind her, but I'll say this much. At least he acts like he gives a damn about me and,
and move on. Like that's just
my area.
That's just how it goes. But
no, that's fucking wild though.
We will not hear from her. Maybe you'll hear from her directly. Is that good enough for you? That's up to you.
No, it's not. Fucking thank you, Tara.
All right. Thanks to everybody who joined in. Share this with your friends because it was weird.
Yeah, it was. And I'm not okay with it. We're going to go right back to where she left. Because that was fucking wild, dude. I can't believe she just did this. She already made the decision right there that she was leaving.
But when you see that, what do you think right now?
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said,
yeah,
I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, I don't think you plan on winning the 9th with that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Just really quickly, I did want to ask.
I personally do not.
I
can't. What the fuck? You're just gonna see the way that I feel right now. Like I was saying earlier, and thank you for agreeing with me, Sylvie, that she should be acting like she's already representing me. That's it.
It's the fact that conspiracy to impede an officer is up to 6 years.
God, if that was my sister, I'd just be like, what the fuck?
And forcibly impeding and intimidating an officer is up to 8 years.
Wow, went highly.
That could
brother, you're a state representative. This policy is popular in California along with many other states. Okay, sure, but does Chicago want that? Not state representative. She is running to be my state's representative in the House of Congress. She's not just trying to run for the Illinois. When I say she's running for the Illinois 9th, it's for Jan Schakowsky's seat, who is in the fucking halls of Congress.
That could actually hinder your ability to serve in Congress. Are you concerned about that?
Yeah. She did not know that she left.
Did she just
even.
sign off?
God, this sucks. Yeah.
Just
I'm
leave the
sorry,
chat?
guys. That's so fucked.
I'm so confused. I'm
She made
sorry.
it
I don't know what
7.5 minutes into the interview.
Okay. Well, she
Like, are
asked.
Californians voting for you? No, they're not.
She left because
They're not.
I asked her question.
And now I'm actually kind of like, now I want to ask the question of like, are you a carpetbagger? Are you actually just here to make a name for yourself? Did you see an open seat, see somewhere that you were comfortable moving, and then all of a sudden you're just like, I'm going to make this my career. And you know what? I don't care if I actually win.
About what happened.
Like, God damn it, Kat. I'm legitimately fucking mad at this.
That day.
And I want an explanation. I'm owed an explanation. The second that you started petitioning for me to vote for you, you owe me an explanation.
All right, well.
You owe my wife an explanation. You owe my neighbors an explanation. You owe my fucking family an explanation that still live in this fucking district.
Well,
There's like 2 of them.
We'll continue with the conversation on my own, I guess. This is very bizarre.
God damn.
Yeah, so I guess this.
What? You gonna run when I ask you Cubs or Sox? For fuck's sake!
This is. I've never had that happen before. Apologies. But yeah.
That's fucking crazy. I'm sorry, guys. And I'm apologizing to you guys specifically for me, like, yelling into the mic right now, but I'm not apologizing for my takes on this. I will not be fucking woke scolded into being like, no, you need to support her. We need all the help. Oh, so now we get it? We can do the thing with fucking, Captain Fetterman in Maine, but this shit? Like, this isn't a fucking hit piece. She did it to herself. God damn, dude. She just gave such a gift. Oh, wow. Even my wife texted me about this. Yeah, she at least could have done the Midwest make up a reason you had to leave. Shows she's not from here, LOL. Yeah. Good take from my wife. Like I said, you represent my wife. You represent me. Well, you want to. I can tell you right now, I don't think you're going to. Because if that's how it's going to be, and I'm fucking DSA... and her campaign has kind of shown that they really don't give a shit. You know who they give a shit about? Making sure that she's on CNN. Making sure she's on MSNBC. Making sure that she's on, like, you know, she's definitely media savvy. But, I don't know, man. Like, no, I'm just saying it now. I have... There was a time where I got the email back, right? And that's where I made the announcement, and I showed you guys, you know, this, where I had coordinated something, and it was all of it was just like, yeah. We just gotta, you know, figure out a good time. They kept saying like we need to figure out like how much time do you want her for, and I was just like, yo, 10-minute interview, like 10 to 15 minutes. That's all I need. But I'm sure they did their homework. They at least watched the content. Sure. But you know what? I'm going to offer her campaign something right now on Pep Talks in public. I will interview her, and I will not talk about it. I will even sign a fucking NDA on your side. But I want real answers. It's bullshit that she can do this and then use my neighbors like we're like, what the fuck? Like, we're just are we pawns to you? Are you using us to, like, gain fame? Bullshit. Hey, thank you, Bloodstone. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $10. Let's hope for the best. Yeah, no shit.
At Bloodstone by Stars B2P $10. Falling leaf emoji.
Did you just see his little head perk
emoji.
up?
Happy Halloween on the East Coast. Jack-o'-lantern emoji, falling leaf emoji, let's hope for the...
Oh, really? Cut it off at the best? I like how TTS is just like, you will not have positivity. I have a feeling that this could, this is going to cause some issues, because I can already tell that there are people mad at me for even talking about it right now. I don't actually care about Chicagoans being beat in the streets. See, that's not fair. I'm not going to say that. She does actually care. Like, she genuinely cares about, like, the ICE situation. But this does make me add that little layer, like, are you doing this knowing that it's giving you a national platform? And are you just using this to... I don't know, man. Or are you just trying to do this to build your own name? Like... And, you know... You love her? I mean, fine. I was advocating for her from the start. Me too. Like, I'm still... This is what sucks. I'm still signed up to actually canvass for her. I don't know, folks. I don't know. Literally, as one of her constituents and as somebody that I also recognize media savvy, and I can say that, you know, I thought that she had more. Like, Jesus, dude. Now I know how my fucking my parents and my my grandparents felt when they said, you know, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. I'm locked in local politics lately. Good. Local politicians are the ones that you need to hold to their feet to the fire. Also, like, congressional politicians, as long as we have the elections that we do, she can easily turn this around. How? Please explain it to me. Explain to me, Eleni, how you're going to change my mind from that abysmal performance. And also, like, that just gave in to my worst fears about her. Like, she's literally kind of a like, I was already on the, she seems like a carpetbagger. I don't like that she's from Texas and she's only lived here for, like, what, a year, maybe 2? Like, I'm sorry. I found a thread of people talking about it, and most people are actually glazing her for this. Wild. Well, it's in threads. Tara Molly is another mediocre hack looking for clout. She says that Kat Abu-Ghazali ending their interview was a wild moment, but she spent 4 minutes asking her the same question over and over. That's not true. And again, the question was relevant. Whatever. I hope that guy who's glazing her is a constituent and he can vote for her. Because I'll tell you right now, as somebody who's DSA, as somebody who was excited to vote for her, as somebody who was literally canvassing for her and was ready to do some phone banking for her and was ready to really move on this, and I wanted to, like, have some solidarity here, this is fucked. And I'm calling it because I have fucking eyes and ears. I'm not doing this because I'm on one fucking side. God damn it. Can some people just do this thing where they actually think objectively? Fucking Christ. This is how they're trying to spin it. It's not gonna work. Fucking A, man. I have a sense of betrayal here now. Is she happy about that? No, the way that she spins this is, hey, now she does have to fucking, like, her campaign team should probably look into that Pep Talks guy. I'm fucking kidding about that, guys. Because I know she ain't coming on the show. After that fucking performance, there's no way. Because why would she actually answer a constituent's questions, you know? Oh, as long as she's not on camera? Is that it? Okay. then invite me on your stream and, control the whole narrative. Like, she does a stream for, for clicks and likes and donations. I'm genuinely disappointed in this. Like, I think that might have been the last time that I actually promote her. I don't know, man. That really disappointed me. Unless I see something, it's like, what are you gonna like? You're really gonna leverage? Yeah. Oh my God, why are people so shocked? Where I'm like, oh, I saw something I don't like, and I'm gonna use this as leverage to get an answer that I want. Fucking Christ Almighty, guys. Like, all she has to do is explain her plan for Chicago specifically. Bro, I love her. She's acting like, but she's acting like Ron DeSantis. What about Floridians? Yeah, we'll need something pretty substantial to change things. Yes, but I don't see her being part of that. I mean, dude, all her right-wing candidate... she doesn't get this, and I'm not sure if you guys get this. I live in a purple district. Our district has already, teased going red before, because I have also been part of a redistricting effort where I was part of the other district that went red. Like, there's no guarantees just because we're in Chicago that we have a fucking Democrat that's going to win. That's like one of the biggest fallacies that has come from Chicago politics. Look up Peter Roskam. He got beat by Sean Casten. For good reason. Sean Casten is still in Congress. I no longer live in that district, but hence why I'm all about the Illinois 9th. This isn't her Katie Porter moment like it was said. This is her Trump moment, leaving the news interview mid-interview. Rome Dog, good to see you, brother. How you doing? Venom in. Hope you're doing well, man. Things are going, but you know what? We're here. Yeah, it was her Katie Porter. Objectively, that was her Katie Porter moment. It's going to be used by her opposition, whether it's for the primary or for the actual general election, that she cannot handle a few questions. I'm alive. We're here. I feel that shit. Hey, you know what? Being alive, that's something to enjoy, though. Whether or not all this shit sucks, at least enjoy the fact that you got your health, right? My wife is going through it, and that's all she wants is just her health back. She just wants to not be in pain for a day, and she wants to not be tired for a day. So do not take your good health and the ability to wake up in even the ability to do anything or think clearly. Don't take that for granted. Just know that there are other people who can't. I remember when I said she was being very Trump-like when you first showed her to us. Yeah. And now, yeah, Sylvie, you were right about that one, and I pushed back on that. I was like, no, that's not fair. Nothing wrong with boosting your career, but do that by being the best you can be. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with boosting your career with national media, but that didn't... Listen, I'm sorry, and Sylvie, this isn't a reflection on you, but you had to go to Threads to get a bunch of people glazing her. Just wait till the opposition does start doing this. Fox, she just gave Fox News so much fucking content. She just gave Anna Kasparian content. She gave all these shows content, and this is what sucks is the mainstream media now doesn't even have to work that hard because she fucking Lord knows she did not do it herself. She was very vague in her press conference to begin with. Here, I'll play her press conference. Man, I'm really pissed at this.
House candidate.
Oh, we already did this. 3 weeks ago. Oh, that's why I'm mixing it up. That was 3 weeks ago she did that? Oh, I thought she had a press conference about this. No, she just released a YouTube video. Yes, I live in this district. They call it the Snake District. It literally stretches all the way from Lake Michigan to like the plains of like west. Sorry. My directions are all fucked up. West Illinois. It's like northwestern Illinois, technically. I know that like the tip of it goes like pretty close to the Wisconsin border. When I was looking at our districts, I was just like, holy shit. I had no idea it was so big. But it makes sense because you're not going to just include the lake, which I'm sure they tried. But yeah, be pissed. Your ask specifically is on the line. This affects you more than anyone else here. You live in the district. Yep. Yeah, that got me. Damn it. I did not expect to have that level of a bummer happen tonight, but fucking A, guys, like, that was not good. And I can only repeat myself so many times, but fucking A, cat. And like I said, I don't like the fact that she's gonna try and, like, do this thing where she's like, I'm being smeared. It's like, no, you're really not. You smeared yourself there. Like, I have eyes, I have ears. I can make my own personal assessment. Please don't, like, you want to be like Trump, then don't treat me like I'm a fucking moron. That's what got, like, honestly, that's what got Trump to win. Was just knowing his constituency are morons. So if I see you, like, trying to do Trumpian tactics to me, then I'm going to just assume that you think I'm stupid. At least she's using state funds to visit Israel. That's a good thing. What? I have no idea what you're talking about there, Eleni. And I don't think she is. She's not going to leave halfway through the fucking campaign. Oh, is not. I was about to say, yes. No, she's not. She's No, that's why I'm pissed. She's Palestinian American. She honestly has good politics. She's DSA. We believe in like 99.9% of the same fucking shit. But that doesn't mean that she's ready to like go. Like, if she won the primary, I'm sorry, but the right winger has a very good shot at winning our district just based on the fact that she cannot answer questions. One debate and she'll get crushed. Oh, fuck, that really... Oh, I have a little bit of a headache now. That sucks. Oh, whatever. I tell it like I calls it like I sees it, and this is how I saws it. And I'm not happy. Plain and simple. And this is going to be all over the place. This came out 7 hours ago. This is going to be all over tomorrow. Now, let's play a little game. How many of the outlets are going to, like, I'm actually worried that Majority Report is going to do this, where they're going to just be like, oh, you know what? No, this is like another targeted smear campaign, like the Graham Plattner thing. They're just trying to squash all. It's like, okay, well, at least Graham Plattner did something, like, and had some substance to what he would, like, his attacks. Like, he got the tattoo covered, and then he went and did a campaign rally, and he did a really solid job where it showed that he's not losing support in Maine. This was not that. Wow. But this also kind of shows where it's like her taking the Tara Palmieri like interview. I'm sorry, man. Like, shout out to Boston Brian for interviewing her. But this is where I was a little like salty, like I was just a little bit salty and being a little bit of a, dare I say, a bitch. Was when I saw Boston interviewing her, I was just like, oh, really? And I just kept staring at this where I'm like, huh. Well, that's interesting. And now it's going to be just seen as like, well, look at you being unprofessional. It's like, whatever. This is the nice part about being my own boss and also not having handlers. I don't have management to tell me in my ear, hey, Pat, stop talking about that. Now, is that a detriment? Sometimes. But in this case, no. No. You need my support. Like, this is going to Kat Abou-Ghazaleh directly. I'm not sure if she'll ever see it, but you need my support. And honestly, I do speak to more people than just my broader audience who are local. I was more than willing to go and, again, canvass for you. I already petitioned for you. Like, now, I'm genuinely questioning whether I wasted my time. Maybe I should have been supporting a different candidate. Like, what the fuck? But here we are. I'm just a resident of the Illinois 9th who has a social media 26-year-old, and that's a fair. You know what? When she said that, it was a little condescending, but I'm gonna bring it up because it's true. You know what? If you're gonna act like a child, then maybe don't get butthurt when people start like bringing up your age. You know, AOC got around that masterfully. Statement directly after too is what really makes it look bad. The fact that she had no response at all on any social media. Yep. But here, her glazers on Threads and Reddit and whatever they got her back. Everything's fine. I'll tell you what, it's not. It ain't fine. But. Because now I don't know who to vote for. Before, I thought I knew. I really did. But now I think Daniel Biss might be the guy. Yeah, here. Daniel Biss. Oh, wow, he's only 48 years old. American mathematician and politician serving as the mayor of Evanston, Illinois. Former member of both the House of Representatives and the Illinois State. Oh, so he's already been there. Oh, no, Illinois House of Representatives. So he's already been a state rep and a senator. Prior to pursuing a political career, Biss was an assistant professor of mathematics at the University of Chicago. Member of the Democratic Party. His political career began his political career by running unsuccessfully as nominee of the 17th seat in the Illinois House of Representatives. This was successful in 2010 in his second attempt at running for the Illinois House of Representatives. In 2025, he announced his candidacy for the Illinois 9th District in the the United States House of Representatives, seeking to succeed retiring Democratic Representative Jan Schakowsky. Mike Schakowsky. In 2026 midterms. It's also weird that she has like no oppo on Dan. Anyway, he is plus 13 to her plus or plus 18 to her plus 13. Yes, she was gaining, and I was very excited about that before. Wow. And you know what really sucks is I could already see some of the arguments where it's like, it's because she's a woman. You know, like somebody's gonna clip my my little rant there to just be like, how dare you try to tell a woman that she owes you something? It's like, she does when she's running for my fucking states or to represent my district in the broader house. Yeah. I don't care if you're a female, male, trans, don't give a shit. I don't care if you're a fucking Wookiee. As long as you have good answers to represent me, I will fucking vote for you. And also, like, actually have, like, a decent campaign and seem like a genuine fucking person. With how much he's glazed her, I wonder what Mike from PA has to say. I want to hear him yell. I don't give a shit about Mike from PA's opinions on much. Let alone the fact that he is Mike from PA. It's not Mike from IL. Right now you are watching Pep from IL. Specifically, IL9. I probably am one of, like, maybe one of, like, what, 2? Maybe 3? If I don't know. I actually genuinely don't know. But I think that I'm one of the few content creators that has as many people as I do in my community that is from her fucking district. Like, I can't discount the fact that I'm a media personality, and this is, yeah. I already... Is it bad that I can hear, like, little... There's, like, an angel and a devil, and my devil is, like, a radio producer, and he's just like, Pep, what have you done? You will never get this interview now because you went out there and you bitched too much. It's like, no. Her career is not over, but maybe being representative is just not for her, not for you? What do you mean? I don't see her winning here. Elaney, I live here. I can tell you right now, DSA is not exactly, like, the most popular in my district. I live in a fucking purple district. And we have a right-winger with all the money in the world that is poised to go against her for the same fucking seat. I don't want to hear anything where it's just like, she just might not be for you. No, she was before. No. I'm not taking that. No, because that's discounting what just happened there. I get really tired of that, too. Because Katie Porter tried to pull that shit. Like, she can apply for a different position in government? Apply for a different position? What? She has to get so many signatures to even get on the ballot. Like, no. If this is how she handles tough questions, trying to jumpstart her political career, I don't know what to tell you. I had a feeling that, like, TikTok does not translate to general elections. That does not translate to primary elections. Facebook likes don't translate to this shit. Again, do you know how many people in my life that I have brought up her name and they're like, who? I'm sorry, guys. Like, I'm sorry if I'm crushing some dreams here. I'm sorry if you guys are upset with me for not just doing the lockstep bullshit with her. Not doing that. I have a fucking brain and I think for myself. I know. So weird. You're watching a content creator that thinks for himself, doesn't just follow what his chat says, does not get manipulated into thinking about anything else than what my position is. I will change my mind if I find something that is to change my mind about, but this is bullshit. No. Fuck that. I'm not being gaslit by my side of the aisle into voting for somebody who just proved to me that she's not worth a damn if she cannot fucking take tough questions. How is she supposed to? How is she gonna? So, how is she going to survive the actual debate between her and the right-wing candidate, who is very well funded? I'm sorry, guys. Not playing this. I will support her if she, like, honestly, she has the opportunity to do something really funny. Take one of her, like, to do an interview with one of her constituents who, honestly, has a little bit of a bug up his ass over some of the way that she handled that. And she can totally save herself by being like, you know what? I just didn't like Tara's framing. She could tell me, we had an agreement, but then I'll just bring up, well, you didn't really say that you didn't have, like, you had, for legal reasons, you didn't want to discuss this. You did not articulate that correctly. I do think that you came off as like a little I can't do this, goodbye. Because that's how it came off. It came off as like catty. It literally came off like, I can't do this. I just can't fucking do this. Click. Anybody who's ever been like in an argument with a friend or a spouse, and then you just fucking click, you hit the goodbye. Too many people on the left feel entitled to the vote. It's exactly why Biden was tanking. I probably shouldn't be talking though. I don't know. I'll just say that, yeah. Because that does kind of show me that she feels like she's entitled to my vote just for me being DSA, for me being farther left. And I swear to God, if I get any of that bullshit, any of the bullshit where it's just like if I hear you're saying this because she's a woman, you're saying this because she's young, you're saying, I don't want to hear any of that bullshit. Because that will be equated to a straw man argument here. I have made my position abundantly clear now. Can I take my name off that list? Okay. Yes, you can remove your name from a candidate's volunteer list. This is not a formal or legal process in the way that a voter registration is. It's a matter of communication with the private campaign. Got it. Well, I will say this much. My next few communications are not a for media request. Then I will say that, okay, you can remove me from the list now. I have no interest in campaigning for her if this is how it's going to be. Like, that performance was abysmal. And I have every right to say so. Oh, man. That was a lot. So, I'm going to smoke to chill out. Dude, this sucks. Yeah, it really does. I thought she was a new squad member. I was so excited. I was so excited that I was going to have a representative that was part of the new squad. I thought for sure that she would definitely have, like, the attitude that could take on these old men and, like, the right-wing candidate that they have for this stupid district. Has anyone told me that I look like Joshua Weissman? I don't know who that is. I've been told that I look like a few people. I think there's only been one that I was like, oh, okay, I can see it. Yeah, let's do that. No, I definitely need to. Fuck. I was really hoping, like, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and hope that was a fever dream, but it's not. You got them Norwegian. Yes. Yes, I am the Dutch. It's okay. Dutch Norwegian, technically. Actually, I think I talked about this, that we pinpointed that my family came from, like, the Dutch-German border before they had established borders. So, Johnny Depp, hella high, nice. Yes, there's probably somebody in my bloodline that has Chalmerson. My name is Chalmerson. Niklas. Actually, that's a hockey player, but kind of look like my family. All right, that's kind of funny. I was away from my phone. I don't like to see you depressed. I'm afraid to ask what happened. My representative, the person running to be my representative, who has a lot of media traction and who has been all over leftist media, just gave one of the most piss poor performances I have seen on a campaign trail yet. I have to say. Like, she got indicted, which again, if she was going to handle this like Trump, again, I did everything right and they indicted me. And then just have answers, but she literally walked out of an interview because they played the video of Kat doing the thing, which again, that helps her, by the way, the fact that that is public, because that means that they cannot use it as evidence necessarily, because if her lawyer's worth half a damn, that could taint a jury pool, because a lot of people have already seen it. Fucking Christ. And no, I'm upset because I put a lot of energy into really supporting her campaign. And honestly, kind of... Oh man, I could really just do the thing where I'm just like, you know what? The bridge was kind of being built, but I got these matches. You know, I got these matches. No, I don't want to do that. Because I want to give her an opportunity. Like, again, to be fair to her, as a Illinois 9th District constituent, lifelong Chicagoan, I have not left, I haven't left my city. I was about to say, I did leave my hometown. I was not going to be stuck living there. Although, I don't know, going to Algonquin for those protests, it did remind me like how much the town I grew up in was really pretty. So I was like, oh, yeah, occasionally. You get those moments where you're just like, maybe not having your neighbors 10 feet away from you. That'd be nice. I still can't believe she fucked that up. Because Tara Palmieri is not that... She's not a right-wing plant. She's not even that centrist, honestly. The Illinois politician, Biss, the social media sensation, Kat, the veteran state senator, Laura Fine, there she is. And then the rookie, Mike Simmons. Honestly, I'm going for the rookie, but... Goddamn primaries, GOP field, governor takeover. Wait, are you serious? There's still... It doesn't look like the right wing is actually going to have a primary for anybody. They're just going to have somebody. That's fucking crazy. Really? Yeah, they only got one guy. Oh, nope. Hold on. Yeah, Mark Sue and Rocio Cleveland. Rocio Cleveland looks like she has a bunch of money behind her. Oh, no, actually. I'm sorry. I got that back. No, Rocio's got no money behind her. Mark Sue has... like nothing either. Okay. Well, maybe there isn't much to worry about from that end then. They've only got 2 candidates in the right-wing primary, but yeah, 4 candidates in the Democratic primary. All right. I'll calm down a little bit. How long do I plan to stay on? I'm only at the 3-hour mark, so like in probably till like 1 o'clock. What's tomorrow? Friday? Yeah, it's Halloween. Tomorrow's the Halloween edition of the show. I'm likely going to have to help my wife pass out candy, so it's going to be a lot of me jumping off stream to go do that. But I'm going to go pee real quick, though, before we go into the next segment. Because I'm going to quit on that one. Oh my God. One more time, guys. Yeah, one more time. I'm actually going to be fair because I want more context on this. I can't believe she did this. Here, let's take a look. I'm going to go in the corner here because I didn't see the chat before. Let's see how the chat goes.
Free association in an effort to criminalize the
Stay
very
strong,
act
Katie.
of
We
protest.
support you all the way. Never
And
give
so
up.
we're going to be pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come
Wow,
out
great
in court.
get there, desperate, and they
I
will
fully plan
they
on
will
winning.
fall.
Yeah.
Prez has the lowest. The Prez has the lowest approval ratings in history.
History. Just to be clear, the indictment alleges that you and others, quote, surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on its hood and windows, etched pig on the side, and impeded movement. Did you etch the word pig on the side of an officer's car?
I'm not speaking to the specifics of anything that's in the indictment right now, but like I said, I do plan on pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning.
Okay. Well, let's watch the video of what happened that day that they are.
Did she really think that would be the end of it? Like, look at her. And again, this is publicly released video. This isn't like she was doing a gotcha where it's like, well, we've obtained this video from some Oppo research, and here, can you explain yourself?
Up with liberation! Up with liberation! Down, down with deportation! Down, down with deportation! Up with liberation!
Why are they throwing stuffed animals? Stuffed animals will get run over. That's not nice.
But what do you, when you see?
She's not, you're right, though. She really should make it clear here that she can't talk about it because her lawyer said so. She just didn't do that. No. No, and it's that easy. When you are in the middle of a pending court case, you can just say, listen, this is all pending. I cannot comment further. And that's all she needed to do to pivot to promoting her campaign. But here, she was just like, no, Tara, you're trying to do a gotcha. I'm out.
What do you think right now?
Like right here, she has already made the decision that she is cut. Like she's literally noping the fuck out of this interview.
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said, I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Just really quickly, I did want to ask you about just the fact that conspiracy to impede an officer is up to 6 years in prison, forcibly impeding and
They're using StreamYard.
intimidating an officer is up to 8 years. Is that that could actually hinder your ability?
Yeah, because this makes it seem like it's her decision alone and not due to the lawyer's words or the case. That's what I'm saying. Like for real. And guys, am I Oppo? Am I opposition?
To serve in
Jesus
Congress. Are you
Christ.
concerned about that?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave this for you guys to get more context, and I gotta pee.
Did she just sign off? Did she just leave the chat? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened. Okay. Well, she left because I asked her questions about what happened that day. All right. Well, I will continue with the conversation on my own, I guess. This is very bizarre. Yeah. So I guess this is, I've never had that happen before. Apologies. But yeah, so basically the charges, it could be, 14 years. This could hinder her ability to serve in Congress. It could make it more difficult, some people might not vote for her, but at the same time, she's probably raised a ton of money off of it. She was in second in the race. There's still a primary, a very crowded primary of 13 more people who are running to in this congressional district. And she was in second, 13%, and the person above her was in 18%. And so, you know, this could possibly help her, maybe hinder her, but I've got to think at this time, with so many people fed up with ICE and you know, what was going on in this country, that it may help. You know, she's already raised $1 million and she's in a safe blue seat. And unlike a lot of other members of Congress, or people who are hoping, you know, other members of Congress were in the gerontocracy class, she has, she was lucky because the incumbent, Jan Kowski, I believe her name is,
No, Jan Skakowski
has decided to step down at 81 years old. So it's not like she is up against an incumbent. Sorry, her name is Jan.
She mic dropped.
Schakowsky, that is the incumbent, and she has decided to step aside.
She clearly said she didn't want to discuss specifics, and you kept asking specifics like a Fed.
The next generation, Kat's biggest.
It's almost like you're going to have to answer specifics when you're on a campaign trail. See, this is where I am going to have a little bit of a broader brush here. I'm going to take out my broader brush here. I want to make some bigger strokes, you know. I'm going to just, hold on. I got to beat the devil out of it, you know. We're just going to beat the devil out of it. And then we're going to do some broad strokes here because I have an opinion about the left and how they do this shit where they get attached to a candidate and they stop. They stop thinking with their fucking brains and they think with their fucking hearts.
Biggest challenger would be...
Like, I get it, man. I get it. But this is bullshit. Right there. She clearly said to stop. Okay. She didn't give a good reason.
The mayor.
She's not just a social media personality, and this is why, Sylvie, with all due respect, this is why I brought up the equation, like the equivalent to Hassan, where it's just like, no, I see too many people that are fans of certain people that, like, they kind of lose objectivity when it comes to that person because, like, say it was Oppo Research that found something. They're like, oh, they found this in bad faith. It's like, yeah, but they did find something, right? Not in Hassan's case, but
so
this one, she did it to herself. Like, I was taking my piss and I'm like, I can't believe she did that. Like, I cannot my brain can't wrap around that she was just like, nope, sorry. And she could have, I don't know, just handled, like, aside from her being a candidate, aside from the Fed stuff, she could have just answered it better. She literally could have said, like, yeah, you know, or like she could have pushed back against Tara. Like, Tara, I asked you specifically not to do this. Can we move on to what my candidacy is about, what I can offer the Illinois 9th District, because these are the people that are really counting on me? No, nothing. And thank you, Squish. I appreciate you not wanting to see me depressed. Because, yeah, this is depressing. This sucks. That sucks. Like, dude. I hope you guys understand how much I put into this campaign. Like, personally. Like, I have donated to her campaign. I have donated time to her campaign. I was going to donate more time to her campaign. And I was also going to give her an outlet and hopefully be a strong voice as somebody who she is trying to represent. But I don't know now. Now I have, you know what? Look out for my next interviews coming up. They're gonna be very interesting. I'll say this much. What she just did there, she did just actually contribute to the way that I'm going to be able to create content off this. Thanks, Kat. And now here's the bitch of it, where if I make, you know, anything that is asking a hard question about Kat, I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna lose a bunch of subscriptions because of this shit. They're gonna call me, oh, you're just part of you're part of the Fed post blah 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 that you Fed blah blah blah. Like, fuck you. Or I'm just somebody who lives here. And maybe she shouldn't be like, you want to talk about like using a prop? Don't use me and my people as a prop. I don't know, if you were from here, you would know not to do that. Man, coming out catty. Tara Palmieri is another mediocre hack looking for clout. She says that Kat Abou-Ghazaleh ended the interview was a wild moment. Well, it was. She spent 4 minutes asking her the same question over and over. Tara begins the interview by patronizing Kat, calling her a social media star. She is, as if to suggest she is ill-suited for Congress. No, that's your take, and honestly, that's you prioritizing your personal feelings of this over the actual objectivity of what happened. Being disrespectful and insulting doesn't make you anything but an asshole, Tara. Most people would have bailed on the so-called interview much earlier. It was clear Tara Palmieri had an agenda from the get-go. I had someone do this to me once. Young dude asked me 8 different ways how I could justify running for office using my name. You read that right. Good luck, Kat. My God, she doesn't take it. Don't take the interview then. Yeah. Kat is a social media star who doesn't have the brains or experience to run for Congress. She isn't a serious candidate. Unfortunately, some of these, I'm starting like I would have never agreed with that pre that interview. Is this her audition for Barry? It was asking the same question over and over. Is trash, especially if anything you say can be used against you? Well, then she can respond in kind. Why is this always putting the onus on the person asking the question and not the person responding and not having a better response to shut them down? I could make like 5 to 10 shorts off this stream segment. Well, I mean, go ahead. I mean, just make sure you send them to me so I can put them on the channel. I mean, what's the worst she's going to do? Not give me an interview and just literally break another campaign promise? Because look, you don't get one of these unless you're here. I actually have a whole bunch of them because I was... See, here's what I was going to do. Because I did talk to her campaign manager and they gave me a whole bunch of these. I was going to send them out. If you guys wanted one, I was going to send them out. And I was going to put them in my neighbor's mailboxes, which I think I can't. So I was actually going to like try to just like do the thing where it's like, here, just kind of like we have like fences and shit like that. So like the way landscapers will just stick shit in your fence where it's just like, here's my number. You know what? Every once in a while. I remember there was a seal coater guy that I was just like, well, it's seal coating. It's the worst. Can he really do that bad of a job? So, yeah, maybe don't call those numbers. I was about to say if I do make them, I'll send them over. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, and I'm... if you have timestamps of like stuff that I said that was, you know, spot on, or even like being dickish, I was just speaking my mind on this. I'm coming from a passionate place because Jan Schakowsky sucks. I've never liked her. I didn't really have a chance for like who ran against her. I don't think there was a Republican incumbent or a Republican trying to run against her. Oh yeah, there was. I remember her. She was a judge. Oh yeah, she had all yellow signs, and I remember talking to my wife about that, where I was just like, I don't know if I would use yellow as the color for all of my campaign signs. God, It was so nice to watch her lose, too. If you're going to represent me, you have to start today is going to be 100% one of those shorts. Oh, cool. No, and honestly, tag her in that shit. Man, I really meant that, too. Like, this doesn't... And that one dude that's like, how dare Tara call her a social media personality? That's condescending. She is. She's literally a TikToker. She became famous from doing fucking, you know, political watch-alongs or whatever. Like I watched Tucker Carlson, so you didn't have to. That was one of the first things that I ever got exposed to her from. It was actually weird she used the exact article that I was like, oh, duh. And yes, when I found out that she used to work for Media Matters, when I found out that she was actually from Texas and not even from Illinois, that stuff started bothering me. I don't like the idea of somebody coming in from any random fucking state. I don't care how much money you have. I think it's bullshit when you go into a locality, especially if you were moving here specifically to do that. If you lived here for like even a year before and you were like, yeah, you know what? No one's running for this. Fine. But this is bullshit. And that response was bullshit. Just gonna say, man. I just hope she's not counting on the whole, like, oh, you're DSA, you'll vote for me, right? Because, like, dude, I do work here. I'm gonna do this. I can't do that. Never mind. I thought I could actually block out some information. But I have done some work with multiple arms of the Democratic Party in my like local district. That's how I even found out that Algonquin and like those outer areas are part of my district, which was weird to me. I'm gonna be like, I didn't know that. But yeah. That was also, like, enlightening because when I was there doing my protests, I got to talk to people and just ask, like, hey, have you heard about Kat? What are you guys, like, how do you guys see us? And I should probably do more man-on-the-street interviews. I don't know. I get nervous. But when I turn those fucking cameras off, that's when all of a sudden people start talking to me. Although, I did also have a problem. I have to kind of address this. I forgot about this. So I had to edit a little bit of my Algonquin one because there was a lady on there who did not want to be part of, like, the whole video. So I had to honor that request. This is what I get for telling people my channel name. You get a random email just like, hey, I'm in that video. Can you take that down? It's like, well, I'm not taking the video down, but I'll edit it. Hope that's the first and only time I'll have something like that. But we are a two-party consent state, though, as far as getting, you know, people recorded and, yeah. All right. MAGA comedian turns on Trump. Here we go. Let's do that. Because, yeah, that was wild. I still can't believe she did that. All right, who do you guys think it is, number one? Before I start this, which comedian do you think finally woke up and saw the light? Because if you guys get it right, I'll just kind of go right to the video. But I don't think anybody really is going to guess this one. especially like with the people that have been most prevalent in MAGA from the comedy scene. I don't know, guys. Nope. Oh, this is gonna be fun. You guys don't know. All right. Let's go. And you guys don't know from this either, although you're starting to get a little silhouette. Who's ready for some comedy?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I supported him.
Hey, Jim Brewer is God damn it. I have mixed feelings about this because I used to be a big Jim Brewer fan. Saw him live. And he lost his mind completely during COVID.
And I'll go as far as say I voted. I haven't voted in my life. He got me. My whole life I said politics is nothing but professional wrestling. I saw it when I was on Saturday Night Live. I would see politicians together. I would see celebrities together in a room.
This is for anybody that like wants to call him crazy about this. He's right. And I kind of told you guys that in my old profession, saw the exact same shit.
I'd see the two politicians that were screaming at each other the night before and saying how much each side is so crazy. And I would see them drinking together, laughing together at charity events.
I actually don't mind this format.
And it was the first time where...
As somebody who likes to walk around and talk, I actually kind of like this format.
I started going, oh my God, how does the public...
Trump was a wrestler, that's why he was so popular. He wasn't a wrestler, he never wrestled. He took a Stone Cold Stunner. MAGA was his champion.
You got...
Do not let... Just because he is in the WWE Hall of Fame, do not let yourself get confused that he was actually doing in-ring work.
Me.
Oh. He did in-ring work. That's not fair.
Hating over there.
He did segments.
But you two are laughing in the corner, almost the way lawyers do. You know, that's another thing.
He does the mic stuff, though. Yeah,
I sit there. You know what I learned?
Whatever. That fucking WrestleMania was annoying.
By going to certain areas in Africa before they're demonized and colonized or freed. They need freedom.
See, he kind of gets it.
Weapons for them too. And don't forget, he did say, next we're going to...
The weird part is, oh my God, I just realized I could probably have like a real conversation with him because he, when it comes down to everything, the whole, his wife had cancer.
Africa.
Pro-Trump comedian Jim Brewer on October.
That's honestly why I got pissed off during COVID because he kept going deeper and deeper into like, why do I need to wear a mask? Whatever noises he does. But his wife had cancer like at that time. And I was just like, dude, you don't get it. Like all right, fine.
October 14th, 2025, expressed regret for his vote.
Which now, as somebody who understands like the procedure, and especially if they're on chemotherapy, it's like, no, dude, you do need to.
Nobody mentioned.
Oh, what the hell? I just realized my.
Hey, man, we're really sorry for all the innocent victims. I didn't hear that. You know what? This was terrible. This was not fun. A lot of hospitals. You saw the videos because it's the age of video.
Fucking, I didn't expect him to turn on the issue of Gaza, though.
And people have seen it, which is why the whole world wants to arrest that man for crimes against humanity. But no one's going to do it because they're all in on it. They're all in on it. They're all in on it. And the sick part is people have already mark my word, there's money already invested on who's going to own what part of the Gaza Strip. Peace plan. Nobody apologized for death. Nobody. I didn't hear one person. I didn't hear one person go, my heart goes out to the innocent victims. Not one. I'm so proud of the soldiers. So proud.
Now, I'm not jumping back into like the pool of being a fan of his, but I will say this much. It is refreshing to hear him say this.
I don't know what
No, welcome, Jim.
any of it means.
It appears his moment of clarity came from, get this, Gaza.
Can you play no more Trump after this? I'm not bashing Trump. I'm just
wow.
I just don't know what to think anymore. The Qatar one. Whoa! Wait a minute. We still got Maui going on. We still got North Carolina going on. We still have parts of Florida. We still have Pasadena. We still have homeless. We still have veterans that aren't taken care of. We still have health care we don't have. What do you mean you just got a big new plane? What do you mean you're building in Gaza? What do you mean that you're making all these great deals? What do you mean?
I like that basement wall.
Qatar has an air.
It used to be funny. No, listen. His 2003 special is legit one of my favorite comedy specials, and that's why it was so disheartening to see him do that.
Force base. What do you mean I couldn't be president of the United States of America? Tell me something. It's still we, the people, right? That wasn't funny, but this is all meant to distract us. It's not good.
And apparently the Qataris buying off Donald Trump by gifting him an airplane. Now, let's remember.
I mean, this is fair to do, but honestly, this is the shit right here, though, that gets, like, if you're going to welcome him, then don't just do the thing, well, hey, man, what you said here is pretty base, but you remember when you weren't base?
My in-law,
it's like,
we got to get our flu shot, then a booster.
Yeah, this is when he lost his mind. But these same people are now going to abandon him. And this is where I'll say this much. It's not like I'm walking back into going to see live shows or anything like that. But now he does have to kind of realize, like, yeah, well, maybe I fucked up. What do you mean?
I'll say, people are starting to die. Where'd you hear that? What are you, one of those conspiracy theorists?
I just realized that's where, like, I thought it was Brian Regan where I do, like, no, it's him.
What are you, a cult member? Extremist, one of them?
Oh, this is sad, though. Because, like, he's leaning into stuff that used to, like, hit in the late 90s, early 2000s, and he's still doing it. Ooh. Ooh.
Here in the NFL,
oh my God, these people would love Dane Cook. Oh no. Oh no. Some audiences, man. I can tell you right now, I'd bomb hard in front of these people.
crazy conspiracy theorist.
He performed for the Reawaken America tour, which was put on by former White House National...
Yes, we get it. We get it. I get it. I get it. Like, usually I'm all... Man. Weird night tonight, because usually I'm all for...
Security advisor Michael Flynn and Oklahoma entrepreneur
his,
Clay Clark. It all went down
but...
not long after they failed to overturn the 2020 election. Via PBS,
yeah,
the
Rick, come on,
tour
man.
serves as a
I have to say, like,
traveling road show and recruiting tool for an ascendant Christian nationalist movement that's wrapped itself in God.
Okay, so are we welcoming his new take though, and like the fact that he had a pretty base take there, and I don't know, man.
The Omicron and let them know it doesn't even matter if they're vaccinated.
It is just laughing at the mannerism.
Like we're in an Avengers movie.
Why is this so fucking
The Omicron
loud?
is coming. The Omicron is coming.
It's Godzilla.
Put your grandmother back in the basement quickly. Get the children away from everyone. It's the Omicron. He's breathing on everyone and no one's dying.
2,000 deaths a day.
You see them panicking.
Look at that audience is loving it.
Running to the
Comedy
screens.
fans.
What do we do now? Joe Rogan's misinformation. Joe Rogan's misinformation. Joe Rogan's misinformation.
Woo!
War in Russia! War in Russia! War in Russia! Quick, look at the other ring of the circus.
That didn't age well.
And he was rightfully shredded for it.
But you know how much of a moron you have to be to believe that
I was about to say, wait a minute. I thought I was watching Rick
was
Straub.
because of vaccination.
Right. Yeah.
Like,
Majority
and this
report.
entire crowd is going wild on it. But like, just hee-hawing like donkeys. Like that idea that football player just got smashed in the chest.
Everything we're seeing here is really just sort of indicative of all conservative.
I forgot about that guy.
Media. It is aggrievement, right? This whole comedy routine is just mocking the people who have been.
Dude, the audio levels that, like, the difference between the rest of the clips and then this.
Grieving you.
I say this in closing. There are so many times throughout this entire process, not only in his first term, but leading up to his second prior to taking office, where we tried warning over and over again about the ramifications of casting that.
Swear to God, if I ever run into him at like a Bulls game or something, that'll be
There was
crazy.
uncovered video of Russell Vought saying that they are working
Sadly, I think I would nerd out a little bit. Like, yo, Rick!
hand in hand with the Trump administration on Project 2025. People didn't care to listen. They didn't care to read it. They thought it was a hoax. We tried playing up that Donald Trump is going to send the military into your city. They said they wanted to do it. Folks called us crazy. I think what really just alarms me the most is that someone like Jim Brewer, who would literally take a paycheck from Michael Flynn, preaching about Christian nationalism, joking on a tour.
Yeah, comes around to the fact that he might have been wrong. Dude, see, I don't like this. I've never liked this on the left, and I don't like it from anywhere, but for some reason we do this a lot, where we hold people to their worst takes, and instead of just being cautiously optimistic, which is fine, like, you can do that. It's the same thing like I was saying about the Fetterman thing, but, like, sometimes, man.
Tour that preaches
like
Christian nationalism would not pay heed to those warnings and would instead
you hold people to their worst selves and then you just constantly like rub their nose in it. I can tell you from a therapy perspective, that doesn't work. Dogs, that doesn't work. Kids, that doesn't work. Why would that work on adults? And why do we have this like thing where all of a sudden it's just like, well, you know what? You should feel even worse for it. I mean, come on. We don't make mistakes.
lay up something about Damar Hamlin nearly dying because of the vaccine.
And then they get shit shocked when all of a sudden they're on the chopping block.
Completely unfounded. And he instituted.
This is where having just a little bit of leeway where you're just like, yeah, you know what? Okay. Might not agree with the take, but fine.
It's that into it.
Or, hey, you know what? Maybe he's not that, up to date on that. Maybe I can give him a little bit more context, or, hey, he's not really educated on this.
So now,
this is why he's still on TYT.
We have Andrew Schultz, Theo Vaughn.
I mean, this is on his TYT channel. It's not on his private channel.
And Jim Brewer. Far-right comedians. Yes, far-right because they voted for a far-right candidate. Who are now saying, I didn't vote for that, or I was conned.
And they're not far-right personally. This is actually, I have to really disagree with Rick here. I can't even.
And I guess my only question is, where were you in the lead up to all?
They weren't there, but now you can welcome them with open arms for changing their fucking mind, Rick. Or you could just continuously be a virtue signaling asshole who will never have anybody come to the center or like from the center or from the right. It's always just going to be a bunch of us preaching to each other until we get sick of each other's bullshit and we don't make any fucking progress.
All of this because...
And this isn't a psyop. This really is just like the, hey guys, this is the problem with us.
The warning signs were there and you just didn't care. Hey, I appreciate...
Because what does he gain from that? Does he look better? I don't know. Does he want the pats on the back? Like, good job, Rick. You know what? You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm so glad that you can recognize the far right. That is the, you know, Theo Vaughn's, Joe Rogan, and Andrew Schultz, who always seem to kind of like do this thing where, like, because they're idiots and they are the, like, we expect all these people, especially like the famous comedians, to be at a certain level, right? Especially like level of education or understanding. They're not. They're at the base level of just your average American, 6th grade reading level. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Cenk would have a better opinion. Whoa, Sylvie. Man, something's happening tonight. This is interesting. No, but for real, though. Gotta say, I think that was unfair. You guys did not expect that to be Mr. Brewer. Man, my brain is like broken right now. Ugh. All right, let's make sure. Is this? Yep. All right, this is monetized. We can watch this. Sweet. Ow. Man, me getting mad about the cat thing, like the cat Alba Ghazale, not like my cat. Yeah, man, that really bugged me. I feel a level of like personal betrayal. It sucks. But now I do have an opportunity, and I'm going to seize on it, to interview the other 2 candidates that are running against her. Well, there's technically 3, but 2 that I'm interested in interviewing, because Lisa is a DNC AIPAC shill. I have absolutely no interest in what she has to say. The other 3, including Kat, are non-AIPAC funded. They are grassroots. Mike is literally like the underdog in this one. Daniel Biss, he has political recognition, but this is where Kat might win with some name recognition. And if this one does not like reflect more on her campaign, I could see her still standing a chance, but I can also say I don't think I'm a, like, personally, if the election's tomorrow, I'm not voting for her. Primary or general. I'm sorry. Like that, well, that's not fair. That's not fair. I'm full of shit. If she was in the general and it was versus a right-winger, no. Because then I also have to admit where it's like, so you just vote blue no matter who? It's like, because who else am I voting for? We don't have another independent candidate that's going to be worth a damn in the, you know, as far as winning. And I'm not going to let my district slip into a fucking right-wing, a right-winger's hands because, yeah, no. I'm not going to let them, you know, institute new ICE facilities in the Illinois 9th because that's what we're risking. So I'll also say that practically, yeah, if Kat wins the primary, guess who I'm voting for? But I'm also pissed off because I have a feeling that it's like, now I have the Fetterman sus. Like, dude, before I didn't have to ask, was she just doing this to, like, as a self-serving thing? Now I am asking that. Like, oh man, so many new things that I'm just like, damn it. And it's, you know what? It is fair for me to do this. It is still fair for me to do this. I'm not going to harp on it anymore, but holy fuck. If you guys are confused about what happened, go back and watch the What was that, an hour ago? Second hour of the show. All right, here. We do this one. We're almost to the fun half. You know what? Let's do this. Mass layoffs. Actually, no. Let's do the Chicago protests first. Then I'm going to check in with Portland.
We saw 2 protesters brought to the ground and arrested by local and state police.
I have played tug of war with a man's body to keep him from being abducted into the Broadview Processing Center. Even if this is meant with the best of intentions, it still means you get a black eye.
This isn't a war zone. This is supposed to be a peaceful place.
Hey, Morello.
ICE is across the street from my house.
I heard a loud
Yep.
boom, bang. It's just not right. This is over the top.
Damn, dude. All right, that looks a lot like my neighbor.
Felt like they was just bombing the building. So they was throwing flash grenades in there. I'm talking about, and that's scary.
Chicago has been the testing ground for Operation Midway Blitz, a massive immigration enforcement campaign targeting who ICE claims are the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens here. Since the start of the crackdown, federal agents have made hundreds of arrests.
Get back! Get on the ground now!
But at least some of those detained in the operation have been American citizens or legal residents, including children, and nearly half of arrests last month were without warrant or probable cause. The operation has drawn criticism from rights groups and triggered a wave of court challenges across the country. With
they're starting to piss off just your average folk.
Illinois now front and center.
So,
one of the things that we've seen here in
also something that's not being talked about, and this is going to sound kind of shitty, but there's a lot of white people that are now pissed off that they can't find day laborers and everything is more expensive as far as like getting a porch built or getting any labor done in your home. They are now just figuring out where it's like, wait, how come contractors are so damn expensive and we can't find any?
Despite a court order that was in place before, ICE continues to make arrests without a court order, without a judicial warrant. What they do is they bring blank warrants out with them into the streets, question people, and then they fill out the warrant on the spot.
I was arrested, put in the handcuffs, the foot shackles. They told me that, all right, we're going to do a little background check on you, see if you get a citation and let go, or if you're going to be at a federal facility for a really long time. I heard while I was detained in the room that the phrase, he can't disappear, and then another agent was like, what, he can't? It's the real terminology they were using, and luckily
I literally feel like we, like, just based on his notes,
we're on the list.
I'm like, oh, dude, I feel like we could be bros.
Just people that they could easily just get rid of.
Like literal brothers.
As the Trump
I had that haircut for a long time.
Administration has targeted so-called sanctuary cities. Millions have taken to the streets.
Before I took the dive and just kept growing my hair out.
I
grew my hair out, and this is kind of embarrassing to admit, because I had like an off year where I had to sit out for like an injury, and I just kept growing my hair.
U.S. But in Chicago, the backlash has spilled over into towns like Broadview and Elgin, typically quiet suburbs that have been the site of recent immigration enforcement.
My granddad's been here since 1972 or something like that, and the community is very peaceful, so it's just, I don't even remember it never not being peaceful over here, you know? This isn't a war zone, you know what I mean? This is supposed to be a peaceful place, you know? And,
is that not Tom
and
Morello?
you should be able to speak freely without any consequences. It just makes us look bad. And then, you know, you got the barricades up and right next to people's houses, so it's like they live in a war zone as well.
We're here today in Elgin, where just last month, Kristi Noem and ICE agents broke down the door of a man's house and detained multiple people, including 2 U.S. citizens.
So refreshing to see the Gestapo in the morning.
Tamara Geilinger has lived on Chippewa Drive since 2006. She and her neighbors recorded video the night of the raid.
Damn, dude.
ICE is
There's a community college over there.
across the street from my house.
I know exactly where they're at.
There's a helicopter flying around too. I heard a loud boom, bang. And I look out the window like, what is going on? And I see
like a militarized zone set up across the street from my house. There were 2 armored vehicles pulled up in the grass. A lot of people dressed in military fatigues carrying weapons. The first boom was a flashbang grenade that they blow the back door off of my neighbor's house. My wife suffers from PTSD. She about hit the floor because she saw a battle over in Desert Shield, Desert Storm, saw Scud missiles blowing up over her head. And so what that did was it took her back right to that moment. It's just not right. This is over the top. You know, there's got to be a better way to deal with the immigration system. And it's too bad, you know, it's presenting this way.
Nobody seems to be answering today. Kind of see evidence of a federal raid with, I think, clearly something being replaced recently, and, you know, look right above and around the door.
Last month in Chicago's South Shore neighborhood, the Trump administration conducted perhaps its most shocking raid yet.
On a building that was already falling apart.
Armed agents stormed an apartment building, detaining dozens of...
When you find out that the landlord planned this with Kristi Noem, it's so fucking despicable.
American citizens, and arresting more than 30 Venezuelan...
South Shore's...
nationals.
South Shore is so confusing because it's like simultaneously like gentrified, but also has a bunch of buildings that you know are run down, and everybody talks about the slumlords that own them.
MacArthur Benton was at the complex the night of the raid.
It felt like they was just bombing the building. They was throwing flash grenades in there, I'm talking about, and that's scary. To be asleep and hear this boom, boom. They actually blew some doors down. We on the 5th floor, and it's about 40 of them. They step back in, step back in. But they had us cuffed.
Did they show you a warrant?
No warrant.
Nope.
No warrant.
Do you feel safer in this neighborhood now that they are doing these things to Chicago?
No.
Wow.
I don't feel safe. Because, say I move from here. I move in another apartment building. Let's just say migrants are in the building. I move in the building with migrants. It's going to happen again. At least that's my thought now. I'm 60 years old. You know, now I was always taught that this was the land of the free. Are them people free anymore? No.
Damn.
It's wrong. It's not the American way of doing things.
Damn. That was a really good...
We are now on the way to go meet Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, who's been running as a Democrat for Illinois' 9th Congressional District.
Again, all of this coverage.
Kat has been a major presence at the anti-ICE protests in Broadview. Is that Rob?
Yeah, she got hit in the face with a baton and then punched. I sat on that barrier at the free speech zone, and they shoved me over the other side of the free speech zone. In Chicago, we are seeing a campaign of
There's the Indian
terror,
dude.
and we are also seeing a response of defiance by Chicagoans. I have played tug of war with a man's body to keep him from being abducted into the Broadview Processing Center, because if you're arrested by ICE, you could just show up in Louisiana, if that. Even if this is meant with the best of intentions, it still means you get a black eye.
That was fucked up. What the fuck were they pulling her over for?
We saw 2 protesters brought to the ground and arrested by local and state
for what?
Police in front of the quote-unquote free speech zone area, and they were trying.
Again, I have to stipulate these are not CPD officers.
Into the street area, which is
CPD does actually have a non-participation
the non-free speech zone, I guess. Senior Trump White House official.
But the state cops, man, I do have to say, like, J.B. Pritzker has a few things to answer for on that one.
And other officials in the Trump administration have been pushing for the Department of Justice to ramp up arrests, including of journalists, elected Democrats, Democratic congressional candidates. Your name has come up in these conversations.
This administration will do everything they can to demonize people who are fighting for our basic rights, who are fighting for the working class. The real crime...
They do, but that's why it's like, dude, you need to be...
is what's happening in that facility by ICE.
Do you know how painful this is to want to, like, really, like, just full-heartedly support somebody, but I can't right now? Like, that sucks. Fucking A. That was really good reporting, by the way, by Zateo. Here, if you haven't already followed Zateo, please do. Mehdi Hassan's based, and yeah. Fucking A. It sucks. Like, I really want to support her. But I can't do it blindly. I'm sorry. She has a good response tomorrow. I'll say this much, too. Like, if she does, like, come out even during the weekend, I will do a special report on that. Because I've committed enough to this, and I do want the best for my constituency. I want the best for my neighbors, okay? Like, and what she is doing with bringing the attention to ICE is not, like, I have to say, is, like, one of the best things of her campaign. Her commitment to the people of Broadview and, well, not people of Broadview, but, you know, the people in our community who have been taken to Broadview, you know? These are things that I never trust a dude carrying a red balloon. Can I just say that much? Maybe it's because I've been watching that Welcome to Derry, but... by the way, this is Portland. We're going to do our nightly Portland check-in.
But see, they're right. See, they're. No, that's not their car. Yeah, that. No. Okay, so there's the car behind. No, isn't the car behind it?
No, Morgan's here somewhere. Who knows? Oh, there she is. That's why I put a balloon on her last time, but I'll never do it again. Oh, is that?
We never watched the Katie Miller debate. With who? Wait, I didn't even know there was a Katie Miller. Wait, really? My grandpa told me, never trust a man with a red balloon. 99 loop balloons. Now you don't trust a word I say. Easton, Freeston, Mike the Royston. Wait a minute, are we doing the German? Well, hello, welcome to the party. Oh, room party starter. We have got the party machine turned on tonight. Unte. Wait a minute, I didn't hear any of the bass. I was only creating the bass for myself. Yeah.
He's like, it's just Valley right now. He's talking to like 3 dudes. 3 young kids that seem to be interested in what's up.
No, I talked about her her interview. No, are you talking about Katie Porter, not Katie Miller? Katie Porter, I talked about her, and it wasn't... Ooh, nice yoga form, my man. You got decent balance. I'd play hockey with you. You need to skate, my man.
He has 0 balance.
You'd be surprised. He probably has some power, man. Some of the fastest dudes would always surprise you on ice where you're just like, oh my god! It's like, this guy's huge!
I don't know, I've never seen him before.
Then you would see their freaking,
I think he's a little lit, though.
their calf muscles, and you'd just be like, oh, no wonder. One of the dudes, he did say, he's just like, yeah, it's because I'm fat. I carry all this shit around. He's like, it's like working out all the time. That makes sense.
The coolers are Antifa.
Maybe I was mistaken in what she said. Well, number one, who the hell is Katie Miller? Like, I don't. Are you confused about? I said Katie Porter, and I said Katie Porter had an interview with you know, some right-wing dipshit. But no, debate. I never had a debate. It was. I think I was mistaken. I wasn't tracking the conversation properly. Oh, Katie Miller, Jake Huger. Yes, I'm waiting for the 420 mark, and then we're going to watch that. Here. It's right here. I want to watch that, but here, we're doing... Yeah, no. You're not mistaken. I'm stupid.
10 seconds.
It's okay. This is on the part of the host. I will admit my fault in this.
I'm getting balance.
No, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. No, wow. Didn't track at the time. No, that's why I didn't track at the time. I was like, wait. I didn't know her name was Katie. I think that's part of it. I just call her Mrs. Miller.
Beautiful flags.
No, we're gonna watch it.
Very good.
No. I got that. We're watching that. Here, I gotta make sure that none of my information's on this. I call her Miller Lite. God damn it. All right, that's pretty fucking good. God, Miller Lite. That's pretty fucking funny. Oh, yeah. You know what? This layoff thing. I wanted to check this out real quick. Let me pause this protest. There's like nothing going on. They're just doing their normal thing, standing outside the building and showing that they're not happy. Which, good. We need people doing it, but...
Oh, hate to start the show with such abysmal news, but we're going to have to do what we're going to have to do. So take a look at this. Recent layoffs that were just announced. This is... Oh,
there's way more than this, by the way.
Apocalyptic, if I'm being honest with you. UPS, 48,000 employees fired.
Dude, GM just announced that they're laying off
Amazon up to 30,000.
I think it was like 13,000.
Intel 24,000. Nestle 16,000. Accenture 11,000. Ford 11,000. Novo Nordisk 9,000. Microsoft 7,000. PwC 5,600. Salesforce 4,000. Wow. Paramount 2,000. Target 1,800. Kroger 1,000. Applied Materials 1,000.
Yeah, I know that Target did a freeze on their holiday hiring.
444. Meta 600 employees. Guys. This is also just...
I had a friend just lose her job, and she just said how everything that she's been trying to get, she's overqualified for. She tried to get a job at Kohl's. They told her that she was overqualified, and they offered her lower pay.
It's the beginning, bro. This is just the beginning. Don't say you weren't warned. I was warning you. Many people were
allegedly
warning you. The fact of the matter is, Trump has obliterated our economy with his stupid trade war, his dumbass tariffs. Now the world hates...
And then he chickened out with China, and then he was just like, pat me on the back, I just did a great job.
Us. The world is moving away from us.
Oh, wow,
now,
who could have seen this coming?
Inflation is continuing to skyrocket. Unemployment is going
face.
up. We are on the brink of an absolute catastrophic collapse and crash in our economy. And I think
once
it will
the AI bubble goes with it, we're fucked.
The 2008 Great Recession.
And it's almost like all the people with speculative assets are going to be eating their shit. Yay!
Child's play, if I'm being honest with you. That's where we're at. In fact, they say the AI bubble is like 17...
I'm genuinely happy about that.
17 times bigger than the internet bubble, and 4 times bigger than the subprime mortgage crisis, which led to the Great Recession. So, not looking pretty, y'all. Really, really not looking pretty. And like I said, this is just the beginning. I mean, I really think we're at the beginning of the pain here. And at the same time this is going on, any other president would be on top of this 24/7 trying to figure out what's going wrong and trying to fix it. Not Trump. Trump, if anything, is doing the opposite. He's trying to hide the data, trying to fudge the numbers. That's why he brought in his own Bureau of Labor Statistics hack to rig the data for him and lie for him so he can shove his head in the sand and go out there and pretend like everything's hunky-dory and everything's swell. That's why... You know, he goes out there and says, we got $20 trillion of investment in this country. Total fucking lie. In fact, we're hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs, and now unemployment is skyrocketing. But he just lies and runs with it. This is what I mean when I say he's a right-wing postmodernist. This is right-wing postmodernist stuff. But it gets worse. Ready for this? So, Kalshi says that there's a 98% chance of the Federal Reserve doing an interest rate cut. So they're looking to...
Unfortunately, when Trump said too late, he was kind of right about this, but at the same time, it's the reason they're doing this is way worse for Trump.
Cut interest rates at a moment like this, which is very strange and very bizarre. Why are they doing it? Well, as Dr. Eric points out here, really bad signal.
Oh.
Normally, you...
It's because it's the same tweet I saw.
Almost never
I
cut
was like, why does it sound familiar?
rates with rising inflation. But the only reason to cut interest rates despite higher inflation headwinds is if the economy is tanking, worse than inflation rising. And that's the unemployment crisis right now. So in other words,
this is when you know it's bad, is when my dad starts when he usually disagrees with me on economic kind of shit like this. Specifically, I've been talking about stagflation and how it was coming. This goes back to, all right, I'm gonna be fair. It was like April, May. Oh no, it was April. Unfortunately, I remember the timing because I was clearing out my mom's estate. And yeah, I was just like, yeah, we're heading towards stagflation.
Stagflation.
And he kind of pulled this, like, I hate to say it was kind of a boss move, because he was just like, all right, what other economic expertise do you have? And I kind of did like a hubba.
Is here. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the worst of the worst economic scenarios, is stagflation. The worst of the worst. Now, at the same time that's going on, remember, we're a month in to a government shutdown, all because the Republicans are saying we are mandating that your health insurance,
by the way, we are 4
premium
minutes away
doubles, triples, and quadruples. And you have the Democrats going, look, you're not going to get 6 or 7 votes from us unless and until you protect the Obamacare subsidies, which would make it so healthcare premiums don't double, triple, and quadruple. And so, for once, the Democrats are...
Man, my friend who was was studying economics really nailed it. They said stagflation before the election. Well, I'm glad that I agreed with somebody that was smarter than me.
They're fighting, and they're correct to fight. And Trump is using this moment to basically take a sledgehammer to the federal government. Now, they already did this under Doge, so they were going to do it anyway. But one of the things we talked about is that Trump has the legal authority to release the funds for food stamps, the SNAP program, because American hunger is considered a vital issue that, doesn't go with the government shutdown. You can still release those funds. Trump has decided, I'm not going to release the funds, and I'm going to pretend like I don't have the legal authority to release the funds. So 40 million Americans are going to go hungry because Trump's a piece of shit, and he wants them to go hungry. So as he's building his $300 million Great Gatsby...
Well, yeah, because they think that hungry people are more malleable. They don't see that hungry people also tend to do stuff.
Marie Antoinette fucking billionaire ballroom, the Jeffrey Epstein Memorial Ballroom. As he's building that, Americans are going hungry all across this country. Absolutely disgusting.
Yep.
Man. Disgusting and disturbing. And at the same time, we also have this. Take a look. Roughly 3,370 flights were delayed across the U.S. on Monday, day 27 of the government shutdown.
Damn, I thought this computer was newer, 13 years old.
As more essential workers failed to show up to work. So what tends to happen if you're not fucking paying people is after a while they go, well, I'm not going to fucking go to work. I can't pay my rent.
My old computer back
I can't pay my mortgage. I can't pay my light bill. I can't put groceries on the table. And you want me to show up and work for fucking free? By the way, did you know this? You want to hear something fucking infuriating? You ready for this? So as over 1 million government workers are furloughed and they're not getting their fucking paychecks, did you know Congress is getting their paycheck?
Yes.
And they're not even working right now. They're not even fucking working.
Can't create CPU.
Right? But they get their paycheck. Workers do not get their paycheck. I would be fucking furious.
There it is.
You want to know a way to quickly fix some shit like
glory.
this? Make it so that senators and representatives also don't get their paycheck. Do that. And then I think we'd probably fucking fix this a hell of a lot quicker. So this is disturbing, but we also have, I got one more for you. Look at this, man. This is a new low. Trump just banned...
Yeah, this is fucked. Guys, this went way underreported. Even in this, it's like he should have done its own video. This really is, like, this is what's going to fuck me personally. Yay.
States from being able to wipe medical debt from Americans' credit reports. The Biden-Harris administration moved to wipe medical debt from credit reports.
Biden didn't do shit for the American people, old man sleepyhead.
Now this new rule will keep $220 billion in medical bills on Americans' records. So this was another example of Democrats trying to hook up the American public and say, look, medical bills, first of all, medical bills, there shouldn't even be a thing called medical bills. But if they're going to exist, for fuck sure, they shouldn't ruin your credit report. Yeah, if, you got hit with a big medical bill, surprise medical bill, you can't pay it. You want that to drag down your credit? That's insane, right? It's like some weird social credit score type system which can ruin people's lives. So Democrats fix that. Trump goes in and goes, no, I side with the insurance companies. I side with the healthcare companies. I side with big pharma. I side with big business and the billionaires. Fuck you. Let that drag down your credit score. I don't care. And this is the same guy. Remember, he swooped in and saved the day to allow banks to keep charging you overdraft fees. Democrats crack down on overdraft fees. Trump goes in there and goes, I'm with big business, baby. I'm with the billionaires. Let them rob the American people. I don't care. What the fuck does he care? He's crypto scamming his own supporters. He's worth billions and billions of dollars. He's violating the emoluments clause and being the most corrupt president of all time on a daily basis. He doesn't give a fuck if you get squeezed. He doesn't care about that. And so he represents big business. He represents corporations. He represents the billionaires. And here we are. All the chickens are coming home to roost now in terms of his bad decisions, right? The economy was resilient for a while in that we had minimal downsides with all of the horrible decisions Trump made. But now it's all catching up, bro. Now it's all catching up. Now it's all falling apart. And I think we're in for quite a bit of hurt. And this time it's going to be different compared to other times. Because in the past, whenever there was an economic downturn, the dollar got stronger because were the indispensable nation, the world's sole superpower. Everybody agreed to that. The dollar is the world reserve currency. Now there's a move away from that. Yep. So when the economy goes down, the dollar also goes down.
We're fucked. Thanks, Trump. But don't give up, guys. I will say that much. Don't give up. If I don't get to, you don't get to. We must be in this for the long haul. This is why they need immigration as the distraction. Yeah, but it's not working. I'll say that much.
The barbarians are no longer at the gate. They are now inside.
So you're calling CENK Uyghur a barbarian? Well, given he's here, let me bring him in.
There are barbarians inside the gate, and that's Randy Fine.
Damn.
Randy Fine is a sick terrorist sympathizer.
You want him deported, is that right?
I do. Look, I think Mamdani lied in his naturalization application.
He's a dirty Muslim, and you should hate him for supporting Muslims. And that's what almost all of the Israeli supporters are doing.
Dude, just come out and condemn Hamas. It's not that hard.
These anti-Semitic attacks that is so permeating on CNN and MSNBC.
This is so ridiculous. Somebody
Oh my God, she talks just like her husband. Ew.
criticizing you personally is not an anti-Semitic attack. If somebody says that you are lying, that is not an attack on Jews. That is an attack on you.
Piers, I'm going to be done with this if you're going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators.
Zoran Mamdani says that Islamophobia is endemic in the United States, and his opponents have given him ample reason to make that case. A New York congresswoman called him the jihadist candidate for mayor. Republican Randy Fine is trying to have him deported. Mamdani's main opponent, Andrew Cuomo, has called him a terrorist sympathizer and was widely criticized for saying this in a recent interview.
Whose lives are at stake? God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering.
It's another problem.
For his part, Mamdani has not always struck the right tone on issues of race and faith. He previously compared the NYPD to the Israeli Defense Forces, for example, and he fought back crocodile tears while talking about some of the real victims of 9/11.
I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims of New York City. I want to speak to the memory of my aunt. Who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because
I mean, you're going to call them crocodile tears when you've never actually had that type of oppression. And I can tell you right now, as someone who lived in post 9/11 America, it was fucking racist as shit. Dude, they were beating the hell out of people that were wearing fucking, like, they were Sikhs, by the way, and they were just calling it, like, quote unquote, Hajis.
she did not feel safe in her hijab.
Like, that was something that they would, like, shout and then beat the hell out of people. So you want to you want to do this thing like, crocodile tears. Just because you don't have a soul doesn't mean that everybody else doesn't.
Well, Mamdani's now clarified those remarks, but only to say it wasn't his aunt, but his father's cousin. All of this has become a matter of national debate for several reasons. Firstly, the competing accusations of Islamophobia and
Well, his father's cousin, you could actually consider an aunt. Like I have situations like that where, like, technically, you know, is this person my aunt? No. Are they a close family friend? Yes. I mean, in Chicago, we call them aunties.
Anti-Semitism have underpinned basically everything since October the 7th. Second, if Mamdani
I got an uncle who's my dad's best friend.
wins in New York,
like, okay.
Many think the Democrats will follow his socialist lead. And finally, it comes at a time of hand-wringing and soul-searching over ICE raids, anti-immigrant rhetoric, and the question of what it means to be an American. Is Mamdani the embodiment of this great colorblind meritocracy, or as Randy Fine puts it, part of the invasion? Well, joining me to debate all of this is the host of Keeping It Real, Gillian Michaels, the former Deputy Press Secretary and host of the Katie Miller podcast, Katie Miller, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, CENK Uygur, and the Palestinian-American journalist Omar Badr. Well, welcome to all of you. Gillian, let me start with you. Welcome back to Uncensored. I thought it'd be helpful probably to start the debate about Mamdani by reminding
Hey, Piers, the British Empire is dead. Get over it.
Us all of some of the more inflammatory things that he said on his record. In June 2020, he wrote on X, "We don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to hashtag defund the NYPD." In 2023, he linked the NYPD to the IDF in a Democratic Socialists of America panel discussion, saying, "I think that for anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyper-local. We have to make it clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF." In June, he declined to condemn the phrase globalize the intifada, instead saying that's not language I use, and he would discourage the use of it. In September, when asked if he agreed with the Israeli Prime Minister's stance that Hamas is a terrorist group that needs to be destroyed, Mamdani said, "I'm not going to echo the words of Benjamin Netanyahu." When you take it in totality, I can see why people have got exercised about this, albeit with the last two, a failure to do something is not quite the same as endorsing it, and we should be that should be recorded. But what is your view about Mamdani?
Well, the one thing that I would hope people stop doing is pointing out that he's Muslim, because honestly, who cares? What does that have to do with anything regarding his policies and how he will run New York City? So
She's dumb as a box of rocks, but holy shit, one rock was right.
So that should be called out from the get. It's wrong. Nobody should do it. Simultaneously, yes, a lot of the things you said are alarming to me. I do wish, dude, just come out and condemn Hamas. It's not that hard. It's very common sense.
That's not literally like the problem, but okay.
In my
As I said, dumb as a box of rocks.
opinion, what's alarming to me about Mamdani are his policies. And if we're going to talk about that, I feel like I can pontificate on it. But with
Why does she dress like Starsky and Hutch?
regard to him being Muslim, I go back to, again, who cares? And people should stop calling that out. It's wrong.
But I guess it's relevant if he is saying that Islamophobia is endemic in the United States. I mean, do you believe that it is endemic in the United States? A hatred of people for their Muslim faith?
I don't think it's endemic in the United States, but it does exist. Racism exists. Sexism exists. I don't think.
Wow, Piers is really doing this thing where he's just like, well, we're not that bad. It's like, yeah, we are. I mean, bro.
Endemic. And I think that
we literally are arresting people for being brown. I think you might just, in the interest of not sounding completely stupid, shut the fuck up.
that kind of fear-mongering, rage-baiting is literally tearing us apart, which is why I want to see it stop when it comes to his religion as well. So, listen, he said a lot of things that I don't like. This is America. He's allowed to say those things. I go back to what I wish people would attack him on specifically are his policies, because that's where I believe he has exceptional vulnerability. Like, if you don't like the things that he's saying about Gaza or Hamas or the Jews, don't double down by saying those things about him being Muslim. That's my
He's never
opinion.
said anything
I don't think
about the
two
Jews.
wrongs
We should just be
make a
clear
right.
about the fact that he's never said anything about the Jews. That's a way that it's just a
Well,
phrase that
he-
gets
he
imposed on
could
him because people
condemn
can't find
Hamas.
anything to condemn. Yeah, but that's not saying anything about the Jews. Whatever his views are on Hamas, that's a completely different conversation. We should just use words carefully and to be like, if we're going to have a constructive discourse, it's important not to put words in other people's mouths. So anytime you hear Mamdani and you hear the phrase, the Jews followed by it, that's typically a smear because Mamdani has never expressed any views that are anti-Semitic. If his political views about Israel and Palestine are problematic, let's debate the merits of those without suggesting that he's saying something about the Jews when he never did.
Oh, okay. What
I think
about
that's
this
fair
one,
enough,
though? He
Omar.
has a
But
rap
he,
song.
okay.
I was going to say he has a rap song
Go on,
where he
Jane.
celebrates the Holy Land Five, who have gone to jail for sending millions of dollars to Hamas. How do you think that would make a Jewish person feel? Probably not great.
Not great, Jillian.
I've
how
never
does it
heard.
make
I've never heard of that
Muslims
song.
feel when Israel slaughters. Hold on.
I was about to say, wait a minute. How about all? Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, I
When
mean,
Israel
it
slaughters
exists.
our children
Yeah.
over and over and over again, and all we do is and Piers, this is really important. It's not that the American people are Islamophobic. It's that American media, mainstream media, and almost all the Israeli supporters are the most bigoted, racist people in the country. They despise Muslims. All they do is smear Muslims 24/7 while pretending that they're concerned about bigotry, but only when it affects their beloved Israel. So they're like, oh my God, I'm so concerned about anti-Semitism. Oh, you said something slightly true, actually very true about Israel, but it hurt my feelings. You're an anti-Semite, fire him, cancel him, etc. This is all thuggery. There's a bunch of pro-Israeli forces inside America. They've taken over our Congress. They've taken over mainstream media. And not only do they try to smear, cancel, fire, and arrest anyone who criticizes Israel, but on top of that, they now demand that you be racist and bigoted against Muslims. And it's so
Hey, if you want to be
hilarious.
specific with your words,
Because
who wants
Mamdani,
to
hold
try
on, let me
to
finish.
arrest
Hold
them
on, let me
if
finish.
they
Let me
criticize
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Be
Let me
specific with your
finish.
words.
So
Oh my God, she sounds literally exactly like her husband. That's crazy.
let me finish. So now they go, okay, even though Mamdani has never said anything anti-Semitic, nothing against Jews, and even though the majority of Jews, according to polling, are supporting Mamdani, 67% of younger Jewish Americans in New York, that's under 45, are supporting Mamdani. We're going to lie anyway, and we're going to say, you
There
know
we
what,
go.
he's a dirty Muslim, and you should hate him for supporting Muslims. And that's what almost all of the Israeli supporters are doing, almost all of mainstream media, and that sick, disgusting Andrew Cuomo, who's as bigoted as it gets.
Today,
Fast forward to the rest of this.
all right,
Now
Katie.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Why is it that every time someone wants to criticize Mamdani, it immediately comes back to the Jews and the anti-Israel movement instead of actually talking about his viewpoints, which is that he
Nobody
wants to
said
make
Jews. You just said it. You always do that. We say Israel, you say Jews. We say Israel is a government. Please don't make it about Jewish Americans. And you come back and
Is
go, you
Israel a
have to
Jewish
make it
state,
about
yes or
Jewish
no?
Americans. What's
Is
wrong
Israel a
with
Jewish
you?
state, yes
What's
or no?
wrong with you?
Is Israel a Jewish state? Yes or no?
First of all, okay, so Saudi Arabia is a
Israel the only
Muslim
Jewish
state,
state
and you can
in the entire
criticize
world,
it
yes or
all
no?
day long, all day long. There's no special protection
Because
for
what you're
Muslims,
doing is
Jews,
you're
Christians,
decoding
or
language
anyone that
to
calls
mock
themselves
American
a Jewish state or a
and to
Muslim
say that we
state.
should not be here and we should not be in existence, and that you would be happy for other people like Mamdani to
No,
use
I want Israel to be
no
safe.
Nothing of the sort.
Nonsense. You're totally
To where
lying.
the stars
That's
are
very
on their neck.
normal for a Miller
Do they kiss like this?
to be completely and utterly lying. That's not true. We want Israel to be a safe haven for Jews, 1967 borders, but you guys say, no, more Palestinian land. Take
Here's what I'm
Gaza,
gonna do
take the
again.
West
I'm
Bank,
gonna
take
do
southern
this.
Lebanon. Your greed knows no bounds.
What's-
And by the way, you and your husband
Here's-
are
I'm
supposed
not
to be
gonna
working
do this,
for
where he's gonna sit
America,
here and attack
not
me,
for
and I've given him the
Israel.
time to
I think you're
continue.
betraying this
I will
country.
not
All right, Cenk, let Katie.
Piers,
all right,
if I could
don't
just jump
speak
in
over
here
each other.
on a quick,
Katie.
on a quick note.
Yeah, Omar, I'll come to you, but let Katie finish her point, then I'll come to you. Katie.
No, Pierce, quite frankly, I'm really sick and tired
She doesn't actually have one.
of this racist, bigoted rhetoric that comes from people like you against my husband, against my family, and my children. I am raising Jewish children in this country
brought your
in which you
children into this?
Yeah, who brought your
What a
kids into this,
weirdo.
you fucking... Like, you're not good at this.
Pierce, I'm going to be done with this if you're
Oh!
going to allow racist and bigoted attacks against one of your commentators
Jillian's was like, oh, I mean, I've done that, so I can't really say anything.
just for the sake that he will not
hang on.
speaking.
Casey, to be clear, Casey, to be clear,
He inserted a line that says
Casey,
the
hang
Millers
on.
lie. Is that not coded language for therefore we are Jewish? Come on, Pierce. Where are you? What? Where are you standing? for this?
God, you're so
Casey, if I can speak,
Everything's your
if I
shield
can
is
speak, listen.
anti-Semite. Fire him, cancel him, cancel him,
Cenk,
America.
Cenk,
Oh my God, Israel's
Cenk,
feelings have been
Cenk.
hurt. Why don't you work for this
All right,
country?
can we try and get
this country instead of
All right,
Israel?
can we try? All right, can we please? All right, let's
Pierce lost control.
stop the ad hominem attacks. Let's try and get this
That's
back
pretty
to
funny.
a more civilized debate.
Can we just?
Actually, about the likely incoming mayor of New York. Katie, I was giving you the chance to respond. If you want me to do it for you, I'm happy to do that. But normally in a panel discussion, if someone makes...
You know,
Yeah,
Pierce,
I
was
agree,
again
and you shouldn't be interrupted. So, yeah, Katie, let me just ask you, separate, let's not get into ad hominem stuff. It's honestly, I think the viewers are sick of it. Let me just ask you, Katie, what is your fundamental opposition to Mamdani? Because my view of Mamdani is he's very charismatic. He's a skillful politician. He has reined back on some of the more inflammatory things. He undeniably said the stuff he said about the NYPD would be for some people disqualifying, frankly, in a city like New York. But he's managed to come through that by reining back on some of that stuff. And he is, as Cenk Uygur rightly points out, he has a remarkable popularity with young Jewish New Yorkers. I mean, it is remarkable that for someone who people have branded anti-Semitic, a lot of Jewish New Yorkers simply don't agree. They want to vote for him. So he is what he is. I also think, as Gillian pointed out, that probably a more obvious stick to beat him with politically are his views, which are pretty socialist. And what is fascinating about this politically, looking at the totality and potentially a future general election, is if you...
I'm just watching this lip just like start to take over her whole face.
You have a progressive socialist like Mamdani.
She looks like the frickin' Rolling Stones logo.
Who wins in New York. Is that the way the Democratic Party is now going to go? And does that have any chance of winning against what would likely be another MAGA candidate in 2028? So these are big picture issues that will come out of a Mamdani victory. But from your perspective, Katie, what is your fundamental opposition to Mamdani becoming New York mayor?
I want to start off with, do you agree when your guest says that the Millers always lie? Because that's what
Yes.
your guest on your show just said, is that the Millers always lie.
Yes.
And so now I'll continue into saying, Mamdani, just as you said here, is a
I mean, you do tend to lie a lot, so yes.
socialist. He is someone who is going to drive New York to the bottom. I'm excited for him to win because he'll prove to every other single large city in our country that what you will see is failure, what you will see is high crime, what you will see is murders, what you will see is a prominent city in our country fall into complete disrepair, and you will see large amounts of capital and tax dollars exit the city immediately, because what people are voting for is their own downfall. When you play into identity politics as he's done, when you stand behind a podium and your first comment is, oh my gosh, my aunt on the train, instead of talking about all those who lost their lives on 9/11, then you're doing something wrong, Piers. But I will sit here and say that for the reasons in which
He was talking about something completely different, because you're ignoring the fact that there was some major racism after that.
he is wrong and which he will drive New York into failure is again the same reason why people on your show, instead of arguing the merits, as you say, of his opinions, they're going to sit here and use attacks on my husband and myself instead of debating us on our values and our opinions. It is gross. It is racist.
I'm sad now because I realize we haven't seen Ryan in a while. Oh, shit.
And it is bigoted.
Yeah.
And I will not join your show again if you
Your
speak
values
to that.
suck. That's what I'm debating.
This is so ridiculous. Yeah.
Well,
Your
Katie,
values are-
let me just
If I
make
can-
it clear.
if I can
Katie.
jump here, Piers.
No, Cenk, stay out of this. Katie, let me just respond to that. Katie, normally, when someone makes an ad hominem attack on another panelist, that panelist is on the receiving end, gives it back, right? And you've chosen instead, it seems to me, to want me to do that for you. I don't mind doing that, right? But to me, you could easily respond. You're perfectly skilled and capable enough to respond to what CENK said about you, and you've done that. And you've argued, very passionately why Mamdani would be a New York mayor. I'm not taking sides here. I actually don't like any of the ad hominem attacks that come on the show. But it's interesting to note that there have been an increasing number of very ad hominem attacks on Mamdani, and a lot of it has had a whiff of genuine Islamophobia. And I don't think it means that any of us have to endorse that or anything to actually accept that that is what's been happening. And I see the same thing happen with Jewish candidates in American politics. I see a stench of anti-Semitism from certain quarters towards Jewish candidates. But we certainly see this with Mamdani, and it's ugly, and it's horrible, and it shouldn't be.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah,
Good
you are a
night,
guest on my show,
Bloodstone.
and I appreciate
Thanks
you
for
coming
hanging
on
as
the show,
long as
and I
you
like
have.
you coming on the
Oh, and
show.
I'm saying
But,
the two other
I
guests
think
on
you're
your
able
show
to.
are welcome to participate.
Hope you. I hope you were able to make fourth meal.
The anti-Semitic attacks that is so permeating on CNN and MSNBC.
This is so ridiculous. I'm sorry. I have to jump in here. Somebody criticizing you personally is not an anti-Semitic attack. If somebody says that you are lying, that is not an attack on Jews, that is an attack on you. And just stop hiding behind identity. This is all the snowflake behavior that the right is supposedly criticizing the left for, that you're simply repeating here. Yes, Stephen Miller is a destructive force in American society. That is not an attack on Jews. That is no reference to his identity. This is an attack on him individually, and just deal with the merits of this case. And also, when it comes to Mamdani and all the stuff that he said,
let's go there.
Whatever you want to call him, you have to be clear about the fact.
Bring us the Israeli state, right? That's how we got here in the first place. Let's
No,
rewind.
Mamdani, and we should be clear about what Mamdani said in relation to policing in New York and Israel.
How we got here was Jillian very perfectly pointed out that we should not use identity politics to get here. And immediately we went to the state of Israel. Anti-Semitic attack.
No, I'm sorry. The state of Israel is not identity politics. That is a foreign government that is engaged in genocide and war crimes. And we're allowed to criticize that without you pulling identity politics into this. It is utterly unrelated. And Mamdani, by
Man, she's getting cooked by this entire panel. Even Pierce couldn't stand up for her.
he was not asked about 9/11 and just randomly decided to drag his aunt into
She thought this was a good idea.
this. He's talking about Islamophobia specifically in a context in which he is under relentless.
She even kind of looks like him a little bit.
Islamophobic attacks, including by Andrew Cuomo. And in that context, he brought up the story of his aunt and the fear that she felt living in New York City. That is a legitimate part of the conversation. And you pretending that this was comments about him having disregard for the real victims of 9/11 who were actually died on that day is such dishonest smearing against him. And I'll say, all the references that Mamdani has made in reference to policing and the IDF is simply pointing out factually that there is collaboration there.
I go to New York a lot. I love New York. And there's no doubt to me that what he has said on the record, Mamdani, about the NYPD is deeply offensive to a lot of New Yorkers. And there's no getting away from that. Him saying that about the NYPD, we have to make it clear, when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's been laced by the IDF. That is a really insensitive
Yes, that is a reference
thing to say.
Yeah, it's literally referencing the fucking tactics that they use, which, come on, man.
That is a reference to...
Just because you make money and you've never been on the fucking, wrong end of police before.
But he still said it. An actual program where New York City Police go to Israel on the dime of the ADL or in collaboration with programs through the ADL so they can train with the Israeli police and the Israeli military. An apartheid repressive state should not be training American police. And yes, some of those brutal...
What police in our country do get training by the IDF.
Tactics do come back to the United States and impact Americans. So simply pointing a factual statement about the fact that there is a problematic program there.
Don't speak facts. They don't do that.
Of collaboration, I think, is fair. I think pointing out, frankly, it seems like a statement that should not even be in dispute or question. I don't know what the controversy is. Statistics in America show consistently that brown people and black people are stopped by police more frequently. So saying that there's a racism problem, that's not an indictment of policing altogether. That's simply pointing out that there are problems that need to be fixed. You're never going to address these problems if you're afraid to mention them.
Omar, he's not saying that there is some racism. He said the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to hashtag defund the NYPD. Those are his words in June 2020. Now, he may want to have a revisionist view of his own words. He may have reined back on some of those words, but those words exist in a post he made on social media. That was his belief. He didn't just say some of the NYPD were racist or homophobic or a threat to public safety. He said the NYPD itself in totality was. And again, if you live in New York and you rely on the NYPD to police your streets, or if you work in the NYPD, that is an incredibly insensitive and inflammatory thing to say. Let me get straight to the point. Gold is up by around 40% this year. That's not speculation, that's reality. And if some of your savings aren't diversified into gold,
That's one thing. No, I think
Well,
It's not going to save your family, and it's not going to pay your mortgage.
Views are one thing. I don't buy into that, Omar. I don't buy into
If you haven't already bought gold, then you're fucked.
I'm sorry. It shouldn't make any difference.
You don't
your
think that when you're running for
opinions,
office and you
whether
get
you're
an
a
opportunity
civilian-
to phrase yourself more eloquently, that doesn't count?
Hang on. No, sorry. I think what counts is what you honestly believe in any given moment. He clearly believed that, or he wouldn't have posted it. The idea that when you run for office, suddenly you change all your opinions, I don't buy that. I actually like to judge politicians on what they have previously said when they were civilians, because it's often more enlightening about what they really think about things. And if I was in the NYPD, I'd be very concerned about Mamdani, given what he said publicly about the NYPD. And I don't think that's intellectually dishonest. I think it's assessing what Mamdani said in real time as his honestly held belief about the New York Police Department. So there are things that, look, like I say, he's charismatic. He's clearly very popular, notably amongst young Jews in New York. I think that's really interesting. He's likely to be the mayor of New York City, but he thoroughly deserves proper scrutiny of what his views have been. And I think his views have...
Do you think that if he didn't stand as much of a chance and like Cuomo had a better campaign, that this interview would be a lot different? Because I do have this feeling.
NYPD are inflammatory. And, he's got to address that. I just hold fire panel for a moment. I want to bring in now a Florida...
Then why don't you hold Trump to that standard? Exactly.
Congress.
It's almost like he doesn't have any consistent moral values, and he just does this where it's like he'll do a bit of grandstanding, like against it, whoever his Democratic opponent is. That's he's just going to take the opposing view and just kind of do the contrarian bit.
Randy Fine, welcome to Uncensored. But what is your view of Mamdani? I think you want him deported. Is that right?
I do. Look, I think Mamdani lied in his naturalization application. He did not share he was a member of
Oh God, here we go. The Obama,
TSA. He did not
bullshit.
share his affiliation and his love for the father.
There's nothing just more hack than the fact that they're using the same tactics against Mamdani as Obama.
A Muslim terrorist, and I think that was dishonest. And
Barack Hussein Obama.
I don't think he should be a citizen. I think that needs to be investigated, as we need to do for many people who've come in over the last 30 years. One of the most fascinating things about this election in New York is Mamdani is losing overwhelmingly among those who were born in the United States. His only chance of becoming mayor is because of those who grew up with values other than being American. And I think that's something that should alarm everyone.
But the way you phrase that, if I can pick you up on that, what do you mean? I mean, you have to be born in America to be...
Who's this dipshit?
...be an American? Is that your position?
No, but by the way, there's a reason the framers of our Constitution said that to be president of the United States, you had to be born here. There is something about growing up here, going through your childhood, being inculcated with American values, becoming part of that melting pot that made America great. When my family came here over 100 years ago, they came here because they loved America, not because they wanted to change it. They wanted to become part of the American social fabric. But what you see in...
I hate to break this to you. You go back 100 years ago, your ancestry wasn't exactly welcome here, bro.
New York is people who have...
Fucking A. There's a reason that they talk about Jewish cabals in all of the conspiracy theories coming out of America. What the fuck, man?
Come here.
Like, you don't see it. And the funniest part is that it comes from the party that you claim to be part of. Good job.
Not to become
Good
part of
fucking job.
America, but to change.
It's almost like you're a disingenuous douchebag.
America. And that is, there's nothing wrong with America.
Also, ugly tie. Yeah, Jesus.
And there's nothing that fundamentally needs to be changed. This is the greatest country in the history of the world, and we have too many people coming here who do not believe that, starting with Mandami himself.
Spanky-looking motherfucker. Like, seriously. I'm sorry. I'm not, no disrespect to the yarmulke, but for real, it looks like his needs a propeller on it.
Yesterday, that CENK Uyghur, one of our panelists today, is an invader. What did you mean by that?
I think it's a great example. I actually talked in that post about Mandami. I talked about Ilhan Omar. I talked about the gentleman you recognize. These are all wealthy foreigners who moved to the United States and then constantly talk about how bad it is. He made a post saying I should be deported to Israel, that I have dual loyalty. My family's from America. I was born here. My parents were born here. Most of my grandparents were born here. My relatives that came here over 100 years ago came.
But he's missing the part where 100 years ago, if you apply the same standards, then you wouldn't be here. Thus, door shut. Fuck you. Like, what are you talking about?
Because they were desperate to be part of the greatest country in the history of the world. They did not
complain to the teacher in
come
kindergarten.
and then go on constantly about how bad it is and about how terrible it is and about how things need to change. If folks want to come to America, they should love it, they should share its values, and they should want to add value immediately. And far too many people who are coming do not share those values, and I believe it is a threat. The barbarians are no longer at the gate. They are
Israel, Jew, Muslim hater club.
Now inside.
Wow. So you're calling CENK Uyghur a barbarian. Well, given he's here, let me bring him into this. CENK, what is your response to that?
Yeah, no, I don't mind, because I agree that there are barbarians inside the gate, and that's Randy Fine. Randy Fine is a sick.
He's like, you know what? Fuck you personally.
Terrorist sympathizer.
All right.
In fact, if he
every once in a while, there's a moment from Jake.
He wants America to do.
You know what? We have been getting more of these.
Terrorism on Israel's behalf. He has said we should.
But then he says something where you're like, oh right. Ugh.
Nuke Gaza. That's killing millions of innocent children. And human beings and civilians, but he doesn't care. He only cares about Israeli lives. By the way, the Israelis have murdered now nearly a dozen Americans in the West Bank. No accountability from our government. And people like Randy Fine say we owe Israel. We owe Israel a genocide. We owe Israel $300 billion. We owe them.
Wow. That's very specific, but I think you're right. Yeah, the kind of guy to take a picture of something you put outside of your door for 5 minutes and mail it to the HOA.
No accountability at all when they kill American citizens. They had a pervert Israeli government official that came here in Vegas and tried to rape our children, and we let him go? That's insane. Randy Fine, are you asking for the sick Israeli government to return the pedophile so he could face justice here? No, Randy Fine represents Israel, not America. Everybody knows that. He also said we should starve all the Gazans. So he's right. There's a sickness inside our government. AIPAC and the Israeli lobby have given to 90% of Congress. They've given him $500,000, and that was a giant waste because he works for Israel already. So, Randy, we're all sick of your...
He has over $500,000 in his bank account, and this dude cannot find a better tie or, I don't know, minimal amounts of makeup.
Terrorist sympathies towards Israel. They have committed 75 October 7th. Their civilian kill ratio is 83%, worse than Hamas, worse than any terrorist organization. They have murdered 256 journalists, more than all other conflicts combined. They murdered 104 people today, including 46 children. They burned
Welcome everybody over on Twitch.
them alive.
Or just checking in. Nice to meet you.
And we're sick of Israeli terrorism, and we're sick of people
forgot
like
to
you
promote my Twitch.
forcing good Americans.
You know what's
I
up, guys?
love this country. I didn't come here to be an occupied territory of Israel. I came here because I love America and the freedom and equality and the justice that comes with it. If you think your grandparents who came here were not loyal to America, that's your business. But no, most of the people that come here come because
Also, join
we
the
absolutely
Discord if you haven't
love
already.
this country and not Israel. Go serve. Why don't you go to the Knesset, brother? Everybody knows you love Israel and you despise Palestinians and you love Israeli terrorism. Why don't you move to Tel Aviv already?
Okay. All right, Cenk. Let Randy Fine respond. Randy.
Well, thank you, Piers, and thank you for the surprise debate. I actually enjoy that. Look, there's a concept in Islam called taqiyya where you're allowed to lie in advance of your political views. And you just got a great crash course, crash course. All of those things were nonsense. But the notion that I am more loyal to Israel than I am to the United States is part of it. Israel is fighting a war of civilization on our behalf.
I think that I've gone over this real quick. Twitch is not really promoting political content as much. Gee, I wonder why.
The reason we need a Jewish state of Israel is because of the Muslims
But I do know that there's a bunch of right-wingers who just like straight up quit Twitch, so
that surround it. And so I stand with Israel because I
don't know how much of that is like Kick and X paying these guys, but they're popping up over there.
I believe Israel is fighting the same fight that we have here in the United States, the same fight that people like Mundab.
Like I said, just in case, you never know. With everything going on, it's best that I have, multiple avenues. I think that I'm going to be making the same kind of situation over on Kick where I can create an account, but I really don't want to like simulcast or anything over there.
Ami and CENK wealthy.
There is a part, like, I'll be real, that would hurt a little bit because I don't agree with Kick. I don't agree with the gambling. I don't agree with like the method that they, just allow pretty much anything. They allow some crazy shit over there, man.
Muslims who move here in order to change the complex and the nature of our country are going to do it. And I won't apologize for that. I am very proud of my views. I'm very proud of my faith. I'm proud to be the first member of Congress in the history of the United States to wear a yarmulke, which you may be able to see on my head. And I know that drives them crazy because we're not supposed to do that. But they gave me the nickname the Hebrew Hammer for a reason, and I'm not going to be afraid to use it.
Oh, but Randy, fine. When you said I don't give a shit, hang on, CENK. Randy, fine. When you said I don't give a shit about Gazans, were you proud of that statement?
Well, I think the context there is Gaza attacked Israel on October 7th. Of the thousands of people who streamed across the border to kill every man, woman, and child that they could, many of them, thousands of them, were not, quote unquote, card-carrying members of Hamas. And so when you start a war and you are losing the war, if you do not like what that is doing to you, then you surrender in that war. Gaza chose to be the enemy. Gaza chose to attack Western civilization. And no, I didn't care what happened. It was my view that if they didn't like it, they needed to surrender. Something, by the way, they still haven't done because yesterday the Gazans killed another IDF soldier in a place that even under the peace deal, they are allowed to be.
Why do you call them?
I don't care historically about the Germans.
But Randy, fine. But I've not had actually any guest. I have to be honest here. I've not had any guest who has used the phrase Gazans rather than Hamas, given it was specifically Hamas that perpetrated the appalling terror attacks on October the 7th. It is Hamas that has the governmental power still in Gaza. It's not the Gazan people. It's not the civilian population. So why are you deliberately conflating Gazans in totality with Hamas when Hamas numbers may be 40, 50,000 maximum out of 2 million? Data brokers track everything you do online. They sell your personal data to advertisers, scammers, potential employers, insurance companies, and basically anyone who's willing to buy it. Many are now deliberately making it harder to opt out. That's why I use...
Because that is a propaganda lie. I'll give you 2 points. Number one, thousands of the people who streamed across the border on October 7th were not members of Hamas. That has been well established. Thousands of people came across the border who were so-called civilians. And second, polling just came out today. That said if an election were held in Gaza today, Hamas would win overwhelmingly.
Safirino, welcome over on Twitch.
Does that mean every Gazan supports Hamas? No, it does not. But to try to differentiate the two attempts to imply that some small percentage of Gazans support or like Hamas. That is not what the data suggests. And we should not allow us to say these two are completely different, Gazans and Hamas, because they are not.
All right. So Randy, fine. So when, for example, the United States, along with my country.
I really do agree. Like, I appreciate how much Cenk went at this guy personally.
The United Kingdom and others waged what many believe to have been an illegal war against Iraq in 2003, with the catastrophic consequences of 1 million deaths.
Who is this Randy guy? Randy Fine?
The rise of ISIS and so on. Is your position then that
really
in
don't
that
know.
circumstance, every
I just
single
know that Cenk made quick work of him.
civilian American
No, I think that he's a. All right, here. You know what?
is equally culpable
I'll get the official,
to the military that waged that illegal war, and therefore any repercussions.
United States
against
Representative for
any American,
Florida's 6th congressional district.
mainland America, would be justified. Because that's what you're saying.
No, it's not what I'm saying, but I would know
the Hebrew hammer.
In the war that Israel has fought against Gaza, the percentage of civilians who have died versus the percentage of combatants is far lower than we saw in that war. Yet the outrage perpetrated against Israel in a war where almost 1,000 IDF soldiers have died in order to minimize the casualties in Gaza.
Wow.
If Israel had wanted to wipe Gaza off the map, it could have done that. But it didn't because it wanted to minimize the death that was over there. The only difference between Gaza and Israel is Israel has the capability to do what it is accused of and chooses not to. Gaza does not have the capability to execute the genocide that it wants to because Israel stops it. That is the fundamental difference between the two sides.
All right, Cenk, your final response before we let Randy Fine go.
Yeah, so as you've seen, he's constantly referring to the Muslims that surround Israel. They're the real problem. It's open bigotry. He's not even hiding it. And then he'll go and hide behind the human shields of good, innocent Jewish Americans and say, oh, no, if you criticize Israel, you're actually criticizing Jewish Americans, which no one did. It's the dirtiest trick in the using the anti-Semitism card to protect his form of terrorism that he supports, which Jewish Americans do not support. And so he says it's okay to kill the Gazans, which is collective punishment. He's not only said to nuke them and starve them, but he just said it right here on this air. He's a deeply sick man who wants to put a moral stain on this country by forcing us to fund the genocide of the Palestinians. They have already done 75 October 7th, but it's never enough murder for Randy Fine. They've already killed a stadium full. Imagine 20,000 murdered children lit on fire, their heads exploded. Israel did all of that. And Randy Fine is saying it's not enough. Americans, go work another shift because you got to send Israel more money to kill more Palestinian children and put that on America's soul. Don't listen to this guy. He doesn't believe in America. His whole point.
It's really weird to be just like full-heartedly agreeing with Cenk right now.
That's the guy that we fund.
You know, all disagreements aside on all the other shit, you're cooking on this.
His beloved
I'm
Israel.
glad that he's like,
And they're sick.
he's smiling. What the fuck? They do this. What's his name? Conricus? Conricus does this all the time.
Disgusting.
Where he's like, nah. And like he does it with a smile. It's really gross.
Terrorism.
Just call me a dirty
Israel
Jew.
is
You
the
want
largest
you trotted
terrorist
out the
entity.
dirty. Trot it out. Come on, just
nobody
do it.
said that.
You
You're
want
the
to-
only
you
one who
want-
says
no.
it.
You want
You're
to
the
so badly.
sick,
Do
disgusting
it.
Muslim
Please,
bigot.
come on.
No
Come
one
on.
wants
Nah,
anti-Semitism.
it's
The only
nonsense.
person
It's
who wants
nonsense.
anti-Semitism is you because you
Yeah,
want to hide
yeah, sure.
behind it. You bring up your yarmulke when no one else did. No one minds your yarmulke except
Yep.
you brought it up as if like you're some sort of victim. You're the one who wants
I
to
don't say
nuke
I'm a
over
victim.
1 million
I'm not a
people.
victim at all.
You're
No,
not a
but okay.
victim.
Then why bring it up?
You're a disgusting.
Why even say it? Like, I was the first one to wear my yarmulke proudly.
Terrorist sympathizer
like you.
And you should not be
And you're
inside the
going to
United
lose.
States Congress. You are
You're
a
going
stain
to
on
lose.
this
You
country.
and all of your fellow
You are
invaders
trying to
are
occupy
going
America,
to lose.
so will you steal our money
I was born here.
to send
We're not
money over
occupying
to
it.
Israel to steal Palestinian and Arab and Muslim land? And on top of that, Piers, one thing that's important is pro-Israel people like Randy Fine have spread hatred and fear of Muslims in this country my entire life. They have tried to get everyone to hate Muslims so that they could say, oh, look, now that Israel is defending Western civilization. You should murder all the Muslims and you should let Israel take all of their land because we are defending Western civilization. And then they have the audacity
do you mind
to
if I
complain about
make one-
anti-Semitism.
do you mind if I make one closing remark?
They are
If you
the
don't- if you-
biggest
it's your
bigots in
show.
the country.
If you need
this
me
is
to-
a
if you need to go, I
advocating
All right, Cenk.
literally for
I'm gonna,
mass
okay,
murder.
Randy.
Yeah.
Okay. I just
You
want to
did
make it
spring this
clear
on me.
to viewers before you, Randy, I'll give you one final response because, to be fair to you, you did not know you would be engaging in a wider debate with other panelists. I decided to bring CENK in because you called him a barbarian invading the United States. I think if you do that about a panel member, they're entitled to respond. He's now obviously responded angrily and passionately to you. I'll give you one last word back.
Yeah, for good reason. I mean, dude, you want to talk about being racist? That was kind of like...
We're going to move
Well,
back
thank
to
you.
the panel.
I would note I did not do that on the show. You could have warned me in advance. But again, I don't mind. I don't mind having the debate. I would note this: if Islamophobia was the big issue that CENK makes it out to be, Mamdani would not have had to lie and make up an aunt that did not exist, who was not in the United States, dealing with so-called Islamophobia after 9/11.
Dan from Power Report. Shout out Dan from Power Report. Dan from the internet is a fan of, or a friend of the channel, technically. So, but yes, CENK is well suited for Pierce's trashy format.
If the problem was real, the stories.
Yeah, Dan was one of the first channels to really shout my channel out. So
would be endemic and they would be everywhere. So people need to not believe the nonsense. The fact of the matter
early supporters.
is if you hear someone yell Allahu Akbar walking down the street, you're probably going to take cover. Fear of Islam is rational. Doesn't mean all Muslims are bad. They are not. But this concern that many Americans have and that they have in your home, home country,
I just
it
realized
is
I'm
real.
like,
And I thank you for
should
having
probably
me on
reach
your
out to
show
him.
today. Happy to come back anytime.
Okay, I'll do it now.
Okay, Randy, fine. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much. We're going to go back to the
I'm
panel
so good
now.
at this professional
You've been
thing.
waiting patiently there. Gillian Michaels, we can hear the nature of this debate. This has been raging now for not just 2 years. This is a debate that's raged for decades. Let's talk big picture about Israel for a moment. There was a flare-up in the last couple of days where it appears that members of Hamas, although they say it was a splinter group and not them, killed several IDF soldiers. As a result, Netanyahu ordered a fresh barrage of bombardment into Gaza. That has now stopped. They're not saying it's the end of the ceasefire. We have the Qatari Prime Minister with an interesting intervention, I think, because they've been obviously pivotal in trying to get this peace process resolved. He said that the deadly attack on Israeli soldiers in Gaza and the strikes in response by Israel were very disappointing and frustrating for us. But he added that's basically a violation by the Palestinian Party, whilst he noted that Hamas claimed it was not communicating with the group that carried out the attack, which I thought was a measured response to this. Crucially, it seems the ceasefire in the big picture is holding. Do you think it can hold, or do you think we're going to see a lot more of this and the thing is going to blow apart?
I speak only as a layman who wants to see the killing stop. This has gone on, from what I can glean, for thousands of years. It's very complicated. I've listened to experts on both sides. I'm hopeful. My optimism is waning a bit. But I think if we don't hope, then what do we have, right?
I hate to say it, man, and I try not to do this because, like, people have said this about me. But I know the difference. Like, I'm actually, like, halfway politically astute. She doesn't know jack shit about politics. And she kind of oopsied her way into this with just having an opinion and also have a dwindling career. So now, here she is.
If you're not fighting for peace, what are you fighting for? I think you've got...
I speak as a humble Starsky and Hutch cosplayer.
Many of the other Arab nations involved and invested. That's exceptionally encouraging. You have numerous guarantors.
Was it Sugar Bear?
Of this peace deal. But, you know, to see...
the PIMP's
already
name?
What's going on, it is discouraging, and it is
God, I can't get over how much she, like, furls her face like her dumb husband.
alarming. And again,
Like, do they just look at each other squinted with furled lips, just... We're so angry at everything. This is how I already made this joke, but for real, I think this is how they kiss each other.
I'm not an expert on this. All I can tell you is I want people to stop dying, and I can acknowledge atrocities committed on both sides. And that's where I stand.
Their kid's a mistake by the merit that they accidentally made he accidentally made cumsies inside her.
On it. I want it to stop.
Like, I'm telling you, he couldn't even find. I mean, we watched the diagram with Walter Masterson earlier today.
Okay, Omar, I mean, isn't that, as an overview of here, something we should all share and embrace?
I mean, I would dispute the idea that
I just thought of something really gross.
This has been going on for thousands of years. This is a way to just say, oh, this is a conflict between Muslims and Jews and whatever, and it goes back. The truth of the matter is, we are dealing with a very modern problem. The modern state of Israel is ruling over all of Palestine, imposing a system of apartheid, denying Palestinians their basic rights. They're putting them under military occupation, where they don't have the right to movement, don't have the right to attend court, don't have the right to vote for the government.
Sorry, didn't mean to put that image into anybody's head. We don't need that.
That rules their lives and can't move in and out.
But seriously, look at her.
Without Israeli permission. It's a system of domination of one people over another, and that
shave her head. She looks just like her husband.
That is the core problem, and that is precisely.
Wait a minute, is that Steve? Is
why we are in the situation.
We ever seen him in the same room?
That we're in. Now, of course, atrocities do exist on both sides. There's no denying it. But we have to be clear about the fact that...
Like, I've heard of dogs looking like their owners, but Jesus.
It is only when there is Palestinian violence towards Israel do we talk about this as a controversy, as a breaking of a ceasefire. You know, we have to note about the fact that since the beginning of the ceasefire, before this attack, Israel had killed more than 100 Palestinians in Gaza. And yet you did not hear anybody talking about that as a violation of the ceasefire. That includes a bus full of children who are looking for shelter.
Yeah, can we just say what it was? Like, they literally said, "Oh no, we're abiding by the ceasefire." Hold on one second. How many kids did we get? Over 100. Okay. Wait, the United States said, don't. Oh well, we ceasefire back on. Our bad.
Looking for someplace to be, and those children get killed, and nobody bats an eye. But the second that there is an unknown attack on an Israeli soldier, then we talk about this as a violation of the ceasefire, and Israel's going to explode and retaliate by murdering another 100 people, half of them children. I mean, we just have a completely lopsided way of looking at this, where Palestinian life is considered dispensable. It doesn't count for anything. Israel can murder them left and right, but only when there's violence towards, in this case, Israeli soldiers who are occupying forces in Gaza. That somehow becomes a point of tension and attention.
Okay.
We start talking about which party is responsible for a ceasefire violation. It's entirely silly, and it misses the point underneath. Just last point, Piers. There is no ceasefire. What there is pressure from the United States administration on Israel to scale back the genocide, so that instead of killing 100 people a day, now they're killing 100 people every couple of weeks. That's the rate at which we're going, but there's still a dynamic in which there's an effort to get rid of Palestinians, and there's no prospect for Palestinians to be a free people who rule themselves in Palestine, and that means that this problem is going to continue.
Okay, Katie Miller, I think it's now been confirmed that one IDF soldier died. I think initially reported it was 2. But either way, when you have the Qatari Prime Minister, they've been acting as mediators with this, when you have them confirming it was basically a violation by the Palestinian Party, Hamas, then they're acknowledging, even in the Arab world, that this latest flare-up was precipitated by the death of an IDF soldier. Now, people can argue about the scale of the response from Israel, but thankfully it has already stopped. Well, you can shake your head, but I mean, the reality is they responded to the death of one of their soldiers. We may not like the scale of it.
So does that mean, wait a minute, this is a very, very important point in this debate where CENK can be like, okay, so what does that mean about October 7th and pre-October 7th? Oh, wait a minute. Are they about to find some inconsistency in the arguments?
But that's what they respond
of Piers Morgan and some of these pro-Israel people that are, I mean, Piers Morgan, to be fair, is not pro-Israel as much. He's kind of teetering.
Responded to in this particular flare-up. The more important thing for me, Katie Miller, is,
I mean, if there's ever a fence sitter,
killing bystanders,
both
that's
sides
not a
at the
response.
moment.
Killing a third party is not a response to this.
Well, like I say, you may not like.
No, see what you're doing right here, where you're just like, they killed an IDF soldier, so they responded by killing more civilians. No, Piers is definitely still on that, like, oh, I actually don't care.
Like the scale of,
I just want to make sure that, you know, they killed enough. No, they killed enough civilians, so I can be like, no, you shouldn't have done that.
They murdered children because one of
brother, like,
their SS soldiers was killed. and it wasn't even by Hamas. Are you
Fucking
kidding me, Piers? So they're occupying 53% of Gaza right now. So shouldn't they get the hell out of Gaza? So one of their SS soldiers gets killed, and we're supposed to shed a tear for the occupiers? In reality, they murdered 46 children. They murdered 46 children today, Piers. I can't stand the terrorism of Israel.
But you know what, Cenk? When you call the IDF SS soldiers and you compare them directly
to Nazis,
to the Nazis.
You dumb motherfucker. This isn't going to work anymore because now people are looking at like ICE. They're looking at the IDF. They are seeing that this is directly tactics from the Nazis. You have people on the right even going like, well, if they don't want to be called Nazis, maybe don't use Nazi tactics.
Yes.
And
fucking
you know
Christ,
yes.
Hey, Pinkerbell.
I'm not Jewish.
Welcome back.
I find that horrible.
Is he deaf? 46 fucking kids?
So,
Yep.
so no. Israel does. Hold on. Let me explain. So Israel does not get a pass on committing another genocide because Jewish people suffered the Holocaust. What happened in the Holocaust was disgusting.
You don't get a pass for calling
it was
them
horrible.
the SS.
Hold on.
Right.
Yeah, he does.
Hold on. So
You better
what
check your
happened in the
citizenship
Holocaust and
application
all
and
the
hope
pogroms
everything was
and
legally
all the
and correct.
pogroms were
Because you'll be just
disgusting.
like Ilhan
That
Omar
doesn't
coming
mean
in.
that Israel pretending to represent Jews across the world
Here's just heard that, and he was just like, "Oh, did she really just threaten to fucking deport him?"
gets to commit another genocide upon a totally innocent people and collective punishment
Innocent
and
people?
murdering
What was
children
October
over and
7th?
over again and go, I get to do it. I get to do a genocide.
All
You
right, I
don't
would
get
like-
to do a
all right.
genocide. There is
All
no
right,
get out
Cenk.
of jail free card
You know
for
what I
genocide.
get to do? All right, Cenk. What I get to do is invite every member of the panel to speak fairly and openly. And my question was directed to Katie. I mean, Katie, look, from my point of
No,
view,
you asked me
I
about
think
the
when
SS soldiers.
anyone,
And they are. They're committing
please
genocide.
let Katie speak.
60% of the kids they
Let
killed have
Katie
sniper
speak.
shots to the head or chest.
Let
They're literal
Cenk,
terrorists.
Let Katie Miller speak. Cenk, let Katie speak. Katie.
I will just say this, Piers, this is my last time on this program. If you're going to invite open anti-Semitics to participate on your platform and not call it out for what it is, which is anti-Semitism,
I
calling
literally just
SF
called it out. I just called
that's
it
my
out.
point, is you're inviting him back,
What more-
giving him the air.
what more do you want me to do?
Spew his hatred toward people like
She
myself,
wants
toward people like my
everyone
children,
canceled.
toward people like my family, and again, not debate the merits of the argument.
No
but use
one said your family. What kind of lunatic are you?
In the last segment with Rep. Randy Fine, what you said was he had said the word Muslim. He never once said the word Muslim. You immediately turn it to identity politics,
he did.
which are
Yes, he did. I mean, he said it multiple times, Katie.
more than identity
We're all
politics.
there.
Oh, she's so bad at this.
He did say the word Muslim. He
Yeah, he
did
did.
say Muslim. He did. I heard him.
Yeah, multiple
He did say
times.
it.
What you're doing by comparing the SS and the IDF is once again saying
Dude, you're married to Pee Wee German. We understand why you're mad.
that the Israeli state, you're
Yeah.
coding it for just saying
Too bad she didn't get with the sexy German. Otherwise, she might have actually had a good time. But here she is,
you're saying that
sexually repressed and very angry.
on October 7th and what happened
No one
afterwards was
said
not a
that.
warranted response.
Maybe she lost a bet.
You're, let's not forget
Oh,
that there
okay,
was
now
a
that
bomber
would be
that came
funny.
from Gaza near daily into
Cenk,
Israel.
Cenk,
Jaw.
Let her finish her
Let's not
point.
forget. Let's
Then
not
you can
forget.
respond.
Let's not forget who held Israeli hostages. Was that all Hamas? No, that was also Gazan civilians. Why can't they find and return all of the bodies of the hostages? Why? We saw on video yesterday from an IDF drone that a body was recovered
Because
and then
Israel
reburied.
was genociding Gaza, and you can't keep track of what's going on
Yeah, you really can't keep track when everybody's buried under rubble.
in Gaza when it's under relentless bombardment from the north to the south. I mean, it's incredible. We're looking at a
Let me
dynamic in
ask
which
Kate-
literally
all right,
Israeli
Her husband is a sexual matador, allegedly. What, he he waves a fucking sheet at her and she runs into a wall?
soldiers are
All right, let
shooting
me
children
speak.
in the head.
Who held
Snipers are
Israeli
doing it.
hostages? Were they all Hamas? Or were some,
Let
were
me-
some
let-
Gazan
I would like to ask Katie. Katie, let me ask you a question. The thing I found offensive of what Randy Fine said, amongst other things actually, but his particular statement in which he repeatedly referred to Gazans, not Hamas. I don't think that helps
How many times do you think she's been poked in the butt going, wrong hole?
anybody in this debate.
I mean, for real.
Hamas, we know what they are. They're an armed military and political power in Gaza. They do not represent every Gazan. And to try and constantly call the people that perpetrated October the 7th Gaza.
He's the sexual matador. Anytime he actually gets it in, he goes, "Ole."
I think it's wrong.
I sincerely
Okay, good.
agree with you.
Because I think it's wrong.
And
In
not
the
all
same way, I
Jews,
find
by
it
the way,
offensive
people do it
when
to defend
Cenk
each other.
says, yeah, when Cenk says the IDF are the SS, I find that incredibly offensive, particularly given that they're Jewish.
Why?
Right?
Are
So
they
we should
allowed
just-
a
I
genocide?
think
Why is that
just-
offensive?
Because you're
Why is that
singling, you're
offensive? Are they
comparing them
allowed to do a
directly
genocide?
to the people that.
Picturing these two numbskulls having sex is disgusting, but also hilarious.
I'm comparing them to another genocide.
people.
By the way, you could also call them Turks. You could also call them Ottomans. You could call them Serbs. You could call them members of Pol Pot's campaign. You can call them anything you like. They're all genocides. Now, the Holocaust was even worse. I get that. But at the same time, it is a genocide.
And frankly, when you just simply look at what is left of Gaza, have you seen the footage of it? There's nothing left there. There's complete and total destruction.
I think
that is
what's
obviously
happening in
aimed at
Gaza
driving the
is
population out,
horrific.
and it's admitted to by Israeli leaders themselves. They're saying that.
Yeah, but Piers, this is what you get for being a fence sitter, dude. You're gonna eventually, your ass is plopped firmly on that fence post. Like, we know where you're sitting. Trust me. You're trying to itch that prostate with it. We've seen you itching. But you tend to do this where you kind of tilt one way, and then you're like, hold on.
They're trying to make Gaza unlivable for Palestinians. They're telling you it's a genocide.
I don't disagree. Omar, I don't disagree. And when I hear people like Smodrich and Ben-Gvir, I think they talk in genocidal language. I've classified it myself as ethnic cleansing. They've made no secret that they want to kick all the Palestinians out of Gaza. I think it's disgusting and reprehensible. And when the Israeli government officials we've had on try and pretend that their views don't matter and we should ignore Smodrich and Ben-Gvir, I say, why? Why should we? They're senior members of the government, for God's sake. So I have, as you know, both of you and Cenk both know, I've expressed increasingly critical views about the Israeli government strategy in Gaza all this year. But I prefer not to get into debates about this stuff where you shout over Katie Miller and start calling the IDF the SS. I think it's just unnecessary. Now, going back to Katie Miller, Katie, do you think we're going to get a lasting peace?
Poor little genociders.
All right. Is your name
Poor-
Katie Miller?
poor
Cenk?
little
No, it's not.
genociders.
You're not Katie Miller. Katie Miller, do you
Thank
think
God
we're going to
it's
get a lasting peace here or not?
I think we will, because again, this is a centuries-long war, as Jillian has said, that has persisted for many, many years.
It's biblical.
And for once, we have a president who stands up and says, "Let's be done with this," who brings everyone together, all of the countries in the Middle East, to uphold a peace agreement. And whether that is one IDF soldier being killed or two, and skirmishes, whether that is Palestinians killing themselves after this ceasefire, which we saw in the streets of Gaza, right? Is that all we want to have happen is a lasting peace between Israel and the Palestinians. That is it.
Noise.
Okay,
That is utterly clueless.
I want to move on.
I'm sorry, but
That was noise with two S's.
Katie Miller does not know what she's
Omar.
talking about, because Donald Trump is the most clueless president about this stuff. Sure, he's throwing his weight around trying to make sure that there isn't a ceasefire because he's desperate to get some kind of Nobel Peace Prize for peace or whatever, or portraying himself as the peace president, but he
Is it
will
better
not
for you if the war
do
continues?
What's wrong with that?
the minimum that is required for a long and just peace, and that is Palestinians to be free. And a president who doesn't understand that Palestinians being a free people in their own land is a prerequisite is not going to achieve long-lasting peace.
Would you rather war continue?
I
Would you
find it
rather?
extraordinary.
Would you rather the hostages still
No,
be
I'd rather
in
the problem be
mean,
solved. I'd rather Israel be isolated diplomatically and militarily and financially until it ends its brutal occupation over Palestinian
rather all
territories
Jews be
and
wiped
allows
off the face of the
Palestinians to
earth?
be free. That's how you solve the problem.
No, you just keep saying nonsense.
All right, I
like
do
that.
think of all the
Every
things
time we do
of all the
facts-
things to attack Donald Trump. All right, of all the things to attack Donald
Look,
Trump
here.
about, him actively trying to wage peace and maybe getting a Nobel Peace Prize seems to me the least problematic thing about Donald Trump. To have a Republican American president who actively seeks peace, not war, should be celebrated by everybody, right? So I think this is what I mean about Trump derangement syndrome.
She's also just so bad at
People
this.
can't
Yeah.
even give him credit. Can't even give him credit for trying to find peace. What's wrong
No,
with
because
this?
You can't give him credit. Somebody who funds a genocide and then decides to arbitrarily put a stop to it briefly by putting some pressure on Israel to cut it out,
Based.
and who basically encourages Israel to bomb Iran, and then 12 days later.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you don't like. We're not gonna sit here licking his nuts because he just was like, you know what? I'm gonna totally support all this. I'm gonna make everybody blame Obama or blame Biden.
Takes credit for having stopped that war. You can't be the initiator of war and genocide and then try to take credit for being the peace president because
she doesn't take this
October
seriously.
7th
No.
Your own
initiated
nonsense.
everything.
That is not how it
Let's be honest
works.
about what happened. Let's be honest. October 7th is what started this.
All right, I want to just
Nonsense.
switch gears.
I thought she, by her own admission, said that this was a 1,000-year conflict.
You're being killed
Wait a minute.
before.
All right, hang on.
Several hundred
hang on.
Palestinians were killed in
Hold
2023
the
before
phone,
October 7th.
All
7th.
right. We are moving on. We're going to move on briefly to a couple of other topics I wanted to mention. Katie, while I've got you talking to me, I wanted to mention this is where you and Jake Tapper got into it over the former White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. Let's take a look.
She is quite incompetent to do the job, right? This is what Republicans have been saying for years now, is that she is just another evidence that DEI doesn't work, whether that's in the White House in your press secretary role, or whether that's an air traffic controller, an air pilot, whether that's your doctor. You want to hire the best for the role, not just based on skin color. Jake, why did she get the job over John Kirby?
Well, why are we assuming that she, as a black LGBT, gay woman, is DEI, but a white woman who is behind the podium right now, which DEI initially started as affirmative action, which was about affirmatively hiring women and minorities? Why is one DEI and the other is not?
Why did she get the job over John Kirby? Because as everyone has said this week, she is woefully incompetent.
She had the job long before John Kirby.
I will just say she used to be
Man, why is every clip of her just getting bodied intellectually?
a commentator on CNN, then she was one on MSNBC, and she was good at that. Like, I mean, I'm without getting into the job I thought she did as press secretary. I thought it didn't seem crazy to me because she was eloquent as a commentator.
Why is she trained every 4 sentences to say she is a black, queer, LGBTQ woman? Because that's how she's been promoted her entire career.
Why is she so twitchy in the way she talks?
I thought it was an interesting debate, Katie. I mean, on her book tour, all we've heard from Karine Jean-Pierre is her repeatedly saying how proud she was to be a black, queer, LGBTQ woman. Let's take a look.
As a black woman, as a person who's also LGBTQ, as a black woman, I am a black woman, I am a queer
She was just doing this with being a Jew, so.
woman, I'm an immigrant. Being a black woman, as a black woman myself, that is the thing that I
mean, is it annoying that, yeah, it seems to be like part of her whole thing, but
understood as a black
they did the same thing to Jen Psaki. You remember that?
woman is that I met.
I mean, can we do the, ooh. Okay, so they opened the door. We get to do this with the press secretary from Trump.
A lot to people because of the communities that I represented.
Oh, wait, age gaps? Is that a thing?
And whether it was women of color, black women, queer community, LGBTQ community, immigrant. And as a black woman, and I have my queerness too.
I mean, as an advertisement for DEI gone wrong, there you have it in her own words. Right? All she could do to justify her performance, in which, to remind everybody, for 2 years she kept telling us how brilliantly cognitively aware
she's raising Jewish children.
Joe Biden was, when it was quite obvious that the complete opposite was true. So she was lying from that podium.
hell yeah.
And I
Okay.
don't care
Here.
about her skin color or sexuality, but my God, she cares about it. And so when people talk about DEI and they look at the way she's been handling her book tour, all they're hearing is identity politics, that the reason we should rate her as a press secretary is because she was a black queer woman. Well, sorry, I don't. I rate you on whether you are any good in your job.
If you read her New Yorker interview that she did, she gives an excuse for that, the fact that Joe Biden was wrongfully kicked off the ticket and that's why she left the Democratic Party. It's not because the Democratic Party did anything wrong, right? She perpetrated the biggest fraud in the American people. But yet she also says Kamala shouldn't have been the presidential nominee, but also says Kamala was wronged because she's a black woman, she should have been more celebrated as the nominee. She has so many hypocrisies in one sentence, but then every other sentence talks about her black queerness. And at a certain point, you either stand on the merit that you are qualified to do the job, which we all know after watching 2 years of her every day give this very terrible press conferences, that she wasn't qualified to do the job. And to me, that is emblematic of the larger problem of the last 4 years of the Biden administration, in which people were not chosen based on their merit or their qualifications. They were chosen solely based on their race. And whether you saw that again with pilots in the sky or your doctor or air traffic controllers, which if you looked at when President Trump came in on January 6th, there was literally qualifications that said, we preference the hiring of dwarves. That is really what it said. And that's not what I want in my air traffic controllers. I want someone who is best for the job.
Okay. All right. Check Yuga.
You do realize that if you can do math and then plan paths, that's who's best for the job. It seems like you're arguing to just keep whites in these jobs because you have this arbitrary thing where you're like, whites are smarter.
When you look at Karine Jean-Pierre's book tour and you see the repeated identity politics that she's spewing here to justify her role and her performance, you must cringe too, don't you? I mean, nobody wants to see somebody who just endlessly says, I'm so proud of being a black queer woman at that podium. Why would anyone care that she's a black queer woman at that podium? Why don't we just care that she's good at her job or not?
I do totally cringe. I hate to say it, but I half agree with Katie here. So the half I don't agree is that
here
she was
we go.
hired for that position.
I brought you together.
Okay. So I don't agree that she was hired for that position because she's a black woman or she's queer, etc. She's perfectly capable of being a liar like every press secretary for every president is. Their job is to literally lie for the president. In fact, when Karine Jean-Pierre was asked, hey, do you have any sympathy for the Palestinians? Do you feel regret any of the propaganda you did, at the time in that role? She said, well, I'm a queer black woman, so I was proud of what I did. What? Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
They're asking you about a substantive policy question, and you're answering, it's okay, I'm allowed to do whatever I want because I'm a queer black woman. No, you're not.
Yeah.
There is no such pass, okay?
Yeah.
And and she's obsessed with identity politics, and I can't stand it. It's a losing strategy. It's a very selfish strategy.
Yeah.
And by the way, though, Katie, now we have a different DEI in this administration, which is you must show loyalty to Israel. If you don't show loyalty to Israel, you won't get hired, and you'll
All right,
be,
let's not get into that
fired by
again.
Laura
All right.
Loomer. Okay, but
No.
it is DEI.
Let's not get it. No, hang on.
No, it's literally DEI for Israel.
Let's not.
And also, it's kind of playing into the whole: do they have what do they have on you?
Get back into Israel. Yep. No, wait 1 second, Omar, because I just want to reference on this similar issue. We had another black queer person by their own self
None of you are black or queer, so you can all shut the fuck up on this one.
definition.
Like, for real. Do they not know how to read a room?
Don Lemon, who attacked Megyn Kelly on her looks in a way that I found fascinating. Let's take a look at this.
Really? We're playing this game? All right.
Megyn Kelly, my final words, kind of looks like a Barbie doll covered in WD-40.
Yep.
I think she looks trans.
Let's end on that note.
Damn.
She looks, she looks clockable.
Damn. Well, I mean, is it funny that I thought that Haley Bieber actually had a really good answer for somebody being just like, oh yeah, you look trans, and she's like, well, trans girls are hot, and it was just like, based, Haley. I didn't know, I had nothing invested in that whole situation. I don't give a fuck about them. I just know that it's Haley Baldwin, and she was the lesser Baldwin's daughter. Do I have that right? Either way, I thought that was a based-ass answer.
So he said there that she looks trans and looks clockable, which I'm told refers to a term used to describe a trans person who is not passing as their biological gender. What I was struck by, Gillian, about that was...
It's like you're in the same category.
There's Don Lemon, the great standard bearer for the black gay community. Seemingly...
you guys want to play these games? No, seriously. If a bunch of cis women, or cis in Jillian's case, she's, somehow, she's a lesbian, but she's also a TERF, so fuck her.
Using trans as a derogatory way to...
I mean, I'll say this much. I have always looked at the Biggest Loser lady and just been I personally was like, oh, she looks a bit, dudish, but...
Describe somebody. I'm shocked.
That's not even clockable on her end. She just looks dudeish.
I mean, he's the ultimate hypocrite. I am not a Don Lemon fan. But the reality is that I personally am witnessing.
Also, can we acknowledge how much damage she did with The Biggest Loser? Just complete a side point
this
here.
kind of othering and name calling. I mean, you're seeing this on both sides. You've got a friggin'
I thought she was. I just thought she was a horrible person.
Chain that came out on the Republican side with anti-Semitic slurs and
Well said, Herman.
racist slurs, and then you've got a Democratic candidate that had a Nazi tattoo and also had racist slur. Like this is.
She seriously looks like she's gonna show up to a crime scene and just go, "What do we got?"
It's happening on both sides, and instead of pointing fingers and who's doing it and who did what and who's for it and who isn't, it should be unilaterally condemned. Identity politics is gross, period. It does happen on both sides.
But it's even grosser when you have a white person condemning it, I have to say.
And it
like, there's nothing richer than a white, like, woman. And I, like, what the fuck? Just going, identity politics, we can't play that. But as a gay woman,
it should be isolated and marginalized. That's not cool. What Don Lemon just said is gross. It's gross, period. It would be gross coming out
you didn't know all this about her?
of a Republican's
yeah,
mouth.
yeah.
It's gross coming out of a Democrat's mouth, and it should be unilaterally condemned.
Yeah.
Can I
It's
jump in
actually
here?
transphobe, just ironically. Omar, yep.
Yeah, so certainly what Don Lemon said is incredibly distasteful, and there's no way to defend it. But just on the Jean-Pierre bit, I do think, frankly, that diversity, equality, and inclusion are important things. The United States has a very racist history of excluding a lot of people, and we should be celebrating the fact that we are becoming a more inclusive society where people of different backgrounds can rise to positions that previously were simply inaccessible. Now, I agree with Cenk that this becomes a problem when you start using it as a shield to avoid the substance of conversations. And the recent interview she had on MSNBC, in which she's asked about whether she has any regrets about the way she defended Biden's policies and war crimes, and what she responded with is her identity, that to me is a misuse and an abuse of DEI. It's a way to trivialize that and essentially reduce identity politics to something distasteful that becomes a source of criticism. When absent these kinds of abuses, I do think that there is room for identity politics in a country that has excluded way too many people because of their identity. And the fact that we're progressing beyond that is, frankly, something to celebrate and to look forward to.
Okay, I just prefer a general country where there's opportunity
where it's mostly white
for all from the grassroots up, and then meritocracy overrides mediocrity.
Yeah, but you're ignoring the fact that there's systematic oppression of certain people based on their skin color. That's the main thing here, bro.
By ticking boxes. I think it's just so self-harming, actually, to the communities who people think they're trying to help. I mean, the classic example to me, I've just written a book called Woke is Dead. It's an aspiration, not a statement of fact. But I think the ideology is dying fast. The people reacting to stuff on the woke side, I think it's just, people have had enough of it. But my classic was when Disney remade Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and they decided that dwarf actors could not play the dwarf roles. They therefore, as the dwarf actors told me, deprived dwarf actors of the most prized roles in their business. And they did it, apparently, to protect the interests of the dwarf actors. If that isn't the most absurd example of reverse identity politics, self-harming the very people it's purporting to protect, I don't know what is.
Piers just want to be posh.
I was going to mention one other thing. We've run out of time, but I'm going to give my view about this, which is Riley Gaines and Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez swapping insults. Gaines saying the U.S. was being destroyed from within by AOC, Mamdani, and Bernie Sanders. And rather than respond to that, AOC responded by saying, maybe if you channeled all this anger into swimming faster.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Don't you just love how, like, oh, my parents, hold on, I must keep them together.
You wouldn't have come in fifth, which refers to...
She made a funny against the pie-faced swimmer lady.
The race which started Riley Gaines' campaign.
Riley Gaines always looks like you just gave her, like, the most complex math question while she was on the shitter, just...
campaign on behalf of women athletes in sport, because of course she was beaten by Leah Thomas,
Her husband is British and got deported. What the fuck?
3-inch biological male, who's been at the center of this absurd debate about whether biological males who identify as trans women.
Yeah, because she placed 5th.
No problem with that. But what
That's my favorite part.
you can't do is compete against biological women, because there's a reason we separate the sexes in the Olympics.
Dude, what is his obsession with this? Every goddamn show. He's got like 300 shows or some shit like that. Every single one but trans is in sport. But trans is in sport. But trans is in sport. But trans is in sport.
Women wouldn't win anything if we didn't. So I just want to say to Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who's never come on this show and is always welcome, would love to have her on, but when you attack a woman who came 5th purely because you, AOC,
Yeah, because she knows not to get sandbagged. She's actually a pretty smart person.
support a policy.
Because you're a bad faith fucking dude who, even though you would agree to certain terms, you would fucking easily just tell your producers to do the opposite.
Of allowing
We've seen it.
biological males to compete against women in sport.
Dude, he's such a loser. At this point, dude, get a new fucking, the jig is up. Get something new. Like, it's tired. Nobody's even, fighting you on this anymore. Like, you're so obsessed with this. Like, dude, I'm starting to think that you jerk off to a lot of trans people in bike shorts.
That's not the win you think it is.
No,
it's a big
She
L.
was 5th either
Anyway,
way.
that's more...
She tied with a trans athlete. So
it
she came
doesn't
in
matter,
5th regardless
Omar. It doesn't
of
matter.
that.
The trans athlete should have been nowhere near that pool. Leah Thomas won one race by 50 seconds. 50 seconds. It's
50 seconds is a lot. 50 seconds in swimming that's insane. You do understand what you just said there. If it was 0.5 seconds, then maybe you wouldn't be such an asshole here. But you're 50 seconds! 50 seconds in swimming!
ridiculous. Anyway.
Also, can we talk about, the unnatural body that is fucking Michael Phelps and how, the dude was built like a frickin',
That's more of a monologue than an invitation for the panel to all.
I don't even know what to compare him to. It's just, I know that he had a very unnatural wingspan.
Marlin. I appreciate the panel. It was very spirited, very good.
One race, you say.
I'm very glad at the end we got to a tiny but important point of agreement between Katie and CENK. I feel like it's the start of a new relationship between you, which nearly ended within 5 minutes of today's debate. So
does he ever actually watch these back and realize that he didn't get what he wanted? And even though he's tried to do this thing where it's oh, cutesy.
Here's to further moments.
It's no, she totally threatened to denaturalize CENK.
Where I can bring warring
and then rage quit.
Parties together and we can reach points of agreement. That would be a lovely thing. Thank you all very much.
Did you also notice how he brings these airheads on who don't know how to have a debate, and then all of a sudden sports inherently has biological advantage? Exactly. I mean, if this was a thing that
amid all this, Israel,
we would literally we would be playing based on the worst player, and they don't understand that.
Derangement syndrome that we're seeing from many people on the right. They got to stop being so obsessed with Israel and so obsessed with the Jews. It's not the Israelis that are going to have another 9/11 here in our country.
No. Hang on a second.
Not obsessed with the Jews. Am obsessed with the country that is sucking up our resources.
Oh.
To commit.
I did not see that this was TYT.
Atrocities and slaughter.
I thought this was someone else.
Innocent people
Jump
in
scare.
the Middle East. And
Very
I'm not going
loud.
to stop talking about it just because the likes of Laura Loomer accuse people like us of being obsessed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with the country that's destroying our country. Go ahead, CENK.
Yeah, so Stephen Miller.
I will say this much. This is the one topic that I guess we all still agree on.
Is about to defend us. What? Okay, so things have taken a turn.
Stephen Bannon.
I'm sorry, Stephen Bannon, Stephen Miller, never.
Yeah.
But that goes to the point I was going to make, Anna, which is that of all the people I give credit for turning around, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, et cetera,
Oh, Jesus Christ. I just realized what time it is.
It's so hard to give Steve Bannon
All right.
credit.
After this segment, I think I'm going to wrap it up. But...
Then don't give him credit.
Okay, so let's watch together and make the decision together.
The guy who's talking about Trump doing a third term, that guy?
No, I know. I'm
perfectly
aware.
Again, that's why I'm going to keep the segment going.
Yeah.
How's that corporate monarchy plot working out?
That's what
I don't trust him at all. I don't trust Bannon at all. Anyway, with that in mind, so this discussion began when Loomer claimed that the Trump administration is being manipulated by the government of Qatar.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Here's the clip.
I think it's important, Steve, for people to remember that we could have had the hostages out. We could have had the hostages out 2 years ago, but it was the Qataris that were providing safe haven to the leaders of Hamas so that they weren't killed by the IDF. Are those our allies? Where are the dead bodies of the American hostages that we were told that were going to be turned over weeks ago when this peace deal was finalized? Where are the bodies? We don't have the bodies yet. Qatar controls Hamas at the end of the day. They do. So I think that we need to have a real conversation, Steve, in the GOP, and hopefully, amid all this Israel derangement syndrome,
weird bloated uncle versus Perch Bass
that we're seeing from many people on the right.
They really do look ridiculous.
You don't see these people ever talk about Islam. You don't ever see these people talk about the threat of Islam, Steve. And they got to stop being so obsessed with Israel and so obsessed with the Jews. It's not the Israelis that are going to have another 9/11 here in our country.
No. Hang on a second.
I'm worried about the threat of Zionism that has cost this country, I mean, when it comes to funneling our resources to Israel, at least $300 billion. We've definitely lost soldiers fighting Israel's wars. I mean, how many Muslim countries did we do that for?
Look, the entire global war on terror cost us $8 trillion, and 90% of it was to fight Israel's enemies.
And by the way, I was told by the likes of Laura Loomer that I should be very concerned about Muslim terrorists, like Al-Qaeda, for instance. Al-Qaeda carried out 9/11, so valid point, except now, at the behest of Israel, we're very supportive of the new Al-Qaeda terrorist leader of Syria. So when it comes to Israel's preferred Muslim terrorists, we'll be real friendly, even if those terrorists were part of the group that carried out the worst terror attack in US soil, in US history.
Netanyahu created Hamas because he wanted to split the Palestinians. And so he thought if they're divided, we'll get to say we have no partner for peace. And it'll be a good way of continuing to take more Palestinian land. Now he pretends that he's outraged by Hamas. So why did you help them?
Fund them?
Why did you help fund them? I mean, look, the Israelis, I mean, they should be furious with Netanyahu, but I'm looking forward to Bannon's defense here.
All right, let's go to the next video.
Okay, this is the throwback. So this reminds me of the old days where about halfway through the show, Anna and Jake would have a minor disagreement, right? And then the annoyance would carry on throughout the rest of the show. This is very reminiscent.
If Netanyahu and the
except the annoyance is not with Cenk this time. It's just with the segment itself.
Israeli government had dealt straight with us, you wouldn't have had this problem. They're liars. They've been stone cold liars. They gave bad information. So I'm not going to let that go unchallenged. That's just bull. Netanyahu's government has been atrocious, and we should have regime change in Jerusalem, and we should have it immediately. They've lied to the American government. They lied to the American people consistently. You say Israeli derangement syndrome. It's not Israeli derangement syndrome. I certainly don't have it. What I have is the Greater Israel Project that was never done, and no due diligence was done. The American people never signed off that. The Trump administration never signed off on that. That's a Netanyahu. We need regime change in Jerusalem, and we need it tonight.
Oh, fucking, whoa.
Okay.
I hate agreeing with somebody so repulsive.
Everything that comes out of Netanyahu's government is a stone cold lie.
Jesus Christ.
I happen to disagree with both of them entirely. No, it's not a regime issue in Israel. This is
I mean, partially.
The identity of that country. The Greater Israel Project has been pursued, whether Netanyahu's in charge or some other political.
Okay, no, that's a good point.
Opponent.
But yes, Netanyahu has been, I would say, like the most targeted with it.
His is in charge.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I hear you.
We need to,
because I do think it's a good first step is to get a new regime, but where that comes from, and whenever I hear the word regime change, and then I'm like, as an American, I'm like, well, I hope we have nothing to do with that.
Decouple. We don't have to go to war with Israel, although I wouldn't be against it, but that's not going to happen. I'd like to.
Fucking what the fuck, Anna?
Decouple.
Whoa.
They are not our allies. Decouple.
How are you going to still be a TERF but be based on this?
Let's separate. No more money for you. No more aiding and abetting your war crimes. No more
pause.
Bribing Egypt so they play nice with you. Decouple. That's what.
I mean, this is a good visual aid. Decouple. I can't even get my. There we go.
I want. And then Israel can do whatever they want with their regime. But I want nothing to do with them. That's what I want.
I just noticed that she has a very long, like, arm span.
That's the correct answer.
She would be a good blocker.
Go ahead, Cenk.
Point guard. Point guard, Anna.
But in the old days, Laura Loomer would have.
She did campaign. Oh, not today.
Spread that propaganda, and
yeah, her wingspan's impressive.
Steve Bannon would have joined along.
Seriously,
right? Now, Steve Bannon is saying regime change in Jerusalem, and we never signed off on the Greater Israel
from work, and I'm still
project. That to me is the most important thing he said, because finally we're talking about Greater Israel, and that's what the Israelis talk about nonstop. They talk about how they're going to take Judea and Samaria, West.
She starts talking like fucking Charles Barkley.
Gaza Strip, and they're going to.
That's just terrible. They just started calling me the round mound rebound.
Take southern Lebanon and western Syria and all these places.
It's my favorite nickname in all of NBA.
And they barely pretend it's self-defense in Israel. They love taking Arab land, and they think that it's theirs. That God promised it to them, and that America owes them that land acquisition and that empire that they want to create.
Is there any team that's gotten boned harder than the Phoenix Suns? I mean, you guys got... they blew it with Charles Barkley, and then they also blew it with Steve Nash. Like, damn.
And here's Steve Bannon, of all people on planet Earth, going, wait, when did we promise you an empire?
I'd ask to come on if this wasn't the last bit before you go. Yeah. I'm already doing mass overtime. I had the moment where I was just like, oh, Jesus, it's almost 3 a.m.
So the fact that he's telling his audience that and basically shutting Laura Loomer up.
I'm not sporty.
Beautiful thing.
Charles Barkley, they used to call him the round mound rebound.
I agree with you. Steve Bannon should never be trusted. And him and Stephen Miller are the two guys who...
Charles Barkley has always been funny.
Are most in favor of authoritarian government, and I can't stand it. But that's part of my point, that even one of the most toxic people on earth is saying...
I forgot that I have this Stavros video I wanted to watch.
Israel's too toxic for me.
Fuck
Netanyahu's too toxic for me.
Let's see. Tomorrow is Halloween. I have to wake up. I gotta go get candy. Yeah. I'm one of those assholes. I forgot to get Halloween candy because I kind of just like spaced.
In fact, we got to pull up on it real quick on TYT.com. We asked you what you think about Bannon's comments. One, I agree. We should try to force him to step down. 2, it's not our business, but we should stop funding them. 3, it's not our business. Let them run their own government. 4, Netanyahu is right. I don't know if anybody's going to say Netanyahu is right, but I say defund them. I agree with you. Decouple. We don't have to attack. We don't have to do anything. I want Israel to be a grown-up country. Stop attacking all your neighbors. You're responsible for your own war crimes and your own wars. You have nukes. You have Iron Dome. You have an amazing military. You don't need any more of our money. Stop attacking everyone. Otherwise, they're going to attack you back, and we're not going to protect you. Oh no, but you have.
Do you think Hassan's going to age like Cenk, where he gets the sideburns like a la Reed Richards?
Have to protect us. No, we don't. You shouldn't start those wars. If someone starts a war, which Israel has done repeatedly, including in 1967 when they took the land in the first place, then we have no responsibility towards you at all.
At all. In fact, you owe us.
Yeah, you do.
Pay us back.
Yeah, they're not Oh my God, they're not wrong.
Yeah.
All that money.
Nah, it's already happening? Dude, really? I didn't start graying, like, until I was in my, past 35.
That you use for atrocities and land theft. Okay?
Them Nordic genes.
No, I loathe the fact that we
I do have, I noticed that, one side of my beard, right here, is starting to, it's kind of graying out a little bit faster than this side.
have any relationship with Israel. Okay? It's an embarrassment to this country.
Got some of that salt and pepper.
They should give us the $300 billion back before we ask for the $8 trillion back. Because we fought all their wars for them. Iraq was their #1 enemy.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
Iraq was against Al Qaeda, was not our enemy at all.
Good segment.
At all. Saddam Hussein was a bad guy, but he was a bad guy towards Israel and against Al Qaeda.
I'm not going to hit that like button specifically because I know it's going to feed me with just a bunch of TYT shit. So, no.
They made us fight.
But I do like this video.
Like that war. One of the top neocons was Netanyahu. They totally control our government.
This is refreshing. Whoa, I just realized that this is probably the first TYT, full TYT segment that I've watched in a long, long time. And my buddy, who I haven't seen in a long time, came over today, and we used to watch TYT together.
Look, as much as I'm heartbroken about the genocide, and it's
weird
at maximum level, right? I can't stand that they've ripped away our sovereignty from us even more.
Yeah, just the sideburns. No, I noticed that Hassan has this going. I'm not going to criticize beard graying because beard graying's weird.
100%.
Like the fact that we don't run our own government when we're supposed to be a democracy, and instead the Laura Loomers of the world.
Yeah, it is. It is really refreshing to agree with an entire segment. I'm just waiting for them to fuck this up.
World browbeat everyone, cancel.
Because this is almost like old time, like the oldie times where I actually used to watch the full show and just be like, yeah.
So anyone who criticizes Israel, you're an anti-Semite, you're going to be canceled and your life is going to be ruined. And then, by the way, we have no control. But if you criticize Israel, you're going to be fired and your life is going to be absolutely shattered, but no control. But what do you mean no control? We're going to pay 90% of Congress. They're going to vote with us 100% of the time, but you're not allowed to say control. No, I am allowed to say it. I'm an American. I don't agree to Israeli occupation of my government, okay? Yes, it is occupied. And those Congress people, by the way, the American Congress people.
I was like, what the fuck is that noise?
Who sell out
sub pump.
Our country.
Not sub pump. What's it called? Evac pump.
Just to get paid by Israeli lobby?
Yeah, they're
worse than the Israeli government.
Of course.
Because they're betraying us.
Yeah.
I haven't been down here that late.
They should be tried for treason.
That scared the shit out of me.
They're traitors to this country. And I mean that. All right, final video we'll go to, because Laura Loomer says, no. Come on, you think Israel is manipulating and controlling our government? That's crazy. There's a different country that has way more influence.
Yeah.
I didn't say that people can't be critical of Israel, but I don't ever see any of the people that
Dude, legit, I just heard this. Whoa. I was like, what the fuck?
Focus all of their efforts on criticizing Israel. I wish that they would criticize Qatar as well. My point is that if you're going to criticize Israeli
Man, that thing is loud. Can you guys not hear that?
Influence in American politics, talk about the Qatari lobby, because the Qatari lobby has substantially way more influence on our American politics, Steve, and they spend way
It's like vibrating this entire room.
more money. They own way more real estate, and they're giving way more political favors to American politicians than the Israelis. The Qataris have the type of money that people dream that Jews.
Yeah, thing's fucking loud.
I don't know if they have more influence.
Dude, shut the fuck up. It's so loud in here right now.
I'm not going to, but I've never wanted to utter the R word more than this very moment. Go ahead, Cenk.
It's scary.
Both of them, by the way.
Qatar has way too much influence. They got Trump a $400 million jet, right? UAE funneled $2 billion to Trump's organizations, which he makes about $80 million a year.
What's the influence, Cenk? Okay, sure, yeah, they gave him goodies, but what's the influence? Okay, how are they effing us in the ass the way Israel is?
No, I got you. I'm pointing out there's a lot of different countries that try to influence our politicians in different ways.
So where you don't hear
They're mainly targeting Trump, right? UAE, Qatar, etc.
I mean, I was kind of surprised because like my gate should not be picking it up,
but Israel,
I'm noticing like the spikes on my my
has
audio
given
here.
money to 90% of Congress, and that 90% votes with Israel.
To you guys, it'll sound like a hum.
100% of the time. So,
but to me, it's
they
so
totally
fucking loud right
own
now.
Our Congress. It's not even
it just up
close. No one takes money from the Qatari lobby in Congress, as far as I know. If you have names, no problem. I'd be against that.
All right, note to self. Right around 2:30 a.m.
100%. Okay, so this idea that Qatar, this tiny little country, is actually more powerful than Israel, which has given hundreds of billions of dollars to our politicians, bribed almost all of them, controls our media almost completely.
Yeah.
That Qatar has more influence than Israel. You got to be out of your mind to say
that. Yeah, that was okay. That was a full TYT segment that we actually agreed with. What a way to end the night tonight, guys. Like, holy shit. All right, well, tonight has been quite the night with the politics, and oh my god, I mean, Sylvie, yes, you have plenty to clip here. If you want to go back and clip some of that cat stuff, let me know. If you don't necessarily want to do that yourself, let me know the timestamps, and I will take care of that myself, because, yeah, tonight was a good show. I had fun. You know, I don't mind these late streams. Tonight was one of the ones that no medical appointments tomorrow. That was nice, where I'm just like, okay, I get to chill. But this is perfect timing. Stanley just ripped a massive fart to go up. Holy shit, Ryan, we were talking about you, man. Up late, are we? Yes, we are. Hey, I'm glad that you stopped by, man. We literally talked about just like, yeah, no, I'm not even kidding. Nothing bad. We just said we haven't seen you in a minute, and somebody was like, we were worried. Yeah, we missed you. So I was like, we missed you. Glad to see you. I'm glad that you got to check in, but before the end of stream. Yeah, man. No, I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Oh yeah, Sylvie, it was you. Yeah, Sylvie was literally just like, she brought up randomly where she was just like, yeah, we haven't really seen Ryan in a while. I was like, you know what? You're right. So, but no, dude, it's fucking awesome. I'm glad that you got to check in. Oh, yes, it was. Yeah, it was sad that you hadn't seen him. But yes, this was the late night stream. I had a great time. I really did. Despite the fact that I'm legitimately disappointed in Kat right now. Oh, fuck, man. Gonna be working to figure this one out, but I do know that I have an interview coming up with somebody who, surprise candidate. I've already hinted who it is. So if you guys can figure that out, that's on you. If you cannot, then surprise, we're gonna have a good interview coming up here. Let's see, anything else? Ooh, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do this real quick. Before I even attempt to leave, I'm gonna center all my stuff, and this is the reason we do this before. Bit busier than usual, and my service is coming to 82 days. Oh, fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. Yeah, I hope that you are, post your discharge and all that stuff, and then having a little party with your family that we can definitely, celebrate for you. Maybe you'll use music skills. Hey, sure. If you want to layer some music, go ahead. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to, because I don't think I know that you can clip my stuff, but I don't think you can just like straight up edit like your stuff into it. I can use your music though, and I can take care of it. But if you can, hey, let me know. But honestly, let me know, because permissions are important. I did have one situation where, guys, this is how I know I've like officially made it. The first hint that I had that I was like, oh, I'm doing okay in streaming was when I got my first death threat, when I got doxxed. Thank God that one didn't go public. And yeah, now this one where I'm just kind of like, I got clipped. Somebody clipped my stuff, but the problem is they didn't add anything to it. So it was one of those annoying bits where I was just like, well, does this help me? I don't know. No, it doesn't. So unfortunately, I had to do the thing that I don't feel too great about, but I had to issue a little warning where it's like, hey, don't use my shit without, transforming it. Fair use, this whole YouTube thing that we're doing. I have to do it. So must you. So, all right, guys. I've gone long enough here. Like I said, Ryan, I'm glad that you got to show up, and that, like, it's almost crazy that you did, because again, we were just like, wow, where's Ryan been? But no, for real, man, I'm glad to know that you're doing well, that you're going to be ending your service pretty soon, and yeah. All right. What do we got for tomorrow? Tomorrow is the Fun Halloween Show. I might be a little, let's see, am I going to be early or late? Say my name 3 times, and like Beetlejuice. Did we say it 3 times? Nah, but this terraformary thing. Okay, yeah, tomorrow, that's what we're looking out for, is some of the updates to this whole Cat Abu Ghazaleh thing. But all right, guys, I'm gonna head on out. I really appreciate you sticking with the stream tonight. Like I said, it was an awesome just late night stream, but it is damn near 3 a.m. I have to get to bed. I will catch you guys tomorrow. All right. I will see you then. Now we shall cue the music.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.